All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this evening's live commentary coverage of the Cracker Barrel 400 from Nashville Super Speedway in what is now the beginning of the second half of the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series regular season. 13 races in the books, 13 more to go to crowning who the 16 drivers will be fighting for the championship when the chase begins in September. As of this evening's race, we have another race on a concrete oval, the second of which in the last couple weeks. So this one, a points paying race because the last one at Dover, the All-Star race, was not a points paying race. Toyota's dominated that one and dominated the board in practice again yesterday. We'll see who will be the top cat in today's race. Appreciate everybody tuning in all weekend long through live commentary coverage at Nashville. We've seen some great racing already between the Craftsman Truck Series race very late Friday night into Saturday morning. And of course, yesterday in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, some great battles for the race lead late in stage 2 and for the race win between drivers like Justin Allgaier, Jesse Love, and rookie Brent Cruz. Here today, who will rise to the occasion? We'll have to wait and see. And as I mentioned already, thank you to everybody tuning in for this live commentary stream. This is the first NASCAR Cup race we've been live on the channel for a couple weeks. If you count the All-Star race, it's been 3 weeks since the last points-paying Cup Series live commentary stream here on the channel. Qualifying got rained out last week at Charlotte and also got rained out yesterday. They did have a full practice session of 45 minutes where both groups of cars were able to get on track at once, but there was no stream with the qualifying rainouts. So Denny Hamlin will be on the pole for this evening's race in the metric system, setting the starting lineup for the second consecutive week. We'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to start things off with some NASCAR trivia for the time being to get our brains going and kind of have a fun start to this evening's stream. So we're going to do a couple of short quizzes here. And at first, we're going to do NASCAR at Nashville Super Speedway. And we're going to try to get all of the race winners across all three series from Nashville between Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series. So 6 minutes are going to be on the clock. And we'll do our best here. You can play along in the chat. And we will collectively try to get as close to perfect as possible. We've had 3 perfect scores so far this season. So we'll see if we can get another one. We're going to start with the Cup Series first. Kyle Larson won the first race here. And Chase Elliott in 2022. Chastain in 23. Joey Logano in 24. And Ryan Blaney last season. Logano's got a 2009 win here as well. Kyle Busch has won here twice in trucks, twice in O'Reilly Series racing. I believe Ty Gibbs did not win here. I thought he did. Noah Gragson did not win. I know Justin Allgaier, who won yesterday, won here back in 2025 and 2022 as well. Nemechek. John Hunter Nemechek won here. I believe Priest has won a truck race, 2 of them. 2 truck races here. Michael Waltrip, I know, has won an O'Reilly race. Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards has won here numerous times. Look at that, 5 times in the O'Reilly Series, once in trucks. Ron Hornaday has a win here. Todd Bodine, I believe, has a win here, 2010 for him. Johnny Sauter on the list? No, Sauter is not. Let's try. Corey Heim last season did not win here. Christian Eckes is a former winner here. Raja Karuth won the truck race last season. That's right. 2023 in both the O'Reilly and Truck Series. That's interesting. 2023 O'Reilly. Who would that have been? If it wasn't Ty Gibbs that season. Gibbs was a rookie in the Cup Series that year. Enfinger win the truck race? No, he did not. Majeski? Man, who would have won the truck race that season? See what the chat has to say. Chat gonna help me out at all? AJ Allmendinger. The Dinger. And then the truck race was Hocevar. Okay. Carson Hocevar. Okay, so we've got everything since NASCAR came back to Nashville in 2021. So everything is 2010 or before. Clint Boyer have a win here? Yes, he does. But Truex in O'Reilly. Nope. Jack Sprague, maybe? Greg Biffle, Sprague, and Biffle are both on the list. Um, David Green's on here. Hamlin? No Hamlin. Brad Keselowski's on here twice. Jason Leffler in 04. That was a big guess. Not going to lie. That was a guess. Mark Martin on here? No, he's not. See, it was a standalone event, but there is still a lot of Cup guys who have won, who are racing full-time Cup like Edwards in 07 and 06. They're racing here 2 times a season in those races. 2003. All right, so I tried Sprague. Let's try Quapple for the trucks. Travis Quapple's on here in 07. Mike Skinner on here at all? He is not. Mike Bliss. Mike Bliss is on here in 2002. Doing pretty well so far. So again, anybody who has won a Truck O'Reilly or Cup Series race at Nashville or quiz, our first of 2 quizzes. We're going to do 2. I don't know why I put him. David Rudiman win here at all? Wow, David Rudiman in 05 in the Truck Series. That was a... I already have Nemechek. Johnny Benson. Johnny Benson's on here twice. I am surprising myself with this quiz, to be completely honest. Sadler is not. Newman. Nope. I don't think Tony Stewart's got to win here, but it's worth a try. Terry Cook. Eric Darnell. Lester. 2005. Probably like Joe Ruttman. Timothy Peters, probably not. 2011 is interesting. Dillon? Austin Dillon in 2011. Okay. Let's try Stenhouse. Oh, man. 2008. Trevor Bain, no. Am I on the right track? Probably not Busher. 2004 trucks. Musgrave. Ted Musgrave's not on the list. All right. 88%, average score 72. I did pretty well. Scott Briggs won the first truck race in 2001 at Nashville Superspeedway. Bobby Hamilton Sr., 2004. Those are the only 2 truck races I missed. Scott Briggs also won 2 O'Reilly races here in 2002 and 2003. Reed Sorensen in 2005 and Scott Wimmer in 2008. I don't think I would have gotten Scott Wimmer or Reed Sorensen that won a then Busch Series race at Nashville. I definitely don't even remember the Scott Wimmer one, but Reed Sorensen, man, I remember Sorensen being competitive when he was racing the $32 General car in the early 2010s in the then Nationwide Series, and I remember him competing for wins and actually getting a couple. I don't remember Reed Sorensen winning any Busch races in the mid-2000s. Like prime bushwhacking, I had no idea he was also winning at that time. So yeah, I would have not gotten Reed Sorensen. Honestly, I impressed myself with that quiz. That's a good start. We're going to do another shorter form quiz tonight. Scott Riggs would have got me 3, though. Yeah, that's tough. All right. But yeah, hey, good start. Good start. 88%. That's a B+. That's pretty solid. I think it's a B+. Maybe nowadays with grading system, I don't know. I've been out of high school for 8 years now, so I don't know what that's I don't know if they've changed the grading system at all. Shout outs to those of you watching the stream right now. We got JoJo, Matt, Stuart Gilbert, Steve J, Kenneth Clark, Solomon Lee, Bam Hall, Wayne Martin. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, playing along. Sharita Cooper, welcome to the stream. Dean Tate, Regine Huddleston, Marcus Villarreal, Sarah Gutierrez, and many others. If you're just tuning in, be sure to hit the like button. Our like goal is 150 likes for today's stream. So 150 likes is our goal. We're going to do one more quiz. One more quiz before we get into more of the pre-race side of things. NASCAR, I don't know what else they're going to have for Nashville because it's only been in the Cup Series for 5 races. See, this is Nashville Speedway, so I don't even want to attempt that. I'm assuming that that's a different Nashville. Well, we got Fairgrounds Speedway, NASCAR Cup Series winners, Nashville Super Speedway. We might not have to. Maybe do the 2021 Ally 400 results. How well do we know 2021 NASCAR Cup Series? Looks like 39 drivers started in the first ever Nashville Cup Series race. We have 11 minutes on the clock, and we just have to name everybody. This is pretty easy. We should be able to get 100%. Why am I choosing this? 2 reasons. 1, this was the first race at Nashville Super Speedway. 2, I was actually at this race. This was the only time I've been to Nashville and the Nashville Super Speedway for any kind of a NASCAR race. So this was slightly before the YouTube channel, but we will see if we can go perfect. Kyle Larson was the winner of that year's race, had a cool Valvoline scheme. And we're going to start. Kyle Larson, going to try to go in order here. Chastain finished runner-up. Then we got William Byron in the 24, still is to this day. Almirola was, I believe, on the pole. No, wait. He was either on the pole or he wrecked in qualifying. There was one year he qualified on the pole. I think he wrecked in qualifying that year because I was actually there for qualifying. It was earlier that same day as the race itself. The Gravedigger Kevin Harvick car. I completely forgot he had a Gravedigger paint scheme for the only time ever. And that was an awesome scheme, by the way. Stenhouse in the 47. Daniel Suarez, first year at Trackhouse, finished 7th. Kurt Busch was in the number 1 Monster Energy car, and then Kyle Busch finished 11th. Joey Logano had a top 10, and so did Christopher Bell. All right, Austin Dillon on the list. Newman, I believe, was still in the 6. Yes. Alex Bowman, 48. The 7. Who was in the number 7 at this time? Is that Corey LaJoy? Yeah, it was Corey LaJoy. 34 was McDowell. I'm going to try to get this on my own first. I don't usually do that. Tyler Reddick was in the 8. The 38. Is that David Reagan? No. Gosh, who was McDowell's teammate? It wasn't Gilliland, was it? No. I was going to say, it wasn't Todd Gilliland yet. Oh, Nemechek, I think, was in the... No, John Hunter wasn't in the 38 then. That was 2020. Was that Anthony Alfredo? Anthony Alfredo was in the 38 then. Okay. Eric Jones was not in the 43 yet. Oh, no, yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. That was his first year there. 23, that was Bubba Wallace. It was the first year, 11, excuse me. Denny Hamlin in the FedEx 11. Truex was in the Bass Pro Shops 19. Keselowski still at Roush last year, or not Roush, sorry, Penske last year there. Wood Brothers, that was to Benedetto that year. The 53 car. That could be a couple drivers. I'm going to go Garrett Smithley first. Okay, Garrett Smithley. That was going to be a tough one. The 52. It's not Cody Ware. Is it Joey Gase? Joey Gase was in the 15. Skip that and come back. BJ McLeod was in the 78. 51 was not Cody Ware. Who was in the 51? We'll skip it. We'll come back. Cole Custer in the 41. 37 was... Well, that wasn't Busher, yeah, but Busher's on the list. Ryan Priest was in the 37. The 66 was probably Timmy Hill. No, it was not. Okay. Chad Fincham is from... Okay, Chad Fincham was in the 66. I know he's from Tennessee, so that's how I got that. I figured he was going to be running this, and I actually wasn't even looking at the where these drivers are from. Ryan Blaney, DNF that year, tough break. Chase Elliott, I believe that was the year he got DQ'd at Nashville. The 00, I believe, was Quinn Howell. 77, was that Justin Haley? Okay. 13. You got 7 minutes. 4 names left. We got the 14's Clint Boyer. Oh, shoot. No, he was out of the car. 14. Shoot, who was in the 14? Briscoe. I keep forgetting to look at the hometowns. Mitchell, Indiana. All right. Okay. Josh Bilicki, I know, is from Wisconsin. So that's how I got the 52 car. I saw Menominee? Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, however you say that. Arizona. The only 2 Arizona natives that I know are McDowell and Bowman. Who was in the Rick Ware racing car that day, the 51, if it wasn't Cody Ware? And the number 13. No, it wasn't. Oh, man. Ty Dillon wasn't in the 13 at that time. That 13 car. Toyota. I'm really trying to get this on my own. I'm trying not to look at the chat. I usually don't do that. Who has driven for Rick Ware Racing? JJ Yaley on here? JJ Yaley drove the 51 car for Rick Ware Racing that day. Okay, I did not know he was from Phoenix, Arizona. Houston, Texas. The only Texas native I know that races today is Chris Buescher. Obviously, the Bonnie are from Texas as well, but obviously this was past their time. 2021, the 13. Ripper Magoo's was the sponsor. It was a Toyota. I don't remember the 13 car being a Toyota ever. I remember it being a Chevrolet when it was like Casey Mears and Ty Dillon with the Geico schemes. Man, who was in that car? This is the last one. You guys might be screaming at me in the chat right now. And I'm here for it. 4.5 minutes to figure this out. Who was in the 13? Josh Wise. No, it's past. I'm trying to think of there's not many Toyota drivers, right? I'm trying to think of somebody in the Toyota development program. That might be thinking too far outside the box. Like Landon Castle. But I don't remember him driving that car. And he probably didn't because he wasn't on the list. This is tough. I just don't want to look at the chat. You can still name it in the chat if you know. 13 car 2001 Nashville. I don't remember that car being a Toyota. That is a lost car, I feel like, in the field. I don't know who that is. Ben Rhodes, well, they were in Toyota. Yeah, maybe there was some like truck teams. Rafael Lassard, did he make a cup start? He was at KBM around that time. Gosh, no, it wasn't Ty Gibbs. Man, I don't know. I don't want to tap out. I don't want to give up with one left. I'm just trying to think of guys who would have been backmarker cars around that time. I tried. Was it Jeffrey Earnhardt? Oh, dang it! Because I know he had that short bit where he was at Joe Gibbs Racing part time in the O'Reilly series. Wasn't Jeffrey Earnhardt? This is tough. I was really hoping to go perfect. This one car is stumping me right now. Got less than 90 seconds. Oh, this is gonna be close. Kligerman? Is it Parker? No, wasn't Parker Kligerman. DJ Kennington? Was he? No, but he's Canadian. He's Canadian, so he's not from Houston, Texas. Who was driving that car? Like Andy Lally. Let's just throw some like other guys in there. I don't know. Like Jeremy Clements. Sieg. He's not in. He's not a Toyota. I'm just throwing names out there at this point. It wasn't Timmy Hill. Oh gosh. Less than 30 seconds. I really don't know. I don't know. I'm stumped. Who is it? Who is it? I didn't get it. David Starr. I would have. I don't think I would have gotten that. I honestly don't think I would have gotten David Starr. When I think of David Starr in NASCAR, I think of David Starr in the Truck Series in the mid 2000s. That's what I. That's when I think of David Starr. I don't think 2021 NASCAR Cup Series when I think of David Starr. I don't think I would have ever gotten that. To be completely honest, I want to see how many people in the chat maybe got it. I see Chandler Smith, Brandon Jones, Jeff Green. Solomon Lee got David Starr. Congrats to Solomon Lee. He got it. Connor Burke got it too. I don't know how many of you guys maybe Googled it, but that was tough. That was very tough. See if anybody else got David Starr. I can't remember yesterday's Stuart Gilbert. I don't blame you there. That was very tough. I was at that race. I don't remember that car to save my life. Finished 34th that day. Hey, he beat my guy Ryan Blaney, so I'll give him that. Keegan is a grinder fighting to the finish. Yeah, I was fighting to the finish. I really wanted that perfect score. I thought I was going to get it going in. I do not remember David Starr in the Cup Series in 2021. How old was he? He had to have been in his 50s. Let's look. David Starr. American Stock Car. That is not David Starr. That's a different David Starr right there, by the way. I don't know. We have a Apparently, there's some dude in AEW, professional wrestling, that's David Starr. Apparently, is that AEW? I don't know. That's funny. I was expecting to see some shirtless dude when I look up David Starr. Why is the pro wrestler on here? All right, let's go NASCAR driver. NASCAR driver, David Starr. He was born in 1967, so that would make him 59 right now. He hasn't had his birthday yet this year, so I guess if he's 58 right now, 4 years ago, yeah, he would have been 54. Sorry, 5 years ago. So he was 53 years old in the NASCAR Cup Series. That's why I don't remember him being around that late. I remember David Starr having one-off appearances like at random in the Truck and O'Reilly series in recent years, but I never would have thought of him in the Cup Series though. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, well, that was trivia for today. We might have more if there's a rain delay. I've seen after driver intros some of the drivers in the field coming out from the stage in umbrellas. It doesn't appear to be raining at the track now, but there are some dark skies in the horizon. If you look out over towards the turns 3 and 4 area of the track, which would be, if I remember correctly from being there, that is facing to the north. So kind of the north end of the speedway, it looks to be pretty dark. And with it being central time there too, it's not going to be dark for another hour and a half to 2 hours. So shouldn't be that dark. Hopefully, whatever rain that is in the vicinity, thunderstorms in the vicinity, lightning and storms stay away from the racetrack so we can get this race in tonight. But as of right now, it doesn't appear to be a delay, and the track is dry. So that is good to see. I don't think they're under any kind of a lightning hold because there are fans in the grandstand. So far, so good. Hopefully, we get the race started and finished in a timely fashion this evening. Amazon Prime Video, our first live commentary coverage of Prime Video in the NASCAR Cup Series this season. We are usually live on the channel every NASCAR race weekend. We'll go over the NASCAR Fantasy League next before we get things started here today. You can join our Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. The name of the league is KRC League. KRC in all capital letters, space, and then a capital L on league. I'll put the name in the chat. And again, you can join. We will have 2 different champions. We'll have a regular season and a playoff champion, or in this case, with this year being the Chase remonikered yet again. Sam I Am, thanks for tuning in. Earl Arnold Jr., Pete Creamer, Duddlebug, 5 months, 1771, John Barber. I don't think I shouted any of you out yet. Fatal Phantom 399, thanks for tuning in. Tim Pettit, welcome to the stream. Joe Rochester, many others. Many others. A lot of you in the chat. We've had over 100 people here already, and we haven't even gotten the race started yet, so greatly appreciate you tuning in. Again, we're live every NASCAR race weekend for Truck O'Reilly Cup Series racing as well as Cup practice and qualifying. We've missed out the last couple of weeks with Cup practice and qualifying because it has gotten rained out for the qualifying side of things. And Amazon Prime, you can actually watch practice live on YouTube, so that's why I haven't been giving coverage of practice. Practice and qualifying together actually both got rained out at Charlotte, but this week they did have a full practice session for that. We'll take a look at the Fantasy League because the lineups are going to lock here in about 10 minutes, and we're going to go through who I think is going to run well in tonight's race head-to-head in my whole fantasy lineup coming into this evening. Based off of practice times from what I saw yesterday, I did not watch practice live, but with a full session, you kind of get a good idea of who is going to run well, not run well. The Toyotas have been very good on the intermediate tracks this season. I think they're going to be tough to beat again here today. As Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, they were probably the top 4. Briscoe was lagging a little bit behind his teammates as he's kind of done temporarily throughout the course of the season. That 19 team is very on or very off. They're either going to be up there competing for the win, top 3 all day, or he's going to be borderline top 10. He definitely hasn't been as good as some of the other Toyotas. Tyler Reddick is going to be a threat to win here today. He has not won at Nashville. His career best is second in 2024. I thought he had that race won. Looking back on it, he had much fresher tires than Joey Logano down the stretch with those 5 overtimes, but somehow Logano was able to block and hold him off that final lap of the race and make it on fuel on top of it. I think Tyler Reddick is going to be definitely a contender for this one. He's probably been the best restarter of any guy in the Cup Series so far this season, especially when it comes to a driver restarting well at the front of the field. So if we see late race cautions and Tyler Reddick's up at the front, you know he's going to be scary good in that circumstance. He's won a couple of races already this season on either overtime restarts or late race restart situations because he hasn't led the laps that a guy like Kyle Larson or Denny Hamlin have been able to lead at various tracks this season. I think he ranks 3rd or 4th most laps led this season, but he's got the 5 wins. That's because of restarts. And obviously being up in the top 3, top 5 the whole race, getting yourself in a position where you can go from row 2, row 3, and restart late. But yeah, so Tyler Reddick, I'm going to keep him on my team this weekend. He looks very good. I'm going to sub Briscoe out because I'm a little leery on him coming into the weekend. I'm going to put Christopher Bell in the lineup. And the lineup you see here is actually my lineup from Charlotte the week before, which had a pretty good go of things for the most part. Christopher Bell, I'm leaning on picking him for the race win today. He hasn't won yet this season, but based off of practice speed, he had the best long run speed of any of the Toyotas. So Bell was better in the long run. Tyler Reddick was the best Toyota on the short run, kind of faded on the long run a bit. I don't expect this to be a track we're going to see a lot of cautions. We usually don't, minus the 5 overtime finish that we had a couple of years ago. But throughout the course of the 400 miles, we're probably not going to see many yellows. I like Christopher Bell, honestly. And Bell was very fast last weekend at Charlotte. He was very fast on another intermediate track at Texas last month, was leading laps, got taken out while leading. I'm going to go with Christopher Bell for the race win today. So Bell, Hamlin, I'm going to throw Ty Gibbs in there because I think he was of the best of the Toyotas in practice. And now I'm going to go off of the Toyota bandwagon here. And I am going to throw another couple of names in here. Ryan Blaney was top 10 in practice. I can only use him 4 times yet this year. There's some good tracks for him. I think I'm going to save Blaney. Carson Hocevar is an interesting one. He finished runner-up last season here. Spire Motorsports has been really hot. It's going to be a risk if I put him on my team. Why not? Why not? I'll put Carson Hocevar in there. I've used him twice this year. And then Chase Elliott's a good pick. Just because he's had success here. I just don't trust Hendrick Motorsports on the intermediate tracks, though. Really been lacking behind in that side of things. And Chase starts 29th, so that's not good either. Chastain scares me. The biggest underdog that can win this race today, in my personal opinion, if you don't count Ty Gibbs, because Ty Gibbs only has 1 career win. So outside of Ty Gibbs for Toyota, I think the biggest underdog that can win today's race is Ross Chastain. He was fastest in practice on the short run. He had good long run speed. Wasn't quite to the long run speed that Christopher Bell had, but very, very close. I just don't trust the one team this season. 23rd in points entering the day. Trackhouse has not looked as good this year. Shane Van Gisbergen, believe it or not, has actually been the best driver all around at Trackhouse this season. He has been outrunning Chastain. It's not just because of the road courses, because we've only had 2 road course races. SVG's 14th in points and Chastain's 23rd. So there's a huge discrepancy there. That one team has just not been clicking. To say he's going to win today's race is a very bold statement. But again, he is probably the best of the underdogs to get the race win. So I'm going to put him on my fantasy team. He's going to start in the garage. And I just got to hope that either Chastain and or Hocevar have a good run. If they both have a good run, I'm going to have to make a tough decision late. He does start 35th, so he's probably not going to have a great opportunity at stage points, especially in stage 1. Head-to-head matchups. SVG versus Stenhouse. I'm going to take SVG. He's been doing better on the ovals. He was top 10 all last week in the 600. I think he ended up finishing 11th or 12th, but he scored stage points in the first 3 stages of that race each. Chase Elliott versus Logano. I do not trust that 22 team the way their season has gone. Blaney versus Gibbs is very tough. They're probably going to be on top of each other all night. Man, they're probably both going to be top 5, top 10, but the Toyotas just have that much more speed on the intermediates. Blaney, I know, is a mile and a half versus mile and a third, but he was like an 8th to 12th place car last week at Charlotte, so I'm going to go Ty Gibbs. And again, I'm a Blaney fan. I'm unbiased with my predictions here. Daniel Suarez versus Zane Smith. This is a tough one, too, because Spire has had a lot of speed. Suarez is top 10 in points, but Zane Smith has been sneaky good this season. Like, he has legged out top 15s pretty consistently. He's 20th in points or 21st in points for a reason. And in Front Row Motorsports equipment, that's very, very good. Nonetheless, not only Front Row Motorsports equipment, but it's only his third full-time season in Cup. So the fact that he is running as good as he is right now with the equipment he's got, yeah, good on Zane Smith and that Front Row Motorsports team. We've seen how Ford is just off this year, minus Ryan Blaney. I guess Chris Buescher's been pretty consistent, and RFK as a whole has been consistent as well. But you don't think of Front Row Motorsports is what I'm getting at, and Zane Smith's doing pretty good. He's got a good starting spot in 11th as well. Man, the smart pick is Suarez, so I'm going to take Suarez. I'm not going to think too far outside the box, but I was thinking about maybe taking Zane Smith there. But again, Suarez is 10th in points for a reason. It's not just the win in the Coke 600 last week. That probably vaulted him up a couple more spots, but he has been very consistent with his new team this year. All right, so that is a look at the Fantasy League. Point standings entering tonight's race. Tyler Reddick, obviously the points leader. We're halfway through the regular season. Second half of the regular season starts tonight. He's got a 122-point advantage still over Denny Hamlin. I'm not going to say that Tyler Reddick is an absolute lock for the regular season championship. There is still a very good probability Hamlin could get there. He's going to have to string together a couple more wins because we see how much winning matters. That's why Reddick's got the gap he has. But the speed has probably been more consistently better in the driver, the number 11, than the 45. You see 320 laps led for Reddick to Hamlin's 699. Hamlin is the most laps led in the series, and he's got it by a pretty decent margin. Tyler Reddick has actually got the fourth most laps, like Christopher Bell, who has been very fast but not as consistent, of course. It seems like Bell is either finishing top 5 or wrecking every week. He's got 369 laps led, just more than Reddick, and then Kyle Larson, 513. If you're a Larson fan, he's 6th in points. He's been consistent. Him and Elliott every week are the two best Chevys. Elliott a little bit better this year, not only because of the 2 wins, but just it seems like Elliott is in the top 5 more often than Larson. Larson has had a problem, I've noticed, kind of fading later in the races. He seems to start off well, like in the 600 last week. He won stage 1. He's running top 3, top 5 early, and then by the final stage, the Toyotas are just that much better throughout the course of the race, and they just seem to execute slightly better than the 5 team. Larson, 6th in points, though. He could get a win literally any week, not just because he's named Kyle Larson, but the speed isn't that far off in that team. So, top 5 in points again. You got Tyler Reddick first, Denny Hamlin second, Ryan Blaney quietly there in third still, even though he's kind of been slumping the last month or so. He just had such a good start to the season that he's really only fallen back a spot or 2 in points in recent weeks. Ty Gibbs is 4th in the standings. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Then you got Kyle Larson 6th, Chris Buescher 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, and the 2 Spire Chevy still in the top 10, Carson Hocevar and Daniel Suarez, and now each with a win this season. If you're talking about an underdog story from one year to the next, it's Spire Motorsports. Carson Hocevar had flashes of brilliance last season, but he's getting the good, consistent finishes. He finally broke through to that win. His teammate, who is also ahead in a new ride, the fact that Daniel Suarez is having arguably his best season and most consistent season, and it happens to be in his first year at Spire Motorsports, is absolutely insane, because you think of the teams that he's driven for in his career, like JGR, Stewart Haas Racing, which was slightly past their prime when he was there for a year. And then with Trackhouse, he was able to win a couple of races, but never had consistency. He was still between like 16th to 20th at best in points. And here he is halfway through the regular season, top 10. Job well done for Daniel Suarez. They got to get a little bit better in the stage point department. When you look at the stage points for Suarez, he's only got 31 this season. It's the least amount of any driver in the top 16 in points. And actually, you have to go down to 21st 19th in points. AJ Allmendinger with 25. So there are 17 drivers in the Cup Series field that have more stage points than Daniel Suarez, but he's getting good finishes. Last week, he didn't get any stage points. Great strategy call. He gets a race win out of it with that 2-tire call late and then getting the rain. Good news is for Suarez, he starts 3rd today, so he's going to have track positions. Very tough to pass at Nashville. He could get stage points in this opening stage if he just has decent enough speed to kind of hang on there. we'll see how that works out for him, but he's definitely going to need that if he's going to want to stay anywhere near the top 10 in points. He's kind of a consistent, like 10th to 15th place guy, not so much like Hocevar, where you sporadically see him in the top fives and then he's getting good top 10 finishes. Outside of the top 10 in points, you got Brad Keselowski 11th, William Byron 12th. That 24 team has been on a dip over the last month and a half. It's kind of surprising to see William Byron in the season he's had so far, because obviously we think of Byron being of the best Hendrick Motorsports drivers. It seems like him or Larson winning the most races for that program pretty much in the next-gen era outside of Elliott in 2022. 2023 through 2025, Byron's had either the most or the second most wins at Hendrick. He's getting 3 to 4 wins a year. This season, obviously, still winless, but only 2 top 5 finishes. He's only led 34 laps. You look at the season he had last year and the year before, getting a couple of wins early in the campaign, and he had a couple hundred laps led at least. It's definitely a down year for Byron. Probably the least consistent year that Byron has had since he has been winning at the Cup Series level in 2020. Bubba Wallace, 13th in points, another team that's just kind of been sliding back over the last couple of months. Kind of front-loaded those points early in the season, and it has been a struggle to find consistent speed up at the front of the field. I mentioned about Chase Briscoe not being as consistent of the Toyota Brigade. Same goes for Bubba Wallace lately. Shane Van Gisbergen, 14th in points. I mentioned him being the best Trackhouse racing car so far this season, and it's still the case. I mean, yes, he had one road course win where he dominated and scored all but 1 point in that race. He had the bonus point for getting the fastest lap. He finished first and second, I think, in the 2 stages, and then he ended up winning the race, obviously, there. If he can do that in the last 2 road course races of this regular season, Sonoma and then the street course in San Diego, he's got a good shot to make the chase because his oval racing has been better. I've noticed with SVG, the short track ovals, not that great still. He's kind of a borderline 20th place car at best. But on intermediate tracks, mile-and-a-half tracks like Charlotte last week, I mentioned already, he was top 10 the whole race. I think Texas, he was running top 15 the entire race, and he had a couple of top 15s at the early ovals in the season, like Vegas. Well, let me click on him here real quick. I think Vegas was the other intermediate track we raced at this year where he had a top 15 run. Let's see. Darlington, he finished 14th, 11th at Phoenix. That's what it was. And then Texas, he was 17th, 11th at Charlotte. And I'd probably say Charlotte, that was the best oval SVG's had in his Cup career. Because like I said, he had stage points in all 3 stages and then finished 11th in the race. Had that race ran to its conclusion, especially if the strategy Daniel Suarez had pulled out, he probably would have had a top 10. Minus, obviously, maybe an overtime or whatever could have happened there. But theoretically speaking, he could have easily had a top 10 that day. He had a top 10 car. He was the second best Chevy behind Kyle Larson the entire day. It's crazy to say, but he was outrunning guys like Chase Elliott, William Byron, his teammates Zilich and Chastain all day long. Larson was the only Chevrolet that was ahead of him in the running order consistently the entire day. So I'm curious to see what SVG can do here this weekend at Nashville. Chase Briscoe, obviously, he started very poor in the points. He's climbed himself out of a deep points deficit. He is now in the chase right now, 15th in points. He's got a 16-point cushion over Austin Cindric for that final spot, and then Ryan Preece 1 point behind Briscoe, 16th in the standings. That 25-point penalty Ryan Preece had after the Texas on-track run-in he had with Ty Gibbs is looking very crucial right now. If Preece did not have that penalty, he would be 14th in the standings, and I think he would only be a couple points even behind Bubba Wallace in 13th. Instead, he's right at 16th and only 15 points to the good, where he could be if I do my math correctly here, he could be 40 points to the good right now, but instead he's only 15. So Ryan Preece, he's been consistent, but that penalty really hurts, and he's going to have to stay out of trouble. And it's really hard to stay out of trouble consistently when you're running, mid-pack, that 10th to 20th most weeks like Preece is. He's only got 2 top 10 finishes this year, so he's just kind of chipping away those top 15s every week. Getting some stage points along the way. He's got 46 this season. It's more than SVG, but it's less than a lot of guys around him like Cindric, Logano, Briscoe, Bubba Wallace, Byron. They all have more points in the stages than Preece. So definitely gonna have to get on. Austin Cindric, first driver out. Joey Logano, surprisingly, 18th in points. Team Penske, I don't know how the hell Ryan Blaney is third in points and as consistently fast week in and week out as Ryan Blaney is when you look at Cindric and Logano being outside the top 16 in points halfway through the regular season. Like, again, we have a decent sample size here. We are halfway through the regular season. For the 222, they're struggling. I'd almost argue the 2 team, not only because they're ahead in points, but they just consistently have more speed than Logano. Cindric's kind of in that Ryan Preece range, 10th to 20th most weeks. Joey Logano is either top 10 the entire race or he's like 25th to 30th. It is insane. There's been a couple races already this year where Joey Logano is struggling to stay in the lead lap in stage 1. And some of those races, he goes a lap down early. I think he was actually a lap down at Charlotte last week. And either the first or second stage. I think it was the second stage because the stage 2 ended up going caution-free. I believe he ended up falling a lap down there. He eventually got back in the lead lap, had a top 15 finish, but it took himself out of a chance to get some stage points early on, and here he is, 18th in the standings. And just absolutely struggling right now. And the only really outlier that we can maybe see, I think, personally make the chase out of the top 16 points is Ross Chastain. I just don't trust that one team. They do not look the same this year. Last weekend at Charlotte, I mentioned SVG ran top 10 the whole day. Ross Chastain was a lap down most of that race, which is crazy because not only he has been so good on intermediate tracks, but he won the Coke 600 last year. He was of the top 2 or 3 cars all night long in that race. And then the very next season at Charlotte, he's struggling to run top 20. That's been the season for Chastain, unfortunately. He only has 2 top 10 runs this year, 1 top 5, which is not including Dover, of course, at the All-Star race where he had quite a bit of speed there. Good news is he did have that kind of speed at Dover. Connor Zilic had a top 5 run at Dover, and we're at a concrete oval again this weekend in Nashville. So there is some positive signs to kind of take away going into tonight's race, but it's going to be tough for him. That is for sure. So that's kind of an update of the first half of the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series. NASCAR fan, thanks for tuning in. Blaney Christian Hicksonball, welcome to the stream. Don't badmouth Blaney, he's third. Well, I wasn't badmouthing him, that's for sure. Alex Cholt, welcome to the stream. Status of the race. It looks like they are currently on a weather delay, which is not good. Covers are on the cars. Drivers are on pit road, but they got umbrellas. So that's not good. Kind of an extra long pre-race, if you will, for today's stream. Angel Love, thanks for tuning in. Just giving some shout-outs to those of you I haven't given shout-outs to. 162 concurrent viewers. We're up near 200. Race has not begun yet. I'll put a pinned comment in the chat. Race has not started. Currently on weather delay. It could be a lightning hold. It's tough for me to tell personally. I don't know if we're on a weather hold right now or if this is actual rain falling at the track. I gotta get my phone on a charger. My charger's not in here. Give me one quick second. I gotta go grab my phone charger. Crazy, I caught my phone at 1%. I was out during the day today, and I didn't throw my phone on the charger when I got back at my apartment about an hour before the start of the stream. Alrighty. I was going to go on to X and see if there's any reports from like Jordan Bianchi at the track I don't think Bob Poitras is there with IndyCar being in Detroit this weekend. So look at Jordan Bianchi first. 40 minutes ago, he posted that there's no rain. It's like rain in the distance. 37 minutes ago, started to lightly rain. Cup Series race is a sellout tonight. That's positive. Good to see the fans tuning in to Nashville this weekend. I'll check Bob Poitras. I know he's probably not at the track, but a little more rain is falling. Should be a relatively quick storm. NASCAR's planning 7:25 p.m. Eastern start to engines. We'll see if that's still the case. I don't know if they're on the lightning clock. So 10 minutes ago, Bob Poitras posted that NASCAR's looking at a 7:25 start your engines tonight. And it is currently 7:21 Eastern. I think he said Eastern. Let me make sure. That wasn't Central, considering the track is in Central time zone. I hope it's not another hour. Yeah, it says 7:25 Eastern. That was a post 10 minutes ago, so hopefully we get the engines fired here shortly. That would be fantastic. I do not want this to go all night. For those of you that don't know, I work a 3 a.m. to 1:30 shift. Sunday night streams this season are going to absolutely kill me. I did not, fortunately, have to do that last week. But this week, here we are. We're live. Cracker Barrel 400. So the sooner this thing can get started and get over, the better and the most sleep I could possibly get here. I do not have the poll up. Oh, I apologize for that. Yeah, I usually ask you guys who you think is going to win. Who wins at Nashville tonight? We'll throw Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, and I'll throw my pick, Christopher Bell, in there. I do believe that those are going to be your three favorites. I'm taking Christopher Bell for the win, personally. You're 1 hour from the track, sun is out. Which direction are you from the racetrack? That's what I want to know. If you're 1 hour to the west of the racetrack and the sun's out, that's a good sign. That means we don't have any storms past the one that we have right now, which would be fantastic. India Sarah, thanks for tuning in. Rogram 65, welcome to the stream. Watch the career of Corey Heim as he is a Cup driver. Yeah, I haven't talked about that in the pre-race. NASCAR news of the week, biggest news. 2311 Racing signing Corey Heim to a full-time NASCAR Cup Series ride beginning in 2027. Sounds like sponsorship was kind of hard to come by. That's why Corey Heim was not able to get a full-time ride this season. We've seen him in the 67 car several times this year in Cup. He's won 2 truck races in a part-time ride this season, and he's ran some O'Reilly races as well this year. So kind of part-time across all 3 series. We'll hopefully see him in more Cup races before the end of the season, but full-time next year in the NASCAR Cup Series, Corey Heim, and it is announced that he will be driving the 35 car. That has been confirmed. So we'll have to see where Riley Herbst goes. Maybe he goes full-time in O'Reilly again. There is a 3 charter limit per team, so we're not going to see 2311 buy a 4th charter. The 2 teams that have 4 charters are grandfathered into that under the new charter agreement, charter rule, and that's Hendrick Motorsports and Joe Gibbs Racing. So they can have 4. They've already had 4. They have not been forced to sell their 4th charter. But if you are a 3-car team, you cannot expand to 4. The cap is at 3. So we'll have to see where Riley Herbst goes next season. He's great in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series for what it's worth. He's had a good career there. He was there for several seasons before jumping to Cup full-time last season. Got an opportunity. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to make the most of it, but he did have 3 career O'Reilly wins before jumping to Cup. So, maybe he goes back down there. Joe Gibbs Racing, obviously a pretty strong program. Maybe he gets a ride at JGR full time. And him and Brandon Jones, obviously, we've seen Jones win a couple races a year down in that series. It could be another Brandon Jones, in the O'Reilly Auto Parts series. That's perfectly okay. Sam Hunt Racing is kind of another team I could look at. He seems to be very tight with the Toyota group. So, we'll see where Riley Herbst goes, but it's kind of the first domino to fall in free agency. Ryan Blaney also signing a long-term deal with Penske a couple weeks ago, so that's also that. Well, Bob Podkirst 10 minutes ago said NASCAR is eyeing a 7:25 Eastern start. That is not going to be the case because this track is damp. Jet dryers are on the apron of the racetrack right now. It looks like it's going to be a little bit before we go green. That's unfortunate. We're going to stay right here. We'll stay here. Tonight's stream. Maybe we'll do something fun. But rain delay at the moment. Texting somebody real quick. Alrighty. I think we're going to do a little bit more of NASCAR trivia. Paul Freeman, thanks for tuning in. Herb's going to Legacy. Have I been living in a cave, you idiot? Going to sign with Legacy. Reportedly. Well, it hasn't been announced yet. Officially. It hasn't been officially announced. Well, the next question is, do they expand to 3 charters? Because I don't know who Herbst would be taken over for, ride-wise. Because Riley Herbst, obviously the performance isn't there, but I don't see him outperforming Eric Jones, who's 22nd in points. I guess he's outperforming Nemechek right now, but the equipment he's in is also better. Herbst in a 2311 car with the other 2 drivers in the chase currently, and he's 27. I don't think he's going to be running 27th with Legacy. He'll probably be running outside the top 30. So I'm looking at the point standings. And that stinks because Nemechek, up until this season, I thought was actually outperforming Eric Jones at Legacy the last 2 seasons. I thought last year and the year before that, Nemechek was outperforming Eric Jones at Legacy Motor Club. This season, Jones is right back to where he is, 22nd. He's usually between 20th and 25th in points in that ride. And Nemechek has taken a slight step backwards, but man, that stinks for Nemechek. And I thought the whole reason he went back down to the Truck and O'Reilly series when he did part-time, full-time, compete for wins, get into the Toyota program, which he was not in before that, prove himself that he can win races for them, get to the Cup Series for Toyota, which he's been able to do. But that was the whole reason he had switched, because he already had a Cup ride with Ford at front row before he decided to go to the Toyota development program. So if he loses a Cup ride after already making that switch a few years ago, man, that's gonna be a tough break for John Hunter Nemechek. I do trust that. I do think he has talent behind the wheel to be a Cup Series driver. But I guess with only so many rides available, and if Eric Jones doesn't get re-signed, that is going to be blasphemous. I mean, they could get a third charter. I'm not going to rule that out. Get a charter from Haas. I don't think Rick Ware is going to sell, but that's always up in the air every year. That could be a charter that could get bought out. We'll see. We'll see where time takes us. Don't talk silly season on the channel much, but we usually don't have rain delays when we're streaming during the middle of to talk about silly season either. I'm just hoping this isn't going to be as long of a night as the Truck Series was the other night. I don't know if I can make that. When do they start the race? Well, they were supposed to start 15 to 20 minutes ago, but we're on a rain delay at the moment. When we first started the stream, it was not raining at the Speedway. They were going through driver intros. They've already completed the national anthem. They just they weren't quite able to get to the command to fire engines before the rainstorm came. Looked like a pretty quick shower, but obviously the track has been lost. It's damp, so gonna have to wait this one out. Gonna have to dry the track. It's probably gonna be another hour before they can get back racing again. So that's why we're gonna do some NASCAR trivia. We're gonna try to bypass this time while we are here, and won't be planning on going anywhere. Just texting somebody that the race didn't start. Who's my favorite driver? Ryan Blaney. I got his gear on. Every Cup Series race on the channel, you'll see me wearing Blaney stuff. All right. Well, let's do some trivia. While we're still waiting to start here, we'll go back to NASCAR Sporkle again. NASCAR Sporkle. NASCAR all-time wins in all three series. Okay, so we've done NASCAR all-time wins in each series this season. We've done that quiz. But I want to see if there's a quiz that combines wins from every series. All-time race winners top three. Okay, this is what I was looking for, I believe. Okay, so this does combine them all. One giant quiz. All right. Let's get our thinking caps back on. Trivia gives us brain mush. It does. We're not going to oversaturate it. We'll just do two more quizzes. We did 2 short ones. We'll do 2 long ones to try to bypass this rain delay the best we possibly can. I've got something fun in store if the rain delay goes longer than 40 to 60 minutes, give or take. So bear with us. We'll keep you entertained. We're going to stay here unless they end up calling the race and we run tomorrow, which I will be available for because luckily with my work shift, I actually get off early enough in the afternoon. And I do get sick time. I get 4 hours of sick time every month. Tomorrow's the first of the month. So if they do start the race before 1:30, I can take some sick time if necessary to still get back here and get the stream started before the race begins. So if for whatever reason we do not race tonight, I will be able to stream tomorrow. Just want to let you guys know and make you aware of it. All right, so this is NASCAR all-time wins list, and this is combining Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series. So that 234 number, we already know that's Kyle Busch. 359 drivers have won across all 3 series, 25 minutes. We got to think of a strategy before I hit play. We have to do some kind of a strategy here. Let's go. I don't know what kind of strategy I could do. There's going to be so many extra drivers on here. I think I have to do modern drivers first. I think I have to go through the list of drivers who are active in each series, start there, and then work my way to yesteryear. So we'll go Cup Series first, current Cup Series. So we'll go RCR because Kyle Busch is going to be number 1. We'll go RCR, Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch. And then Ty Dillon's going to be on here, and Kurt Busch is going to be on here too. Now we'll go Colleague, Ty Dillon, of course, going to be on here. AJ Allmendinger on the list. Stenhouse for Hayek. Stay at Chevy, we'll go Hendrick. Chase Elliott, we'll get Bill Elliott on there as well. Kyle Larson, William Byron, that's going to give us Red Byron also. And Alex Bowman. Okay. Suarez for Spire. Chastain. Zillage. SVG. And Gisbergen. And McDowell. So I just kind of put Spire and Trackhouse together there. I think that's all. No, Cole Custer for Haas. Okay, so I think that's all the Chevy teams. We'll go Ford next. We'll go Blaney. Dave Blaney's on here as well. Ryan and Dave. Joey Logano. And Austin Cindric. Josh Berry for the Wood Brothers. We'll go Todd Gilliland. He has won in trucks. Noah Gregson's won in truck and O'Reilly. Actually, he did not win in truck. I think he won in O'Reilly. Won a bunch in O'Reilly, obviously. And then Zane Smith, truck champ. He's got some wins there. And then we got a lot of Smiths. We got Sammy Smith. We got Jack Smith. We might have more Smiths on here too, to be completely honest. So Smith was a big one. Common last name. All right. RFK, Keselowski. Reese hasn't won in Cup, but he's won in O'Reilly in trucks. And then Chris Buescher has won in, maybe not in trucks, but he's won in O'Reilly in Cup. I think I've got all the Ford teams. We'll go Toyota. John Hunter Nemechek, we were just talking about him. Eric Jones for Legacy. Riley Herbst has won at the O'Reilly Series level. Bubba Wallace. We're going to get Rusty Wallace, Mike Wallace, Kenny Wallace on the list, and maybe other Wallaces as well. Tyler Reddick. And then JGR. Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, and Chase Briscoe. So we got 52 names, and I believe we've got all of the Cup Series. Next, we're going to go back marker. Back marker Cup drivers this season. So like Casey Mears has ran a race this year. JJ Yaley has ran. He hasn't won. Actually, I think it might just be Casey Mears. Who else? I don't think Kligerman has ran in Cup this year, but I put him on here anyway. I don't think he's had a Cup start. David Starr, we were just talking about him earlier. I don't think he's made a Cup start this season, but he has in recent years. It might be it, honestly. There's not a lot of guys who are kind of back markers that, like Timmy Hill hasn't won, but I know Hill's going to pop up here because of Austin Hill. So we got 55. Let's not think too hard about that. Let's go O'Reilly series. So current O'Reilly series, we'll start at Junior Motorsports. We got Sammy Smith on here already. And by the way, I got Parnelli Jones with Eric Jones earlier. And probably some other Joneses. Buckshot Jones, I know, has won some races in the then Busch series back in the day. So let's go O'Reilly. Sammy Smith's already on here. Carson Kvapil is not going to be on here, but Travis Kvapil is. So I'll just put him on here. Justin Allgaier. I already got Zillage. JRM Raja Caruth runs part-time there. He's won in trucks a couple times. So we got Caruth. Jesse Love has won some races. Sheldon Creed won this year. Harrison Burton, former winner. Jeb Burton, Ward Burton, Jeff Burton, all on the list. Brandon Jones would have popped on here when I put Eric Jones' last name. Taylor Gray. Got Eddie Gray on here. That's a freebie. I would not have gotten that. I would not have gotten Eddie Gray specifically. Sawalich won this season. Corey Day has won this season. Austin Hill. Sam Mayer. Am I missing anybody else? I put Almirola. I can't remember if he's ran any races this season or not. But I threw Almirola on the list. Again, we're starting with active drivers who have won at all three series so far. That's where we're starting. Anthony Alfredo, that's another one. Actually, I don't think Alfredo's won. Yeah, Alfredo has not won. Jeremy Clements has won. Clements has 2 wins. Oh, yeah, he won at Mid-Ohio one year. I think he won a Mid-Ohio rain race, and then he won at Daytona a couple of years ago in a crapshoot. I'll put Ryan Truex. Martin Truex Jr. is going to be on here. I think Ryan Truex has ran any races this season. Is that it for O'Reilly? Is it cheating if I look up the point standings? If you guys think it's cheating, I won't pull up the point standings. I just want to make sure I'm not skipping anybody. Okay, we'll skip that. We'll go to trucks. Throw Corey Heim in there. Chandler Smith we already have on the list. Lane Riggs. We're going to get Scott Riggs on the list also. Enfinger. Friesen. Majeski. Ben Rhodes. Eckes. Hemrick. Ankrum. Tyler Ankrum. I gotta get my laptop on a charger. Here we go. Any other truck drivers I'm missing? I'll just throw Crafton on here. I know he just retired last season. Justin Haley's in the truck series. He hasn't won in trucks, but he's won in O'Reilly and Cup. Ruggiero. Gio Ruggiero won at Daytona this year. And he won at Talladega last season also. That might be it. That might be it for trucks. Current trucks. Now, I believe we just go all time. I think we go all time in Cup. Let's get some of these top ones over here on the left. Richard Petty, David Pearson, Cale Yarborough, Waltrip will be Michael and Daryl, Allison, Bobby, Davey, Donnie, Kevin Harvick. Carl Edwards has a lot of wins up there. Matt Kenseth has a lot. Mark Martin, Greg Biffle, Earnhardt, Dale Jr., Dale Sr., Jimmy Johnson. We got Bobby Johns on there first. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Robbie Gordon. Ned Jarrett. Obviously, we got Denny Hamlin. We got the Flock family. Who else has a lot of wins? Tony Stewart. $55 across all three series. Warriors got 21. Casey Kane's got a fair amount. Dave Marcus. I mean, he's on here. Who else? Got some names on the Herb Thomas. You got a Donald Thomas. I don't know who that is. Okay, I don't know who that guy at 55 is, because this is including all three series. Go too fast. Give us time. Dang, dude, I'm on a time limit. That's the problem. We only have 13 minutes left. Got 123 of 359. I'm just going to think of drivers who have won in my lifetime. We got Joe Nemechek with the John Hunter Nemechek already. We got Ricky Rudd on here. Elliott Hermie Sadler have both won in the top three series. Brian Vickers, David Rudiman. You got Scott Riggs already. Jeremy Mayfield. Casey Atwood. And O'Reilly action has won. Jason Leffler. Scott Wimmer. Reed Sorensen. Stremme has not. Ryan Newman. Hornish. Justin Marks. Said Ron Fellows. John Andretti. Mario Andretti. We got AJ Foyt, I know, is on the list. I know he's not for my lifetime. Marvin Panch, Fireball Roberts. I'm just throwing names out there. Just trying to stay on a David Gilliland. Oh, I already got it with Todd Gilliland. My bad. David Reagan, Trevor Bain, Ted Musgrave, the Bodines, Derek Cope. So we got Jeff, Brett, and Todd Bodine, Johnny Sauter, Rick Crawford. Probably get a lot of these trucks. Terry Cook, Eric Darnell. Joe Weatherly. Lake Speed. I think Scott Speed's won a truck race as well. Phil and Benny Parsons. Rich Bickle, Joe Rutman, Mike Bliss, Nelson Stacy, Stacy Compton, Robert Presley, Mike Skinner, Johnny Benson, Jerry Nadeau, Ricky Craven, Paul Menard, Jimmy Spencer, Kenny Schrader, Sterling Marlin, Ernie Irvin, Bobby Hamilton, Pete Hamilton, Jack Sprague, Chad Little, Randy LaJoy, Rick Mast, Sam Ard, Richard Brickhouse, 185 of 359. Alan Kulwicki. Spelled that wrong. Here we go. There's Alan Kulwicki. Craig Sachs. Morgan Shepard. John Wood. Glenn Wood. Ricky Hendrick. The Labonte brothers. Terry Bobby. I know Justin Labonte's on there as well. I got Casey Mears already. Tim Richmond. Neil Bonnet. Wally Dolenbach. Never mind. Dan Gurney, right? There we go. Michael Annette. Almost a 200. I would have already had Regan Smith with putting Chandler Smith in there earlier. Harry Gant, yeah, of course, Harry Gant. Looking back at the chat, yep, Jeff David Green. It's up over 201. Trying to think. Tim Fedewa. Leroy Yarborough. I not put him yet. Maybe I already put him. Dennis Setzer. Brett Moffitt. Stephen Light. Timothy Peters. Cale Gale. John King. Oh, man. Tate Fogelman. Spencer Boyd. Dick Trickle. Tony Raines. Nelson PK. Rick Wilson. Chuck Bone. Charlie Glotzback. Jeff Purvis. Yeah, 217 of 359. Mike Rich is a name I would have never gotten. He's not on here. Hank Parker, yeah, Hank Parker Jr. Steve Park. Rafael Assard. There's got to be, there might be some former champs from the 50s and 60s I haven't named yet. There's somebody with 55 wins I'm missing. Still. Bakers, yes. Buddy Baker, Buck Baker. $222 of 359. I got Paul Menard. Oh, Matt Tift win a? No, he did not. Ryan Reed. Lewis, Ashton Lewis, Kevin Grubb win? No. Johnny Rutherford. Pulled that one out of my rear end. Somebody with my last name got Frankie Schneider. Franks. Wendell Scott. Brian Scott might be on there as well. Mike Snyder. Rex White. Oh, we only have 10 seconds left. Oh, man. 25 minutes is not a lot of time for this. Oh, my gosh. We're out of time already. That was so fast. Ron Hornaday. Oh, that's by far the biggest name I missed on this list. Jamie McMurray. I didn't even get to Ganassi, minus Sterling Marlin. I didn't even get to Ganassi. And obviously Larson, but I forgot Carson Hocevar. I thought I got all the active drivers. So I completely forgot to type Hocevar when I was going through the active drivers list. That's tough. We had 233 of 359. I could have gotten more had we had more time. 25 minutes flies by when you're cooking like that, though. Yeah, Ron Hornaday's tough. Bobby Isaac, Jack Ingram, Vic Rathman, Dick Hutcherson. Curtis Turner's a big one. Speedy Thompson, Tommy Ellis, and Jamie McMurray's tough. That's a former Daytona 500 champion. Cotton Owens, Bob Wellborn, Paul Goldsmith. Yeah, Carson Hocevar, I thought I named him already because obviously we went through all the active drivers across all three series, and apparently I missed Hocevar. Marcus Ambrose, I didn't get to him yet. That's tough. Rob Moroso, Butch Lindley, Mike McLaughlin, Marshall Teague, Daryl Derringer, Rick Carlelli, Herschel McGriff. Nick Sanchez, another active driver. Yeah, Nick Sanchez. Obviously Montoya, because again, I forgot like an assy. Kenny Irwin Jr., Chad Chapin, Kevin LePage. Just going through some other guys who might have won in my lifetime. Mark Donahue. So I was getting some of those guys from the open wheel world from the 60s, and I forgot about him. Manuel Zervakis is another one. Johnny Beauchamp. Mike Alexander. I mean, I'm not going to go through every single name that I missed. Caden Honeycutt. Oh my gosh, I forgot about Honeycutt winning at the Glen this year. I had John West Townley on the tip of my tongue, and I didn't name him. Brandon Witt. I got a lot of drivers from that era, but I didn't pull him out. Ben Kennedy, Justin Lofton, Kaz Gralla, Matt DiBenedetto, Joey Coulter, Colin Braun. I missed a lot of truck guys. A lot of truck wins there. I can't believe so. Caden Honeycutt, I just completely skipped when I was thinking of active drivers. He's only been a winner for a couple weeks, but you would think that'd be fresh enough in my memory. Spencer Gallagher, Brandon Brown, those are both Talladega wins. The 2020s or 2010s. Shane Neal. All right. I did not get the average score. That's tough. You got to be quick to get average. I was 7% below average. I didn't think I took a lot of... There was a couple of short breaks in there. I'm thinking strategy-wise where I should go with it. I definitely could have done better. Had there been no time, I easily would have gotten more. We just ran out of time. But I didn't get the average score, so we might have to come back to this quiz later in the season. I think later in the season we got to come back to this. That was the first time I've tried a quiz like that. Gregory Bradley, thanks for tuning in. Frank Powers, thanks for tuning in. Justin Dominique. Melina Martin, welcome to the stream. Norman Danner, all of you playing along with the trivia, appreciate it. You guys help me out. I have a couple of them I was skipping along the way. Fago, welcome to the stream. When is this starting? No idea. Currently on a weather delay. There's fans in the stands, so it's not raining currently, which is good. Fans are in the grandstands, not currently raining. We've had over 100 to 200 people concurrently watching this entire stream, despite the fact that we've been on a rain delay the entire time. B. Dobson. Caroline New Kirby Sister, thanks for tuning in. Blue Man, welcome to the stream. Cletus only racing ARCA at MIS this week. I would assume Cletus is only racing ARCA. Because the only truck start he's made is Daytona. And O'Reilly's not racing there. I think that's all the shout-outs that I've seen in the chat so far. I think. Not entirely sure. No. Pretty sure, yeah. It wasn't raining when I started the stream, and it started raining after the national anthem. So that's why I'm live. Yeah. You can play trivia if you want with us.
Like, come sit here?
I don't care, yeah. I got time to kill. They've just been interviewing drivers for the last, hour.
Get this off.
Yeah, take your time. Oh, boy. We might have a special guest on the channel here shortly. Modern Genetics, thanks for tuning in. Maybe C+. The grade, 65 is probably a D. That's barely passing. When I was in school, D wasn't really considered passing. So I don't know that accounts for anything.
Can I walk?
Yeah, I don't care. You need a seat?
No, I just want to go back.
Oh.
I pack my work stuff without.
Yeah, take your time. All right. I don't even know what other NASCAR quizzes we can do here. That one was a long one. That was fun. It was very challenging. Just the time alone made it very challenging. I really thought I was doing well there, and then we ended up not getting the average score. It's only the third time that I could remember us not getting the average score. It's very rare. And that was after we almost went perfect on our first quiz. First round. And thank you to everybody tuning in for this stream. I know we haven't had any racing to cover so far. We've been live for a little over 90 minutes. But we're on pace for this being one of the more viewed streams of the season. Hopefully we get this race in. Again, it is not currently raining right now. They just had a quick shower that passed through about an hour ago, right after the national anthem. But drivers are on pit road. They don't have umbrellas anymore, so I'd imagine track drying is currently going on.
Did you get my packages from the...
Oh, yeah, they're in my car still.
Sorry. Good job, Stephen.
I had to put it in the back seat because your sister ended up driving with me to the driving range.
You want to be in the Mustang?
Your parents forced her in there, so I wasn't driving alone. I'm like, I'm only driving 20 minutes. See here.
Yeah, look at me.
Not enough sunscreen.
I forgot. I brought it and I forgot to put it on until it was
That's tough.
like. I don't know how I burned on one thigh and not the other.
That's pretty impressive. We
You have
got
to oil me up, baby.
So I was trying to turn the lamp on because it's getting dark in here and it's not even plugged in. That's wild. That's not how electricity works. Apparently you have to plug stuff in. There we go. That'll help with our light situation. It was getting a little dark in here. It's just after 8 p.m. Eastern. Race Monday at 11? Is that what you're suggesting? I'm going to see if anything's been posted on X before I start another quiz. Bob Hawkhurst was wrong about his initial start time. Uh, 43 minutes. Started tonight's race by NASCAR, delayed due to weather. Let's do on Bob Hawkhurst's X account. I mean, Bob Hawkhurst stated that it team's now shooting for a command at 8:25 Eastern. So, I mean, that's good. That's only 10 minutes from now. So, we may be close to getting the command to fire engines. We could only be 10 minutes away. That's the latest update I've got for you. That was posted about 10 minutes ago. All right. Got a cat looking to get petted on. Everybody wants in on this stream. All right. Well, hopefully we get the command to fire engines in about 10 minutes. Trivia, when will it stop raining? Or when will they call it? My phone literally just died on me, so I'm going to plug this in. It's going to be a couple minutes before I can get it back on again. Well, the good news is there's no racing going on at the moment, so it's not like we're missing anything here. I don't think we're going to do another trivia because we only have 10 minutes until the command. I think we're just going to hang out here. If you got some bold takes in the chat for either tonight's race or how you think the second half of the regular season is going to go, comment below. What do you have to do to be on the stream? I guess be in the same room as a rain delay, I guess. We don't have a lot of rain delays. This is the first, I think, pre-race rain delay for the Cup Series this season. We had one for the Truck Series last week on Friday. We were live for about an hour on Friday, and then they ended up calling it, so we stepped out. But this is the first Cup Series rain delay we've had this season. Chase Elliott's only got 61 stage points this year. I missed that when we were going through the point standings beginning of the stream. The fact that he's still fifth in points is pretty impressive. That means he's got a really good average finish. And obviously, he's the only driver with more than one win outside of Tyler Reddick, which also helps with the discrepancy between wins now.
I hurt.
You don't look like you're comfortable. See here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do another quiz. Ours are uncovered. That is good. Working on pit passes for the truck race next weekend. That, I mean, it'd be pretty cool. That's an early race next weekend, too. I was looking at the schedule for Michigan next week. It's so early that I don't know if Cup practice and qualifying's after the truck race or if it's going to be in the morning before the truck race. So the truck race is at 1:30 Eastern on Saturday. Wish the Cup race started that early. I can tell you that much. No, it doesn't start until 3. Make that make sense. It's a longer race and starts an hour and a half later than the Truck Series. Truck Series is half the race length and starts an hour and a half earlier. I think it's because IndyCar might be racing on Saturday next week, if I had to guess, and they don't want overlapping races with Fox Sports. I would assume that is why the truck race is early, and IndyCar will probably get the prime spot there. Or Fox Sports 1's got baseball programming at 4. I guess that could be the case too. I really have no idea. Someone's saying races tomorrow. I think they were just asking if that was like a good time. It is not. It's going to be a late night, but it's not going to be as late as it was Friday. Friday night Craftsman Truck Series, we did not get that race started until about 11 p.m. Now that I did not go live and sit for 3 hours. We just kind of waited off stream for the race to start. As it was about to begin, we ended up getting the stream started. 6 minutes away from the command to fire engine. So with the command at 8:25 Eastern, they'll have to dry pit road as soon as the cars get on the track. That took some time during the truck race the other night. I would probably say we're not going to be going green until 8:40 to 8:45 if I had to guess. I'm going to say 8:40 to 8:45 Eastern will actually have the green flag. So this race that was supposed to kind of start in the daylight, finish in the night, it's now mostly going to be night, which is going to be interesting to see how the race begins by way of who is going to be fast and who's not going to be, because the track's not going to go through as many changes. Lincoln Roberts, thanks for tuning in. I'll keep the pinned comment about the delayed race so far, just in case people are tuning in like, what's happened? Rain. Nothing on track yet. Had some extra time to set your fantasy league lineup if you haven't yet. Looks like it doesn't lock until 8:30 now. So you got 10 extra minutes for fantasy locks. Pull the starting grid up. Qualifying was rained out yesterday, so the metric sets the starting lineup for this week's race. Second consecutive week that is the case. Last weekend for the Coke 600 at Charlotte, that was also a track/race that had qualifying rained out. Now, they did have practice yesterday, but no qualifying. Last week at Charlotte, they had no practice or qualifying. But qualifying set based off the metric, and that metric is 70% of the metric is finished from last week, 30% owner's points. So the combination of the two, and that is why you see Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, first two in points. They both had top fives last week. They're going to be on the front row. Starting lineup for today's race, you got Denny Hamlin starting on pole, Tyler Reddick in second. This is going to be Hamlin's third career pole at Nashville of the 6 races now that we've had here. Daniel Suarez, last week's Coke 600 winner, will be on the inside of row number 2. Christopher Bell, who won a stage last week, will be outside of row number 2, still looking for his first win of 2026. He's my pick for the win tonight. In row 3 will be Kyle Larson, who's also winless so far this season. He won the inaugural Nashville Superspeedway Cup race in 2021, and Ty Gibbs, a one-time winner this season, looking fast in practice this weekend, and trying to translate that here in the race as well. Ryan Blaney, defending race winner last season, will be on the inside of row 4. William Byron, still winless this year and outside the top 10 in points, looking for a rebound race today. Joey Logano, the 2024 winner, on the inside of row 5, alongside Shane Van Gisbergen, who comes in 14th in points, finished 11th a week ago. Zane Smith, a former runner-up in 2024 here, and Brad Keselowski will be in row number 6. Row 7, Eric Jones and Michael McDowell. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., A.J. Allmendinger in row 8. Carson Hocevar, runner-up last season, and Bubba Wallace in row number 9. And rounding out the top 10 will be Alex Bowman and Cole Custer. Or top 10 rows, I should say. Row 10, Alex Bowman, Cole Custer. Todd Gillen, Chris Buescher in row 11. Row 12 will be Riley Herbst and Corey Heim. It was announced earlier in the week. Corey Heim will be full-time at 2311 Racing in the Cup Series next season, and he will be in that 35 car. Austin Hill in the 33 again this weekend for RCR. Noah Gregson to the outside of that row in row 13. Row 14 will be John Hunter Nemechek and Ryan Preece, a 2-time truck winner at Nashville. Chase Elliott, the only other former Cup winner here in 2022, will be on the inside of row 15 alongside Ty Dillon. Chase Briscoe, Austin Dillon starting deep in the field in row number 16. Row 17 for Josh Berry and Cody Ware. Row 18, Ross Chastain, another former winner from 2023 at Nashville, and Austin Cindric. And rounding out the field, Chad Fincham and rookie 19-year-old Connor Zilich. And that will be your full field starting lineup for tonight's Cracker Barrel 400 at Nashville. Stage splits today will be 90 laps in Stage 1. Stage 2 will be 95 laps, 115 for Stage 3, 300 laps, 400 miles for tonight's race. Get my phone turned on here. If you're wondering for visual purposes where you can watch tonight's race, Amazon Prime Video covering last week with the Coke 600, the next 4 races on the schedule for the NASCAR Cup Series. Adam Alexander, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Steve Letarte in the booth. Drivers in their cars, yep. T-Van, welcome to the stream. And greatly appreciate it. We've had over 100 people in the chat throughout this roughly hour and a half, closing in on, well, I guess it'd be about an hour and a half rain delay, but we've been live on the channel for about 2 hours now. We haven't had any racing yet, so greatly appreciate that we've been able to hold this many people on standby for this long. I know last year a lot of people were new to the channel, tuning in for the Prime races, of course, probably not paying for streaming. Listening live here on YouTube. We're live all season long across the top 3 series, Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup action. We did Indy 500 coverage last weekend on the channel. Other motorsport races like the Rolex 24 back in January, and select ARCA dates as well. We've done 2 ARCA races this season, Daytona and Talladega. Hopefully we can get Cup qualifying next week for the first time in a few weeks. But we didn't do the All-Star race because it was an exhibition, and then the last 2 weeks qualifying's gotten rained out, so we haven't had a qualifying stream, and by next week it'll be 4 weeks already. Hopefully we can get back to that. It's been quite some time. A lot of rain in the NASCAR world. Just in the last 2 weeks alone. Really, we have been very blessed with weather both this year and last season in NASCAR, so we were due to have some rainy weekends. There wasn't a single race across the top 3 series delayed last season from one day to the next. We had a couple of minor delays that lasted within an hour or two, but we didn't have postponements completely moving the race to another day across the top 3 series. We finally had the first one for the truck race delayed 2 days last week, and all 3 series last week also rain shortened. First time in NASCAR history that each of the top 3 series did not get to their scheduled finish. And then the 3-hour rain delay this week for the truck series, and now this roughly hour-and-a-half rain delay for Cup, all at Nashville. Hopefully Michigan does not have more of the same next week. It's been tough for Prime Video. First 2 races of the NASCAR schedule in their 5-race block, and they have to deal with weather delays or weather shortening races and something of that nature over the first couple of weeks. The billions of dollars they forked over, I'm sure they were not prepared for this to be how their 2026 NASCAR coverage begins. At least with the race side of things. Yeah, Michigan should be a lot of fun next week. That's put on a great show with this next-gen car over the last couple years. The Michigan races I've gone to, honestly, the last 2 seasons I thought were some of the better races I've seen there. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, it was over the course of 2 days because they started on Sunday. Rain came, they didn't get to halfway, so then they finished the last 90 minutes or so the following day on Monday. But collectively, as a whole, if I was to combine the 2 days of racing, it was a pretty great race. And luckily, last year, more of the same, and it was all over one day instead of 2. Went to this track in 2024, literally in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, Nashville Super Speedway is in Lebanon, Tennessee, which is roughly 50 minutes outside of Nashville. A lot of area racetracks that are located to major metropolitan areas are a lot closer to the city than what Nashville Super Speedway is to Nashville. Usually it's within that 10 to 30 minutes, somewhere in there, but yeah, it's almost an hour outside of Nashville. Cars are rolling. Engines fired a few minutes ago, but the cars are rolling. Awesome. Went through the starting lineup for tonight's race already. Denny Hamlin again on the front row. Let's listen in to some late breaking updates as we approach the drop of the green flag for tonight's race.
Worried about time. What would the bonus need to be for you to take your starting position and go shotgun on the field for the win? All right, buddy. Hey, have fun tonight. We'll be watching. Or I could see the grin under the helmet. He wasn't ready for that. Like promising stuff. Our pit reporters working hard with that hour-plus rain delay. and they're going to keep working for us all night long. Let's get an update for the pit lane now. We start with Trevor Bain, Tennessee's own Trevor Bain. What's happening, Trevor?
Hey, Adam, it's good to be home, but I got to catch up with Tyler Reddick earlier, and I was asking him about his brakes. He kept talking about them in practice being squishy and a weird pedal feel. Most of the time, that's generated from heat, but crew chief Billy Scott didn't think that was the issue. He said Tyler's kind of struggled with that in this next big part. Nashville is a place that's very tough on brakes, maybe worse than the tires sometimes, Dale.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of cars down in the garage this weekend with a lot of different theories on how to go about keeping the brakes happy on these cars. There were some cars, a lot of the Fords I saw completely solid on the tape on the front of the nose, no air going into the ducts. And then you have some of the Toyotas, this car here, wide open up top. So there's a lot of theories. And there's a lot of components, parts, pieces that go with that combination, rotors, different things that they can do, master cylinders and so forth to make the driver happy.
And much like the tire question of Denny Hamlin, you know what helps the brakes the most? A good balanced race car, because then you don't depend on the brakes. They're kind of a little bit of a tool, but not really a crutch.
Let's get a word from Marty and Kim before we go green. What do you have for us, Marty?
Adam Bubba Wallace had some very honest comments in the media this week when he was asked how the racing has been lately for the 23 team. He said, quote, "I'm constantly making mistakes and not getting the utmost speed out of our car and getting mediocre finishes, 15th to a 20th place day when our cars are unloading with winning speed." So I asked Charles tonight, how do you keep your driver in the game and keep him motivated? He said, pretty simple. I just give him little goals throughout the race. Goal 1, in stage 1, just get from 18th to the top 10, and we can race from there, Kim.
Well, Marty, after a DNF last week at Charlotte, Chase Briscoe starts 31st by the metric. Crew Chief James Small telling me it's going to be a big ask to try to earn any stage points tonight. And not just because of their starting position, but because this is a place where he feels like Chase doesn't really fully know what he needs. Chase even saying he feels like he's always searching here. And on top of that, he thinks this is the hardest place they go to make passes. But on the positive side, Chase ranks top 5 on restarts, and that is a place here at Nashville you can make up track position.
Talk about a role reversal. Last year on the pole, tonight coming from 31st, talking about Chase Briscoe. Now our Harbor Freight tools for victory, Steve.
Well, it starts with that tire where we talked so much about that brand new green polished off racetrack with this rain. You're going to have to really take care of the tires and then catching a break. See what I did there? I thought you liked that. You have to have some good luck. So the caution may have to come at the right time. Your strategy might have to come with you. But those breaks we talk about, and then restarts. You can put that on every racetrack all year long, but perhaps nowhere more important than here at Nashville. Everybody really funnels into turn 1, and while the middle groove and the top groove work at times, the bottom groove really seems to dominate on this restart.
Yeah, as we start this race, the restarts will be relatively calm. And when I watched the race back from last year, stage 3 was insane. We had multiple rows, 3 wide, through turns 1 and 2, and all the way down the backstretch, and for a few more corners, just crazy battles happening throughout the field. So, as Steve mentioned, those will get more and more intense as the race goes on.
Where we're at right here, look at the banking. So as we look at this bumper cam, you see that paved area right to the left. We're going to talk about that pit entry. It's not as much just blind as the transit. You get on the brakes, and as you turn left, and that left front tire kind of hits flat right there, man, it just wants to push the car straight. We saw a lot of cars miss it in practice. So let's make it a very difficult racetrack already. Let's make it tougher. Like getting on pit road, really difficult.
Let's go back and look at what you're talking about and just the challenges of getting on to the pit lane here under green. Well, there's cars that are just overshooting it, coming in too fast, and they're all pushing to see where that limit is. So you're going to see some cars make that mistake in practice, and then that would have been an illegal entry going over the box there. See Blaney here not able to make it to pit road.
And I love missing it, Dale. Yeah, in practice, like trying to
That's
find
right. Push, find out where that limit is. The transition, as you mentioned, Steve, from the banking onto the flat is extremely aggressive. And for these next-gen cars, which ride so low to the ground, it's really, really rough. You can get the car upset, and you can't, if you start sliding wheels through that transition, that's when you're going to spin out or miss or speed.
Field hasn't yet gotten the one to go signal. I predicted 8:40 to 8:45 Eastern they go green once they had to dry pit road when all the cars that were obviously parked on pit road in the pre-race were left. So that was going to be the last part of the track to have to be dried. Waiting on them to get one to go. Hopefully this time by they do get it. Rain short a week ago. Daniel Suarez getting his third career Cup win, first of the season, and obviously his first crown jewel victory, winning the Coca-Cola 600 last week. Now we get to see who's going to win at Nashville Superspeedway this weekend. 5 different drivers in the NASCAR Cup Series have won in the first 5 races here, all still active in the Cup Series field. And a lot of drivers starting up inside the top 10 who have not won here. The likes of Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick on the front row. Gibbs has been fast this season with a win this year. Obviously hasn't won at Nashville. William Byron, another driver who has not won at Nashville, all starting up at the front of the pack.
Well,
Back down to Trevor.
yeah, guys, I've spent a lot of time around Ty Gibbs over the last few years after being teammates in 22 in the O'Reilly series at JGR. But I've got to say, this is the lightest I've seen Ty Gibbs around the garage. Spoke with Tyler Allen about it earlier, and he said Ty just went into this season saying, we got to have fun doing this. And he said Ty is definitely having fun. I know it's easier when you're going fast. He's had so many top 5s recently. They said they want to keep that top 5 train rolling, maybe get another win on concrete like Bristol, Kim.
Well, Trevor, Kyle Larson's the only driver to finish top 10 in all 5 races at Nashville, including a win here in 2021. But those stats don't give the full story. Outside of the win 5 years ago, Kyle said they've been honestly pretty bad here and instead have just figured out a way to execute their way to the front through restarts and pit strategy. Crew Chief Cliff Daniels even telling me they've been painfully bad here, struggling even at times. The car, though, the good news, was comfortable in practice for Larson this weekend. The team thinks it's going to be a heavy lift to beat the Toyotas, but Cliff telling me he's leaning on the mentality that the best car can still be beat. So for them, it's about pouncing when the opportunity presents itself, Marty.
Kim, as the teams check their pit road speed coming down pit road right now, a much-needed second-place finish at Charlotte for Christopher Bell last week. And he said this week, one thing I am very proud of, we did a great job of winning races in 2025. We did not do a good job of leading laps. Already in 2026, just halfway through the regular season, we've led more laps this year than we did in all of 2025. That has made me very proud. And Adam, we mentioned it earlier in the show, the last 3 winners here at Nashville got their first win of the year. Could Christopher Bell make it 4 straight years here in Music City?
Here's the other thing I would add on the 20. Big jump when you look at the chase standings last week, up to 8th after winning a stage at Charlotte, so they have some momentum. Great starting position, no doubt. Driver 20, someone to keep an eye on here tonight. I would put William Byron in that category as well. Driver 24 going from the 8th position.
One car can get any better. Yeah. How can I get on at it? What's that month now? It's be all that. Okay. Yes, sir. Get out the control we can. Hey, guys. Have a good night.
I love that ad. Control what we can. There's going to be chaos. This race always provides it. But you can't allow the emotion of other people's mistakes or a bad time caution. You just got to stick with what you can control. Way easier said than done.
So Byron right there at 12th. They need a couple of wins to feel good about the postseason or the playoffs. Going into the chase. If you want to be in that top 6, have a real good shot at it.
1 to go. So drivers are all settled in. How do you reset after a delay and maybe your schedule being, your routine being upset here?
Yeah, it's kind of tough because you're geared up to go and you got to sit around and wait. The drivers that stay in that mind frame or that can get back into that mind frame quickly are the ones that'll be able to fire off here and be on attack mode. You cannot be passive. You can be casual about this. These restarts are critical. Once we settle in, it's going to be difficult to pass. It'll be hard to make passes after about 5 or 6 corners. You have to be able to make gains, take advantage of people, put people in bad situations on these restarts in the first handful of corners, or else you're going to be that person that's in a bad spot losing positions.
I'm glad you said that, because while I agree that the restarts will continue to increase, you can't kind of coast this first one. You can't just mail it in, because if you have track position, the guy behind you, he wants it. So you have to want to protect it more than the guy behind you is willing to risk it.
Well, it's official. Storms have cleared out, and after just over an hour and a half rain delay, fireworks shooting up on the back straightaway. Lights are out on the pace car, and we are set to go green for 400 miles of racing here tonight at Nashville Superspeedway. Mile and a third, concrete oval. Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, the top two in points, will be on the front row after qualifying washed out yesterday. Third pole for Denny Hamlin at Nashville in his Cup career. Tyler Reddick trying to go for his first Nashville win alongside Hamlin as we begin tonight's race. Reddick trying to go for number 6 on the season as well as far as the win column is considered. Hamlin going to launch early. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway at Nashville Superspeedway. That was a big launch for Denny Hamlin as well. It looked like he might have gone before the restart zone. I'm sure NASCAR is going to have to take a look at this, but he may have jumped the initial start. Hamlin was the pole sitter, but it looked like he launched before he got to that first white line. Needless to say, in the record book side of things, he's going to lead the opening lap of the race today by a pretty wide margin over Tyler Reddick in second, who is clear. Suarez clear for third in front of the other Toyota at the front of the pack of Christopher Bell. And Larson beating Ty Gibbs in row 3 for the 5th spot. Bell already going up the racetrack into that middle to upper groove, trying to get some clean air in the nose and work his way closer to Daniel Suarez at the next position in front of him. Probably going to start off with a mostly one-groove racetrack tonight. And yes, NASCAR is giving Denny Hamlin a penalty off the start. So again, he did jump the start. I saw by my naked eye that it looked like he launched before he got to the white line. It was pretty blatant. So despite starting on the pole, Denny Hamlin rolls early, and he is going to get a penalty for jumping the start of this race. I mean, yeah, he launched clear as day before that first white line. If I could see it live time, we don't need the slowdown replays to see that he launched early. So that's going to be a pass-through penalty for Hamlin. He's going to have to try to back it down to pit road speed. Pass-through penalty, 45 miles per hour, the pit road speed limit here at Nashville, and he is going to fall to the tail end of the lead lap. He should still be on the lead lap. I don't think he's going to go a lap down because of this, but he's obviously going to lose a ton of track position. So he leads the first 2 laps of the race. Lap 3, he serves his penalty. Tyler Reddick is now the new race leader, with Daniel Suarez in second, Christopher Bell third, and Kyle Larson in fourth. A little bit of a wiggle on the bottom lane of the racetrack for Suarez, trying to slide up in front of Christopher Bell, but Bell's got the head of steam and momentum on the high side, brewing forward, and into turns 1 and 2 has his nose out in front of Suarez, and will complete the pass for second. Larson in that middle to upper groove as well, above the 7 of Daniel Suarez, trying to press forward. Got 4 cars under a blanket, 2nd through 5th right now. So Denny Hamlin last on the racetrack after having to serve the penalty for jumping the start. Tyler Reddick is pulling away from Christopher Bell and company behind him. And now Kyle Larson to the inside of Daniel Suarez for 3rd place into turns 1 and 2. Looking to take over the next spot. They're still door-to-door off the exit of turn 2, and this is allowing Ty Gibbs to grow closer in the rearview mirror behind the 5 and the 7. And about to be a 3-car battle for the 3rd spot. Suarez keeping the 5-car pinned down, but Larson seems to be struggling rolling the middle of the corner. Can't get back to the throttle quite as soon as both Bell and Reddick, who have kind of pulled themselves away from this battle going on behind them. Suarez hanging in tough. Brian Blaney also in the mix now, getting held up behind the 5 and the 7 car, who are more than 2 seconds off the race leader, Tyler Reddick. Larson with a slide job into turns 3 and 4 and finally completes the pass on Suarez. Dirty air pocket there for Suarez in the higher lane in front of, behind Kyle Larson. And Ty Gibbs in the 54 will shoot through into 4th. Lap number 8 at Nashville, moment of silence for Kyle Busch as we'll be doing the rest of the season. Lap number 8 in the books now. Tyler Reddick is going to lead all but the first 2 laps of tonight's race. After Denny Hamlin jumped the initial start after being on the pole, Hamlin now in last place because of it at the tail end of the lead lap. And we're going to see what kind of speed the 11 car's got to try to stay in the lead lap if we have a long green flag run. No caution so far in the opening 8. Fastest lap of the race actually is Christopher Bell on lap 6 with a lap time of a 29.881. And he is now within a half a second. And Tyler Reddick was also quicker than the race leader that last time by also. Ty Gibbs will get through to 4th place. A little longer battle with Suarez than I thought he was going to have initially. Suarez is bleeding positions. Ryan Blaney to the inside for 5th. Suarez, who started 3rd by way of the metric with qualifying getting rained out, definitely struggling in the early laps. Of all the drivers in the top 16 in points, he comes in 10th, and he has the least amount of stage points of any of those drivers. And despite a good qualifying, or starting effort, I should say specifically tonight, he is going backwards in a hurry. 11 laps in, and he has already lost 4 spots. Both Blaney and Byron got by him that last lap. Blaney nearly made contact with Daniel Suarez, got caught in a position where he had to lift along with the 7 car at the exit of turn 4 the last lap. Byron gets by. Blaney wiggles in that upper lane of the racetrack. Still no grip up there with the single lane groove after all the rubber was washed away from overnight storms as well as storms before the start of the race today. Got a green racetrack, and with these concrete ovals, it usually takes a little bit into the green flag run for the rubber to actually be laid down into multiple grooves, and Blaney just was not able to hold that outside well. Byron into 5th place. Shane Van Gisbergen, who impressed on an oval last week, ran top 10 all day at Charlotte, is in the top 10 early here. Started in 10th, he's up a couple positions to 8th and looking for 7th on Daniel Suarez. Eric Jones, who also had a pretty stellar run, top 12 all of Charlotte last week, is in the top 10 early, and he's up 4 positions from his 13th starting spot. Suarez, the only driver who's actually lost positions who started in the top 10 outside of Denny Hamlin. And the biggest movers of the race so far, up 7 positions for Chase Elliott from 29th to 22nd, and Ross Chastain, who started 35th, up 6 spots to 29th in the first 13 laps. Reddick and Bell trading lap times at the front of the field as Reddick has opened the gap up a couple more tenths from where it was a couple laps ago over the 20. 0.8 of a second split right now between Reddick in 1st and Christopher Bell in 2nd. 2.6 seconds back to Kyle Larson in 3rd. Ty Gibbs 3.5 back in 4th. And William Byron 4.9 seconds out of the lead in 5th. Ryan Blaney 5.5 seconds back at 6th. Daniel Suarez still in 7th, 6 seconds back. Shane Van Gisbergen in 8th is 6.3 seconds off the lead. Eric Jones in 9th is 6.5 seconds back. And Joey Logano 7.8 seconds rounds out the top 10. That's his deficit to our current race leader, Tyler Reddick. Commercial break on Amazon Prime Video, first of the race, and it will be a side-by-side break. Our live commentary coverage of the Cracker Barrel 400 continues, and we'll take our first break of the stream. You're listening live, KRC, to full flag-to-flag coverage of tonight's race. Wood Bentley, thanks for tuning in. Pulling for Alex Bowman. You vote for who you think is going to win tonight's race in our chat poll. I didn't get the chat poll up until about an hour into the stream with the rain delay going on, but still 161 votes. 57% of those 162 votes now have taken somebody other than my top 3 for the win, Hamlin, Bell, and Reddick. Hamlin with the penalty set behind early. He has 15% of the votes. Christopher Bell, my pick to win, in 2nd place right now at 15% of the votes. And Tyler Reddick, 12%, as he is the current leader. Paulie Bobby Livingsworth, welcome in. Watching from Australia, go SVG. Paulie, he is having a great start to this race today. Intermediate ovals, he is successing at. Short oval, he's got to get a little bit better. It's kind of a hybrid between the two because it's not quite a mile and a half in length, but it is a shorter intermediate. He's learning fast. He's being in the car every week alone, I'm sure, helping him. Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano battling for 10th on the racetrack. Carson Hocevar looking fast early, up 5 positions. Again, finished second at Nashville last year. It was this stretch of the season between the Coke 600, Nashville, and Michigan where Hocevar was leading laps, contending for wins at those racetracks. And obviously with a win already this season and running top 10 in points, has been far more consistent this year. A track like Nashville, which could be good for him, but an already surging team by way of momentum, could be a good night for Carson Hocevar. 20 laps complete out of 90 in stage 1, this time by Reddick leads.
4.8. Mellon second is 4.9. Tire speed has a lot to do with this. Like on brand new tires, you definitely don't get as much, as good a fuel consumption. As we run longer in, you're going to see that. And then remember that Logano highlight, the 5 overtime? He went 110 laps that day. So when we talk about being able to go about 70 laps, he stretched his to 110. So you see it right here, right? 4.7 miles per gallon. It's a 1.3 mile racetrack. I think if these guys work really hard, they can improve that at like a half a mile to a whole mile for every gallon burned. That's a long ways. And how do you do that at a track like Nashville? Well, 2 real big things burn fuel, right? The throttle's the obvious one. The more you pass the throttle, the more throttle you're using. But Dale, we've talked about brakes. You see right there in the bottom left, a little bit of brake usage out of Reddick. Well, if you're trying to save gas, you lift a little early, you don't use any brakes, you let the car coast and roll. There, it takes less throttle to accelerate back down the straightaway. We'll revisit this all night. You never know when a fuel mileage race may break out.
And think about that in Michigan, Pocono. I mean, the coming weeks, we'll see it a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, here around, we used the burn bar a lot last year. We didn't really use it at the 600 much. I was wondering if people were curious where it went.
Yeah, and really for the 600, even though NASCAR's longest race, because of the 100-lap stages, it really doesn't show up as much. Here, stage 1, stage 2, I don't expect it to be a story, but that third stage, we can see somebody try to stretch a tank.
Riding on board with Joey Logano here. Hunt's Brothers Pizza on board. Brad Keselowski. Bubba Wallace out there behind him. We saw just a minute ago, Logano gave up the spot to Allmendinger. Allmendinger running really well up there in 12th place, just ahead of Joey.
I would be really interested to see these Goodyear tires in about 10 more laps. This should be the worst, right? I mean, the wear should get a little better.
Absolutely. Yeah, this will be the worst run. Every run after this, the wear will get increasingly better as they put more rubber down on the racetrack and the track becomes less abrasive to the tire.
We had so much fun last Sunday night in the Coke 600 talking about Zane Smith.
Yeah, we did.
And, they had a strategy play. He leads 31 laps, most laps he's ever led in a race. We knew there could be momentum there because he finished second here at Nashville a couple of years ago. But what was amazing to me, they got the top 10 of the 600. They led those laps, had a penalty, and still were able to rally. This is a guy that's really finding some rhythm right now.
They ran good here last year, had a top 10 in one of the stages. So, I mean, I was hoping that we would see him again inside the top 15 this weekend to be able to continue that conversation around this young man. He's got a lot of talent. He's worked really hard to create his opportunities. And he's with a team that, traditionally doesn't run in the top 10 a lot. So this is a great opportunity for the team to improve, for them to go up there and run the top 10 and see what that's like and know how they can, know what they need to do and what's working. Start sharing that information with his teammates.
That line he just ran at 3 and 4, super impressed. He entered the middle, and that car could turn down and get a great run off the corner. Now he's going to turn below the 7. And look how good this 38 turns the middle of the corner. I'm impressed with the handling of this 38 early.
It's handling good, but you see it moving around as well. He's driving the wheels off of it. It is not afraid to mash it and can drive it to the limit, drive it right on the edge. Mark Martin, all of our pre-race, they talked about how you have to drive this racetrack, this concrete on the edge. Carl Edwards talked about how important that is.
28 laps into the race out of 390 in stage 1, so about a third of the way home. If we start to see pit stops halfway through the first stage, teams trying to split this opening segment in half, we're probably less than 15 laps away from seeing the beginning drivers hit the pit lane Tyler Reddick is held between a 6 to 8 tenth of a second advantage over Christopher Bell in second. Kyle Larson is in third place still. Ty Gibbs fourth. William Byron rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Ryan Blaney is in sixth with Eric Jones seventh. Shane Van Gisbergen eighth. Zane Smith just made a pass on Daniel Suarez for ninth. And Suarez currently rounds out the top 10. 11th is Carson Hocevar with AJ Allmendinger in 12th. Joey Logano's faded back to 13th. Brad Keselowski 14th and Bubba Wallace 15th. Michael McDowell 16th. Riley Herbst 17th. Alex Bowman 18th. Corey Hyman 19th. And Todd Gillen rounds out the top 20. Chase Elliott up 8 spots to 21st. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd. Chase Briscoe also up 8 spots to 23rd. Chris Buescher 24th and Noah Gragson 25th. 26 is Ross Chastain. Cole Custer 27th. Austin Hill 28th. Josh Berry 29th and Ryan Preece 30th. 31st for John Hunter Nemechek. Connor Zilic 32nd. Ty Dillon 33rd. Austin Dillon 34th. Austin Cindric 35th. 36 still is Denny Hamlin at the tail end of the lead lap. 2 cars a lap down. Cody Ware in 37th and Chad Fincham 38th, rounding out the full car field. Will Denny Hamlin go a lap down at stage 1 after having that penalty for jumping the initial start? If you're Tyler Reddick, I would want to do my best to lap that 11 car, because if you can trap him a lap down early, that's going to take one of the biggest contenders for the race win out of it early. Plus, if you look at the regular season championship side of things, he's your closest competitor for the regular season championship. If you can win a stage and trap him a lap down, that is going to be problematic for the 11 gaining any kind of points over the 45 as we begin the second half of the regular season here tonight. Remember, the regular season champion will have a 25-point cushion over second place when the chase begins, and when the chase does reset, it will strictly be points for those final 10 races deciding the champion at season's end at Homestead Miami Speedway. Carson Hocevar making a pass on Daniel Suarez, his teammate, to get up inside the top 10. Zane Smith's kind of pulled away from the 77 and 7 for the time being. And Brad Keselowski, I believe, in the 6 car, trying to close in now on Daniel Suarez. 7 car's definitely going to have to make some adjustments. Suarez off the pace here early as he's dropped from 3rd to 11th in the first 33 laps. Not a lot of tire fall off, and we're going to see a lot more of this in the first stage with the green racetrack versus the rest of the race as the track is now rubbered in. About a half a second of fall off at most for the leaders in these first 33 completed laps. Really 3 to 5 tenths, not a lot. We're going to see a lot of 2-tire strategy calls under caution flag situations if we see any of those today. Brake rotor's already glowing for the driver of the 77, Carson Hocevar, as he worked his way through turns 1 and 2 a couple laps ago. Prime Video getting a good shot of that on their cameras. That's a lot of glow this early in the race, I feel. And obviously under the lights, you're going to see that a little bit better than what you would in the daytime. But this is a track that has yielded brake failures before. We have seen Spire Motorsports at tracks like this, these longer intermediates, short intermediate tracks with long straightaways, high braking, like a Gateway, like a New Hampshire here at Nashville, which is slightly more banked than those 2 tracks I just named. But having those issues is going to be interesting. Caution's out for the first time today.
As the caution comes out, competition
yellow with qualifying getting rained out.
35 because of all the rains we got beginning this race on a green racetrack. Reddick got the lead after Hamlin picked up the penalty. Bell is second. Larson, Gibbs, Byron, the top 5. Rest of the top 10, Blaney, Jones, Van Gisbergen, Zane Smith, Carson Hocevar. Let's do a Cracker Barrel pit report and lead things off with Kim Kuhn.
Yeah, William Byron running in the 5th position. They've been honest about the tough year they've had. They've struggled to get the updated Chevy body the way they wanted it. But I had a really good conversation with Fruity Fugle this morning saying they made huge steps in Dover. Having all that time on track during All-Star Weekend was so beneficial to them moving in the right direction. The car fired off good, but then it was going free into turn 3 and off 4, Marty.
Kip checking in with Denny Hamlin to answer Dale Jr.'s question after the start of the race. Hamlin started on the pole, jumped the start. NASCAR black flagged him, made him come to do a penalty down pit road. Hamlin has not said a word about the start of the race. Not sure if that's driver code for telling the team, hey, my bad, or not, but Hamlin said he was going to, quote, ride around in the back until this caution, Trevor.
Carson Hocevar, we saw on the screen there that he had that right front rotor glow, and they've been debating it on the radio here. He said, Luke Lambert asked him, is this something you can manage? Because it'll slow down our pit stop if we have to pull tape. Carson said, I don't think so. This is something I'll need to use. I need to be able to drive in the corner deep, use that brake pedal to make these passes that I'm making. So ongoing discussion on whether or not they'll try to get that tape or not, guys.
I tell you what I love about that, Trevor, is we talk about youth and experience and the driver-crew chief relationship. Pulling tape will slow a pit stop down and hurt the aero, but Luke Lambert believes in his 23-year-old. He asked the question. His driver says, nope, I know you want it that way. I need this tool back. We'll see if they adjust it on the pit stop. Those little things I have seen before where a crew chief kind of gets stuck in his ways or stuck with engineering and forces the driver to do something. Sounds to me he's going to give that tool back to his driver.
Yep, and the crew chief would prefer not to pull that tape. That tape on the grill is a little bit of added downforce to the overall race car. A little bit on the front, but also everywhere around that race car. It improves how fast that car can go through the middle of the corner.
Well, I'm excited to see how you get some tape off the nose of one of these things in a 9-second pit stop. You're going to have, remember, there's only one tire carrier. This isn't like years past where there were two tire carriers. So you see right there, tire carrier, 2 tires in hands. He'll set a tire down. The jack man will hit. There's going to be a lot of orchestration around the front. We'll see how the 77 pulls off. They absolutely practice it. Now you have to put practice, into play here on pit road.
36 cars on the lead lap. Pit road going to be a really busy place here. Kip Kuhn, they're heading your way.
Yeah, I remember Kyle Larson telling us at the desk during that rain delay that the car felt comfortable yesterday. That continues today. He said it feels good. Just get slick in the traction compound, losing grip. He did report he had a slight brake shake. They aren't worried about that, Trevor.
Alan Reddick got a little bit free once he inherited the lead from Denny Hamlin. They're going to work on that a little bit here with 4 tires and fuel at the 45. Ty Gibbs, pretty quiet on the radio throughout the run. Pretty happy with his Toyota. Marty.
Well, so tight on both ends of the corners and the middle of the corner, but a little bit too free off. So it's corners in 3 and 4. You see where Bell leads, but several teams choosing 2 tires there and getting some track position, Adam.
Yeah, Marty, as we look at the Goodyear race off pit road, top 3 take 2 tires. SVG, Logano, and Keselowski. The restart coming up.
Shane Van Gisbergen, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski taking right side tires only. They will be the top 3 on the restart. And Tyler Reddick, who was the leader at the competition, caution will be 4th, first of which on 4 fresh tires. I like a 2-tire stop here. We'll get our first glimpse to see exactly what that's going to look like. Still a long ways to go in stage 1. They're going to have to go, by the time we go green, just over half of the stage if we stay green to the end of stage 1. So that's asking a lot out of those left side tires, but we shall see what this is going to look like. Joey Logano, of the best in the sport, if not the best at playing defense. So if there's anybody to do it up at the front of the field on this front row, he is one of which. Brad Keselowski in that 16. We see RFK usually trying some pit strategy calls, seems like every week, already with one early. There were a couple other drivers in the back half of the top 10 who took right side tires only as well that didn't quite cycle out in those top 3 positions. We'll wait for our leaderboard to update. They can make it on field to the end of stage 1 now, with the competition caution coming out at lap 35, our first yellow of the race. Again, Shane Van Gisbergen leading for the first time today. So in the race off pit road, the top 12, Shane Van Gisbergen the leader, Joey Logano second, Brad Keselowski third. They all took right side tires only. 4 tires for Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, 4th through 6th. 7th place, Alex Bowman took right side tires only. Chase Briscoe also took right side tires in 8th. William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, and Eric Jones all took 4 tires there, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Bit of a slow stop for the 77, Hocevar. He drops from about 9th to 14th. Zane Smith drops from 10th place to 16th. So those are some of the biggest movers and losers in our first pit stops of the night.
For the stream.
Is he on pit road? Something's taking 2 tires. The gamble with 50 to go here in the stage. Carson Hocevar, that really high temperature on his right front brake. Watch this pit stop. There's a couple different ways to do this. You could get the tape off going around the car. What they do is they go from right to left, and then the tire carrier will come back to the front and try to get the tape off. And Hocevar will leave on the jack as he should. He's not waiting for that tape to come off, so it's hard to tell in this angle right here. I couldn't tell if he has it, and then you look down as a crew chief, you're hoping to get some good news, and then the guy gives you a little report. No dice. Did not get the tape off. Hard to do. These pit stops are just so quick. So we just have to keep watching that 77 and see if that brake temperature becomes an issue or if he's able to manage it. It will be much worse. Back in traffic, we talk a lot about downforce. Well, that cool air also pulls the brakes. We'll see how it works. So we'll see how 2 tires work for the handful of cars that decided to gamble.
Yeah, I mean, we've shaken up the field because of those drivers that took 2 tires. Hocevar was 14th prior to the choose. He's taken the inside lane here. Van Gisbergen going to be the control car up front with Logano. First driver on 4, Reddick in row 2.
So left side tires aren't wearing. That is really why teams are gambling. The thing is, though, old left side tires may increase right side wear. Only time will tell.
Drivers can go.
All right, headed for the next restart. Shane Van Gisbergen and Joey Logano on the front row. See how good Tyler Reddick's going to be in the 4 tires versus 2 in front of him. Green flag is back in the air. Great restart for Joey Logano on the outside of row number 1. He's hanging in there with Shane Van Gisbergen into the first turn. Reddick trying to go to that wider groove of the racetrack. Kyle Larson tucked in line underneath of him. 3 wide now. All the way on the inside, I believe, is Christopher Bell in the 20. Bell gets blocked majorly by Larson at the end of the back straightaway into turn 3. The aggressive driving by both of those allows for Reddick to pull clear on the outside. Reddick is going to blow by Brad Keselowski off turn 4. Larson does the same down on the bottom. 6 car going backwards in a hurry. Reddick has his eyes set now after Joey Logano in the 22 cars. They head for turns 1 and 2. Reddick to the outside of the 22. And he is going to be after Shane Van Gisbergen in a hurry. It doesn't look like the left side tires are holding on very strong from the 3 that stayed out, at least in the first couple laps. We'll see if they settle in traffic here once there's a bit of heat in the tires as we get longer into the green flag run. But right now, Reddick and Larson powering their way through the pack. Reddick is going to search to the inside of the racetrack. Van Gisbergen has led the first 2 green flag laps since the competition caution. And Christopher Bell also on the outside of Joey Logano following Larson. Larson clear on Logano for 3rd. Tyler Reddick is all over the back of Shane Van Gisbergen down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Can Reddick get by SVG before Larson can catch Reddick? It's going to be interesting. Larson already looks much better at the start of this run than he did in that first green flag run. Major adjustments in the correct direction for the 5 team. Larson on the inside of Reddick for 2nd on the front stretch into turns 1 and 2. He utilized the side draft on the left side of Reddick's car beautifully. Pulls to the bottom of the track, slides wide, near contact off turn 2, and they continue to battle hard down the backstretch. As they battle each other hard for 2nd, SVG still leads because of it. Clean air is king for Van Gisbergen as well. And that is going to really bunch up this pack of cars behind him. Crossover, Larson, after failing to make the pass on Reddick off turn 4 the last lap, gets back underneath him this time. Goes to the apron through the tri-oval to pull away from Reddick's side draft. Clear into turns 1 and 2. Larson to 2nd. Reddick drops back another spot. Bell will get through to 3rd. And now Bell's on the back of Larson for 2nd. Good battle going on here towards the front of the field. Tyler Reddick losing track position for the first time today to the hands of Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell on the restart. Shane Van Gisbergen, for now 5 consecutive laps, has held on to the lead. Taking the right side tires only on the first pit stop of the night. Stage points can be huge for SVG here. 14th in the standings coming into the day. Even if he loses a couple spots to Larson, Bell, and Reddick behind him, maybe he stays in front of Logano, Keselowski, and if nobody else gets up there, he can end up with top 5 stage points here in Stage 1. And he's had a fast car already because he was in 8th place before the caution came out anyway. Which is probably why he's faring a bit better than Logano and Keselowski as well, on top of the fact he's got clean air. Logano and Keselowski were outside the top 10 when they tried this strategy. So might not have quite the speed in their race cars compared to the 97 early on. Larson closer to the back of Van Gisbergen than Tyler Reddick was for those couple laps before Reddick got caught by Larson. Larson in that wider line sweeps to the outside of Van Gisbergen off turn 4. just enough room to hang on the right rear corner panel. And off into turns 1 and 2, Larson's got SVG right where he wants him. Van Gisbergen's still going to battle hard, but wiggles just a bit up the racetrack and almost gets into the side of Larson off turn 2. They might have actually made a bit of contact. That was a close call. SVG's driving the wheels off of that thing, trying to keep up with the 5. He just doesn't have the grip. Still nose to nose. So across the start-finish line, Larson leads his first lap of the day as he was just ahead of the 97. He hasn't cleared him yet, but he did lead the lap. Van Gisbergen seems to be struggling more out of turn 2 than he is in turn 4. Christopher Bell is trying to keep right up on these two. Van Gisbergen close to clearing out of turn 4, and he is clear on Larson. It looked like he was about to lose the lead to Kyle Larson. He did for a split second, but didn't allow the 5 to get clear, and Shane Van Gisbergen holds on to the lead still. Byron up in the top 5. He just got by Keselowski, by the way. 6th, excuse me, for Byron. He's still a spot behind Logano. Top 5 in the running order now. SVG leads. Kyle Larson 2nd. Christopher Bell 3rd. Tyler Reddick 4th. Joey Logano rounding out the top 5 and 5th. William Byron is 6th. Brad Keselowski 7th. Chase Briscoe 8th. Alex Bowman 9th. And Ryan Blaney rounding out the top 10. 51 laps complete out of 300. And roughly 30 minutes into today's race. Only caution the comp yellow at lap 35. 7 lead changes so far. And we ran 5 laps under caution with that competition yellow early in the race after the pre-race storm. Set for a green racetrack to begin things off. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live. KRC full flag-to-flag coverage of tonight's race continues. Bruce Andrews, thanks for tuning in. Christopher McComas. Wood Bentley, welcome to the stream. Save the Nation, thanks for tuning in. If I haven't shouted you guys out yet. If I see anybody new in the chat throughout the course of the stream that I didn't see before, I tried to give you guys a shout out, so apologize if I missed anybody. We got an influx of viewers here tonight. Greatly appreciate you all tuning in. Our like goal, 150 likes for today's NASCAR Cup Series race stream. We were almost at 100 right at the start of the race. Let me check right now. We are at 102, so we're already well on our way to getting our goal of 150 likes. Maybe we can get to 200 by the end of the night. Be sure to hit the like button. It does help these streams out a ton, helps the channel out a ton when it comes to pushing this content to other related NASCAR content on YouTube and other NASCAR fans who are maybe looking for the races every weekend. Our live commentary coverage here continues. Kyle Larson trying to hold off Christopher Bell up at the front of the pack after they just took the race lead away during the commercial break from Shane Van Gisbergen. SVG, after losing the lead, now has lost the top 3 spots. Reddick is up into 3rd place, though he is losing time still to both Bell and Larson ahead of him. SVG held on a little bit longer than I was expecting him to. Larson's not pulling away from Bell, though. Christopher Bell looks bad fast in that number 20 DeWalt Toyota Camry. Bell searching for speed to the top of the track, or the top of the groove, that is, through 3 and 4, which is really the middle of the racetrack on that end of the speedway. That line's probably going to widen out close to the wall by the end of the race, just still not there yet, only 50 laps in. Bell to the outside of Kyle Larson for the race lead. But Larson shuts the door on corner exit. That shortest way around the racetrack on the bottom, and Larson's just able to hold in front of Bell multiple times now. Bell again gets his nose up there on the 5. This time, Larson's not going to be able to pull off a big enough block. No, he does. Barely clear. Now blocked to the bottom of the track as well. 20 car couldn't get to the outside of Larson, so he'll get to the inside this time into 1 and 2. Larson's going to hold him tight to keep Bell from winning the race back to the throttle, and again, Kyle Larson holds on to the lead. But it is clear that that 20 car is a bit better right now. Bell still has the fastest lap of the race, and it was still back on lap 6 of a 29.881. Larson's fastest lap was at lap 48 off this last restart about 9 laps ago. That lap time was a 30.063. Larson actually got by Bell in traffic on the restart, jump up in front of him, and obviously was the first to get through all the drivers on 2 tires that had pitted during that last caution before Bell or Reddick. Bowman has fallen out of the top 10. Eric Jones and Ryan Blaney have moved up a spot during the commercial break as well. And Byron back into the top 5 as he gets by Joey Logano. That was the changes of position that have happened over the last several laps. And Tyler Reddick was looking to get by Shane Van Gisbergen for 3rd, but it looks like SVG still holds on for 3rd. He's actually pulling away from Reddick, so I don't know if Reddick's got a problem here, but SVG all of a sudden is 3/4 of a second ahead of Tyler. '45 car does not look as strong in the second run of stage 1 compared to the first. And I don't know if they went the wrong way on an adjustment or because he had the clean air leading every lap minus the first 2 of Denny Hamlin before his penalty. The leading, pulling away from the pack. Obviously, his car handling much different now in traffic. Keselowski, Briscoe, 2 drivers who took right side tires only during that last pit stop. Briscoe's car looking a little bit better after starting very deep in the field. Good strategy call for James Small in the pit box of that number 19 team. Briscoe started the day in 31st. And at a track like Nashville where it's tough to pass, the fact that he's up in the top 10 looking for stage points in stage 1 after starting that far back in the pack, that is a great job well done. And he's definitely got some speed with the Toyotas as they've shown all year long really on the intermediates, but all weekend long as well. 24 positions gained from the start of the race for Briscoe, most of any driver in the field. Ross Chastain's second most positions gained. He's up 16 spots. And he is in 19th, 7 positions gained for Chastain since this last restart. So definitely showing some speed there. Chastain was fastest in practice, actually, overall yesterday. The team has not been as good, but he had a good run at Dover a couple weeks ago. Trackhouse as a whole did. SVG led some laps. Connor Zilic was up in the top 5. Chastain was up in the top 5 for most of the All-Star race. Another concrete oval this week. SVG's running 3rd right now, hanging on. Top 10 speed from the start. Connor Zilic, who started dead last in today's race, is also up quite a few positions. Not as many as Suarez, but he is in 24th. So he's already up 14 spots as well. Just a handful of positions behind Chastain. So Bell has gotten alongside Larson a couple of times, though it's been a handful of laps since he's been able to do so. Kyle Larson still holds on to the lead. Larson now trying to run that wider lane on the racetrack consistently. Bell to the bottom, trying to get some clean air in the nose, wrapping the yellow line on both ends of the speedway. And he's still about 2 car lengths at most behind him on both ends of the racetrack. Now searching for speed up the racetrack is Bell. Larson cuts from middle to the bottom, and both drivers just searching for speed, searching for clean air for Bell's sake, and Larson maybe trying to mirror drive just a little bit to do what they can to battle this out for the lead even more. And we saw some great battles last night in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race for the race lead, and we're seeing one already here between first Van Gisbergen and Larson, and now Larson and Bell in this opening frame. Blaney gets by Brad Keselowski a lap or 2 ago for 8th as he followed Chase Briscoe, who's now up to 7th. Bell lost a lot of time through 3 and 4 that last lap. He was within that car length and a half to 2 car lengths. Now all of a sudden he's 4 to 5 car lengths off the lead. Big moment for Bell as he had to lift. He'll be getting tight. Center turns 3 and 4 running behind Larson. So Kyle Larson's got a little bit more breathing room. Lap traffic has not been caught for the front runners yet. Only 24 laps to go in stage 1. They should catch the back of the field before we catch the next caution. Cody Ware got the free pass with the competition caution, by the way. Only Chad Fincham is off the lead lap, but all 38 cars that started the race are still in this thing. Denny Hamlin, who was 36th at the competition caution, tail end of the lead lap after having to serve the pass-through penalty for jumping the initial start, is up 6 positions from 36th on the restart to 28th as he tries to grind it out back in traffic. Methodical climb for the 11 teams so far. So the top 3 on the restart that took the right side tires only, after nearly 20 laps into the run, they're all in the top 9 still. Briscoe took right side tires also. He's still in the top 10. And the only driver of the 5 cars that took rights only that isn't in the top 10 anymore is Bowman, who restarted 7th. He's back to 12th. Bell back within a few car lengths of Kyle Larson as he chips away again. Might be faster than the 5. He's gotten alongside of him a couple times, but he's just not quite fast enough to make the pass on this very difficult track to pass on. Benefit to Larson having the better restart there, getting through traffic sooner, and he's playing great defense on top of it to hold on. Of the early laps right now, Tyler Reddick has still led the most. Larson's only led the last 18 laps, 1 under caution for Bell, 37 for Reddick, 12 for SVG initially on the restart. Logano led for a lap coming to the green. And Denny Hamlin, of course, led the first 2 with the penalty he had for jumping the initial start. So that's why we're at 8 lead changes already in this first stage of just 71 out of 90 laps complete. Carson Hocevar getting another spot back on Alex Bowman after he had lost about 7 positions during the last pit stop. Commercial break on Prime Video this time by. At the start, car in the wall hard in turns 1 and 2, right as they cut to commercial, and it's unfortunately Connor Zilic. Dang. That right front tire looks like it's coming off of the race car. Might have had a loose lug nut. Either that or a suspension brake of some kind. I saw a couple drivers dealing with some brake issues. I don't know if maybe the tire's coming off after the impact of the wall. What a tough rookie season it has been for Zilic so far. Showed some promise in the All-Star race, having a top 5 run. He was up quite a few spots already today. Last we checked, he was up 14 positions from the start of the race. Looking pretty good. I was confident he could have some speed today after, again, just 2 weeks ago in the All-Star race on a concrete oval, looked as good as he's been in the Cup Series so far, and unfortunately, more errant luck. So caution is out for the second time. First for incident, Connor Zilic in the wall and now headed to the garage, and that right front is on fire. He's going to have to get stopped pretty quickly here. He's going to get into his pit box. Hopefully somebody can put that out here pretty shortly. Wait for Prime Video to come back for commercials so we can catch a replay of that to further diagnose what has happened to Connor Zilic. Drove his car back into the garage area. He's now going to be getting out, and it looks like Zilic's done for the night. Last place finish for the 88 team, and that will give the free pass to Chad Fincham. First car lap down, only car lap down. All 3 Trackhouse cars look to have had some kind of speed tonight. If it is a brake issue, you got to hope that SVG and Ross Chastain can hang on. Of course, this being the first Cup start at Nashville for Zilic could be factoring into maybe applying too much brake. I've seen that bite young drivers in the past. So they just continue to learn the car.
Caution out for a second time tonight in Nashville. This time it's for rookie Connor Zilic.
And get down into turn 1. Watch this. Let's listen.
How valid is that, man?
Where that Red Bull onboard camera really helping you understand how rough the ride was into the wall.
Golly.
So the right front rotor explodes right here.
Okay, so it was a brake failure.
Front speedway. She's just along for the ride at that point. And Steve, we were talking off camera about how this happened. I mentioned earlier that the rotor can get hot and deform and get into the caliper, and that creates a catastrophic failure. Otherwise, there's other ways this can happen.
Yeah, let's listen into what they're thinking on the radio.
Rotor exploded. And no soft pedal or anything. Oh, we got more opening on the right front than anybody do. I don't know why that happened.
All right, so to your point, soft pedal, what does he mean? When you talked about the rotor getting so hot that it glows and hits the caliper, that normally happens because it gets so bright red that you press on it, it grows, and you get a soft pedal. Meaning you press on the pedal and it gets mushy. Listen. That happens at the end of the straightaway almost before it lifts. The other way a rotor breaks is it gets hot, and then you have so much opening, then down the straightaway, it's like ice cold. It's like going out and throwing like ice cold water on a molten piece of glass. It just cracks and explodes. So what happens is you just heat shock the rotor, hot, cold, so many times that literally the cast steel cracks, splinters, and explodes. My bet would be on the latter for here. I don't think it got so hot that it made contact. I think it actually got hot, cold, so many heat cycles that the cast iron rotor itself just exploded, especially where it did. Normally when it hits the rotor, it's like you get on the brakes, it makes it grow. That almost happened right before he was going to lift, which would be the coolest point for the rotor. Like it cooled so much, it finally exploded. Either way, result the same, and it's awful. And you know, we talked about 19-year-old trying to run all 300 laps. So here's a race he's only run, 75 laps. He's just not going to get the learning experience he wants.
We came in here worried about brakes. We talked to a lot of crew chiefs in the garage about brakes. Everybody had a different approach. We're starting to see in this race teams talk about issues. Now we have drivers who have had issues. This will be an issue tonight, but also you think about the low downforce package, the more horsepower, so we have less drag to slow the car down. You have more speed because of the horsepower. You're going to have to use more brake, have more brake pressure getting into the corner. So this was already a track where we thought brake issues. Now that's going to be worse with this type of a package. And we take this same thing to St. Louis, where they've had issues there. So the teams have a lot to think about as we move forward in the season to try to avoid these types of problems.
Big strategy opportunity here. We'll see how it plays out. Caution coming. Inside of 20 laps to go in the stage. Pit road is open. Here they are, Kim.
Including leader Kyle Larson. You see him top left of your screen. He said, car is good, a little free. He did tell us team, though, ran hard there. They will make an air pressure adjustment, take fuel and tires, Trevor.
Tyler Reddick feels like that 45 Toyota has freed up since it's cooled off outside. They'll make some adjustments to tighten him up and take 4 tires to set up for the stage break, Marty.
Remember, almost at the end of stage one section in, so you go for a quick stop here in stage points, or take your time and make the next stop breaker at speed before the Rocket G. Waiting on full 4 fresh tires. Bell said we are so close. Meanwhile, SVG said that was so much out there. They go with 4 tires as well, but several going with 2, Adam.
Yeah, Goodyear race off pit road, best of the bunch, +7 for Ryan Blaney. He got 2, so did Chase Elliott. 4 drivers stay out, among them A.J. Allmendinger.
All right, interesting. Strategy all over the board there. 4 drivers stay out of the pits. Most of the top 10 in the race off of pit road itself took 2. Ryan Blaney wins the race out of the pits. That might be the first time that's happened all season with this pit crew, but it's because he took right side tires only, and he was probably the highest in the running order of those that did take rights. I believe he was in 8th place when the caution came out. So most of those teams taking 4, a gamble for the 12 team to take 2, and obviously we're going to have to see how the pit stops are going to cycle through when we get to the stage end as well, because we might not see everybody pit. I would imagine the 4 that stay out will pit just to top off on fuel, but yeah, gamesmanship. This is going to be a strategy race all night long, and the more cautions we get, the more the strategy is going to become harder to follow, I guess, because of how many varying strategies we'll see until we get, obviously, into that final fuel window when things start to become more clear. So, A.J. Allmendinger, Riley Herbst, Cole Custer will be the top three on the restart. They all stayed out of the pits. There's a fourth car that did as well. Just waiting to see who that was on our leaderboard. No, top three. Ryan Blaney's in fourth. So 3 cars stayed out of the pits. AJ Allmendinger, Riley Herbst, Cole Custer. They're going to be 1 through 3. Ryan Blaney, who won the race out of the pits, took right sides only. He is in fourth. Chase Elliott, fifth. He took right side tires only as well. He was outside the top 10 all night, started outside of the top 20. 29th to be exact. Kyle Larson, who was the leader when the caution came out, is in sixth. Daniel Suarez and that 7 team took right side tires again. They jump up to 7th. Bubba Wallace 8th. Carson Hocevar 9th. Tyler Reddick round out the top 10. William Byron in 11th and Chase Briscoe 12th. Take a quick break. Restart coming up pretty soon here late in stage number 1. Going to have about 10 laps to go in the first stage when we get back racing again. First caution for incident of the night, Connor Zilic out of the race. Right front brake failure. Right front brake rotor failure specifically. Slamming up into the outside wall, headed into turn 1. Pretty hard hit. Going to end the night early for the young gun. Our first brake failure in the first 100 laps. And you just wonder if we're going to see more of that here this evening. Seen it in the past at Nashville, and as Dale Jr. mentioned there on the broadcast, having the more horsepower going to maybe cause for more issues with that.
Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Chad Fincham getting a lap back, so he's 1 lap down. Good for the driver from Knoxville, Tennessee. Allmendinger and Herb stay out. Blaney, the first off the pit lane on 2 tires. Let's update the 20 of Christopher Bell.
Yeah, Bell all the way back, 29th right now. Slow on the right side, and then a little kind of pushing and shoving on the front, but really focus on the rears. You can't get the tire off. We can't move. The car wasn't jacked up high enough. Finally, they get it jacked up more. I don't know if the jack is slowly being let down. Like sometimes they don't steal very good, or if it just wasn't high enough to begin with, but slow transition on the left rear. Bell now completely out of position.
Wow, tough break. Bell back to 29th after running second with the slow pit stop as they couldn't get the left rear tire off. Green flag is back in the air with 11 laps to go in stage 1. Riley Herbst, AJ Allmendinger on the front row. Larson to the high side trying to get back to the lead where he was running at the time of the yellow. Ryan Blaney in the 12 up to 3rd and shooting to the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney to the inside, 3 wide for the lead into turn 3. Your contact between Allmendinger and Herbst to the top. Blaney wins the race back to the gas. He's nose-to-nose with Herbst off turn 4 for the lead. Allmendinger right behind Blaney. Bump drafted him at the end of the front stretch, kind of getting the 12 car out forward again. And Ryan Blaney is clear now for the race lead. First lead of the day for the 12 car and the defending winner of this race. Allmendinger slides around Herbst for second, and he too will get to the inside of Ryan Blaney for the lead. Allmendinger pressing strong here, trying to do what he can to hold on with the 12. And if Blaney can't get clear of Allmendinger, he's going to get slowed up with this side draft on both straightaways over and over again, allowing for more time for a Chase Elliott or Kyle Larson to get up there and race the 12 for the stage win. Car in the wall again, middle of the pack. 2 cars around, Michael McDowell and I think Chastain.
Front on the 1. I think the 71 might have just got kind of checked up and spun around as well. Yeah. We'll have to see if the flat front tire on the 1 is pre-contact with the 1 or after. So disappointing. The 1 runs so well here, and he looks so good in practice. That's the happiest I had seen him in an interview. He was glowing. I couldn't wait to get this 1 car in the race.
Chastain was 14th. Now outside the top 25.
Chastain is frustrated.
Yeah, you mentioned how happy he was after practice. I think as happy as he admitted since he won the 600 last year.
Hey, Adam, it was another rotor.
Wow.
Exploded.
2 Trackhouse cars with right front brake rotor failures in stage 1.
Well, remember, another Trackhouse car.
SVG is the last one remaining out there.
Issues, both Trackhouse whatever they think or wherever they came here with an opportunity, obviously is not working. So you wonder if SVG is going to make an adjustment to his car.
How would change
That's
the brake
great
rotors
information,
under the
Marty.
next
We weren't really
clutch?
sure
I
what
don't
happened.
care.
We just saw the one in the wall. There you go.
I don't care what
You see the
he's running.
smoke already.
Take the extra time, change the brakes, because
So now if you're Stephen Duran, the crew chief of the SVG, you were sending engineers, you were asking your team at home, what is wrong? What do we think we need to go? Overcool, undercool? Do we have to add some tape? As crazy as that sounds, I'm reading radios. The 77's talking about, I don't know if I should pull tape or add tape. They think they want to cool it a little bit more. You talked about it, Dale. More power, less drag. These cars are coasting off into the corner.
We're in the thing well here.
Toyota Racing on board camera right with Nemechek.
Frustration from the one. But he's also hustling it back to pit road. I know he's frustrated, but trying to get that thing back, make some repairs, get back out to score points. But he has got to be super frustrated just because I think he knew what he had for a car. It's going to look much the same. What you're looking at right here, I want to just talk about something. We saw the wheel come off last time, and there's a piece of metal that looks like what rotor would be. That's just heat shielding behind the rotor. The rotor itself is completely missing. The hat's there. There's no brake rotor. The way they're bolted is they actually float. So think about it like a kind of a wedged together piece. So once you remove a piece, the entire thing scatters off. It's not permanently bolted through all it floats. So once it breaks, it just goes into pieces.
Yeah. That's the tough part for the teams is they don't know whether the brake needs to be hotter to survive or cooler to survive. Because, again, we can run too cool and create shake and create this issue where there's, the brakes are getting really hot, really cold, really hot, really cold as you run through the lap and creating cracks. And that creates failures. Or is it getting so hot and it's melting into the caliper? Trevor.
Yeah, I'm here with one of those track house drivers, Connor Zillage. Connor, you told me you didn't have any sense of anything happening with the brakes, no pedal fade. I would imagine your road course background, you know a lot about brakes. What do you make of all this and now seeing your teammate have the same issue?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. It's a bit of a surprise, but yeah, it's been a tough stretch of races for us. Obviously, cars were fast. Ross and I both started in the back, and we're moving forward. And I feel like our Red Bull Chevrolet was good, and yeah, just unfortunate circumstances. But yeah, we'll learn from it, see what we can do better with the brake package, and come back next week in Michigan.
Thank you, Connor. Marty?
Trevor, I don't know if this information helps Steve or not, but I talked to Brandon McSwain as Ross Chastain gets out of the car, the crew chief for Ross Chastain this afternoon, and they had the brake duct opening, Steve, 3/4 covered, and after what happened to their teammate Connor Zillage, they pulled a small piece of tape off the right front brake duct a moment ago on that last stop. So they were aware of the issue. They were concerned about it. They did pull some tape on the last stop, but obviously it didn't last very long into that run for Ross Chastain.
Yeah, the hard part is Dale mentioned it. While all these cars have the same caliper, the pads you run are open. You can run any random pad they want. You don't even have to run the same brake pads right and left. We can keep talking about the right front being the hottest corner. Some of that is aero. Sounds crazy, but this aero package is so loose so loose that the teams are doing everything they can to secure up the car. So when you crank a bunch of standard wedge, you really weight that right front tire. Then when you get on the brakes, the right front's doing most of the slowing. So now the left front's not helping, right? Now you're pushing the stool and one leg's not. Listen to this. Much like Zillage, he was not on the brakes when it exploded. He was still in wide open throttle. That tells me these are being overcooled. That's my educated guess, right? These guys down in the garage have more understanding. You're going to see right here a big pop, some debris through the right front. But basically, what happens is, like I said, you take a red hot piece of glass, you heat something up in the microwave, and then stuffs it in a cooler. It shatters. The same thing happens to these brake rotors. You wonder if pulling the piece of tape helped or hurt, but also what brake pad. There may be a pad combination that doesn't work. There may be no fix to this currently on pit road.
So when they go into the corner and mash the brakes, you see temperatures on the brakes around 1,000 to 1,200 degrees, and that will cool down to 600 degrees on the next straightaway, then back up to 1,000 degrees. So imagine doing that over and over, 600, 1,000, 600, 1,000, over and over. You're just sort of changing the molecules and the integrity of this piece of metal, right? And I believe that their failure, I believe this was already this was going to happen. The caution that we've had just delayed the eventual failure of this right front rotor. But what other teams? And none of the other teams know what package, right, between the masters, between the rotors. They have the brake pads themselves. No one else outside of Trackhouse probably knows what all they have here, and whether anyone else in this field is in danger or at risk. That's the real concern with these teams. But you can see how open these grills are. On the left side, pretty sealed off, but the right side, wide open, comparable to most cars we're seeing on the racetrack.
So you see right there, a little bit open. Now we'll come to the right. They expect this to be warmer. Now look at that top hose, 3-inch hose, completely wide open. The lower hose half open. So according to Marty, they pulled some tape, so that makes sense. There was probably a pull tab on the top that's been removed. But you see they already have split cooling because they have split expectation. Like, it's a very dynamic situation. And here's the thing. Would you run something that runs around here no problem without any issues? Probably so. But if you took that approach to every system in the race car, you would run 35th all day and be mad that you're just not fast enough. You have to push every system. The engine, the horsepower, the cooling, the brakes, the gearbox cooling, driver cooling. You gotta have to be uncomfortable because I can't give you extra power. Like, you have to take every 1, 2, 3% gain top to bottom in these systems if you expect to perform at the level that these teams perform at that win weekly.
Forget where pit road will be open this time around. And it's going to be a short little run here to the finish of the opening stage.
And one of the things we talk about with this race car, it is a lot of single source parts and so forth, and people might call it a bit of a kit car and whatnot, but there is a bunch of variety of things you can do for the brake package that will help braking and performance. So there's a lot of different routes for these teams to go, and we're seeing, again, who's chose the right way and who's chose incorrectly.
This is the time when you see a couple guys have issues. Who kept some pit road?
Kosovar probably wants to pull a little.
Well, I was going to say, let's see what this 77 does, right? Because we saw it hot. We saw a lot of talk on the radio. So, Trevor, what are you hearing on the 77? Is this just a strategy call, or do they want to work on the front of that car, maybe the brake system?
You guys are right. They're coming down to pull some tape on that. Obviously, they'll take advantage of this pit stop here and get some fuel and tires. But, Steve, my question is, you're saying hot, cold, hot, cold. If you just run hot, you get a little pedal fade. It's not catastrophic. So how do you hit that fine line there?
Well, it really comes down to the whole combination, right? Like, what pad is in there? Does it like to run hot? Does it like to run cold? Not all of them operate at the same temperature. But to your point, Trevor, at some point, running hot with pedal fade is better than a failure. Marty, what are you seeing? I see some work on the 60 as well.
Yeah, if you followed practice here on Prime, you heard about Ryan Preece having some issues with the brakes as well. There have been no issues with the brakes here in the race so far for the 60 car, but they have low water pressure. Stephen has asked one of the Ford engine guys, what can you do about that? They said probably nothing. It's just something that Ryan Preece is going to have to deal with. So they're doing their best they can to do something underneath the right front and left front here to help out that engine issue for Ryan Preece.
And water pressure is measured as well as temperature, just because if you have like a pinhole in the system and you let the pressure out, the temperature may not fluctuate as much. So go on board with the Celsius camera looking back at Ryan.
He came in on the chase cut line, right? I mean, no margin for error for this team. How about this? We're going to do the choose. With 2 to go on the stage, that means one lap to decide who wins stage 1, and paying out those stage points here at Nashville. Blaney is the control car.
I mean, it's the bottom of the racetrack. All last year, the bottom was the preferred line for the control car in the first 2 stages of the race. Now, that may change late, but it'll be interesting to see if the 16 of AJ can do anything on top of this racetrack. Last night in the O'Reilly Series, the outside line did not do well when paired up in competition down into turn 1 to the inside line. We'll see what they can do tonight.
Saw 2 issues for Trackhouse with brakes. Let's listen to 97, the third car.
Quick to get to you. Well, now I'm worried about mine. You should be fine. They were a lot different than we were.
There you go. SVG says, well, man, now I'm worried about mine. My 2 teammates are out. Crew Chief Stephen Reyes said, don't worry, we have something different, a lot different. We'll see if it works out with the 97. Great information. Great.
All right, so Ryan Blaney's going to be the leader on the restart. AJ Allmendinger on the front row. It's going to be a one-lap green-white checker finish for stage 1. Top 10 will receive stage points. And I'd say of this caution for the two drivers running second and third, Allmendinger and Herbst, this was huge for them to get that quick yellow after they stayed out of the pits entirely, trying to go for as many stage points as they can. That caution came out with 8 to go in the stage, so 7 laps under caution. They hang on inside the top 3, and they only have to hang on for 1 green flag lap. Back racing again, great restart for Ryan Blaney. Allmendinger trying to hold in there on the outside. Going to pinch the 12 car down, looking for all the points he can get. Larson up to third is going to carry huge momentum off the high side. Herbst going backwards up the middle between the 45 and the 23. Ryan Blaney got passed by Allmendinger. Larson gets by both cars through 3 and 4 on the top. Blaney to third. Drag race to the line for the stage win. Allmendinger does beat out Kyle Larson. Larson had momentum off turn 4, lost it. And then AJ Allmendinger taking the apron to the start-finish line, surprising everybody to win stage 1. Great call by the 16 team and not a great restart for Ryan Blaney. Outside of row 1 prevails. And again, AJ Allmendinger wins stage 1. Kyle Larson second, Ryan Blaney third, Chase Elliott fourth, Tyler Reddick fifth, Bubba Wallace sixth, William Byron seventh, Chase Briscoe eighth, Riley Herbst ninth, and Daniel Suarez round out the top 10. Actually, I scratched that. Corey Heim got the 10th spot. Photo finish. 16 ahead of the 5. Sid Lanier, James Parker. Jeremy Strabigius, thanks for tuning in. Leanna Grow Ross, thanks for tuning in as well. Tony, thanks for tuning into the stream. Santiago Kid, welcome. Look back at the chat here. Over 155 concurrent viewers still watching today's live commentary coverage of Amazon Prime's Cracker Barrel 400 at Nashville Super Speedway. AJ Allmendinger wins stage 1. Came into the day barely inside the top 20 in the points standings, so 10 points going to be huge for that 16 team. 19th in points coming into the day was Allmendinger, and he was exactly 49 points behind Ryan Preece for the final chase spot. Preece having some issues there during that last caution on pit road for a lengthy period of time, dealing with some water issues. Engine running a bit too hot. They're going to have a hard time trying to cool it with the water temps down. Preece did fall off the lead lap being on pit road for a lengthy period of time. If he was back out on the racetrack on the restart, I believe he gets the free pass. He'll be back on the lead lap. Ross Chastain, Connor Zilic out of the race with right front brake failures, brake rotor failures in the first stage. First Zilic, then on the next restart, Chastain on the second lap after the restart ends up in the turn 1 wall as well. Same area of the track that Zilic had his brake blowout. 20 laps of caution already, and stage 1 in the books in just over an hour. 95 laps set for stage 2. It's our 4th caution of the day now at the stage break. After a 1-lap shootout for the stage 1 win. Again, AJ Allmendinger. With some pit strategy by just not pitting at all. Ends up with the stage win. Hope you're having a good weekend too. Yes, hit that like button. Helps he streams out a ton. Our like goal is to get to 150 likes for tonight's stream, and we are at 124 as of right now. You can vote for who you think is going to win today's race as well. Our chat poll will remain open until the end of Stage 2. 213 votes have been cast so far, 56% of which are taking somebody other than Reddick, Hamlin, or Bell for the win. Those are my personal 3 favorites for the win tonight. Haven't seen Denny Hamlin since having that penalty at the start of the race. He's still trying to work his way through the field. He jumped the initial start after being the pole sitter. Tyler Reddick led early but doesn't look as good in traffic. He was still fifth at the end of the stage. And then Christopher Bell, slow pit stop at the lap 70 Zilich caution, dropped him from second to 29th as he had a hard time getting the left rear tire off. Ryan Preece pulling into the garage area, mentioned about water temperature gauge issues there. And again, Preece is in the pits. He is staying in the car right now, so he's not going to be deemed out of the race, but he will be well off the lead lap by the time he would return, if he returns to the track. Preece came in the last driver above the cut line on the chase, and now we've got pit road open. Ryan Blaney stays out on the track. Chase Elliott's in. Larson stays out as well.
Great job. Tires. See, Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson both staying out, ultimately deciding to flip that stage. Trevor.
Chase Elliott getting some track position on 2 tires there, but said he was much tighter. You'll see 4 tires on the 9 car for this stop, guys.
You take the track position.
Only a few cars come to pit road under the stage 1 caution. Kyle Larson will be the leader on the restart. Ryan Blaney staying out there despite only taking right side tires. The caution at lap 70. And if he doesn't have that clean air advantage, if he can't beat Larson, who's going to be the control car, it's going to be a hard time for Ryan Blaney in traffic. At his best, he was running 6th place today. Between 6th to 8th for most of the day. One on equal fresh tires, 4 of which. So Kyle Larson, again, will be the leader in the restart. Ryan Blaney is going to be 2nd. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Chase Elliott 4th. Bubba Wallace up to 5th. And William Byron in 6th. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC. Stage 1 has come to an end. Long ways to go here tonight at Nashville. Sid for Brains for years. Can't get into your Yahoo account, so sub twice. Thanks for the streams. Hey, I appreciate that, Sid. Yeah, I remember Sid for Brains. You're a longtime viewer of the channel. I'll take all I can get. Thank you so much. Whether you're here just because the race is on Prime Video or you have been here all season long, last year, going onwards, week in, week out, any of the top 3 series, we are live for Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup action all week. O'Reilly series is going to be off at Michigan next weekend. I'm going to be at the Michigan race on Sunday. So there's going to be race highlights from the grandstands uploaded there. And then we will still be live on Saturday for the truck race as well as Cup practice and qualifying. So we will be live next weekend on Saturday, doubleheader with Cup practice and qualifying, probably in the morning if I had to guess. And then Saturday afternoon with the truck race before heading to MIS for Sunday. Game plan and strategy there. Gonna take a bathroom break when they come back from commercial. Let you listen into the broadcast.
Into our States break brought to you by Snapdragon. Danielle Trotta alongside Hall of Famer Mark Martin, NASCAR driver LaJoy. Your pole center tonight, Denny Hamlin went to first to last real fast, Mark, with a violation on the start. In all your years, Mark, have you ever seen a start to the race that egregious?
He missed it by 100 feet or more. It's amazing. Denny Hamlin never makes a mistake.
be interested to see what Denny has to say about that, because either he thought the line was in a different spot than it was, or his head was somewhere else on the start of this race.
I don't know if it could have been painted any clearer across than he clearly jumped, but it's a rare mistake when it comes to racing IQ, and Denny, certainly surprising to see, but I believe he'll rebound here soon enough.
Had to serve a passer penalty, went from first to 38th, did make up some ground in that first stage. He'll restart the second stage here in 15th. And right now, after a string of late cautions to end that stage, we're seeing tire strategy, Corey, all over the place.
Well, we hear Steve talk about it all the time about paying the fuel tax, right? You're going to fuel these cars up later and later to get a faster pit stop that gets a track position. We're going to be having to pay the tire tax. Seeing a lot of these guys take rights, probably be able to put rights on it multiple times and keep holding lefts. But eventually, Mark, you're going to have to get to the point where you need to put 4 on it to keep some fresh rubber on it. So paying the tire tax at the right time to allow you to recover is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, it's how the caution falls, and how the strategy calls. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Somebody's going to come up short.
Right.
Hey, Corey's driver to watch, Adam, before the start of this race was AJ Allmendinger. He won the first stage, I want to point out, but Corey said you might have to pay that tire tax for the 16th year coming up to start stage 2.
I don't know. I'm sensing big flex out of Corey after his driver was able to get a stage win there. A lot going on when you look at the top 10 and the cycles and who's got 2 and who's got 4 in the last time everybody made a pit stop. But primarily all those guys up front last made a stop at lap 76. By the way, all 4 cars from 2311 got stage points, stage 1. Pretty remarkable.
Right on board with Denny Hamlin, the Coca-Cola can here. Starting on the outside. You can start to see the front of the field here working its way through.
Yeah, Danielle referenced at 15 prior to the choose. Restart front row. Larson and Blaney are coming through the Echo Park Automotive restart zone, and here we go.
Very wide here with Briscoe down to the inside. Briscoe's going to clear into second place. Up the racetrack in front of the 2 or the 12.
31st to 2nd for Chase Briscoe. Came in with no breathing room. When you talk about the standings, a lot of stage points last week and getting it done early tonight.
It's one of the kings of the track tonight.
That was a one-up on LaJoy right there.
Yeah, poor Corey's off to these guys. The 67 of Heim, who just got his new deal. Driving the 97 up the racetrack. That was interesting. Denny around the top. Couple of spots right there. Off the top of turn 2, he's trying to get the inside of Joey down the back straightaway. Christopher Bell trying to recover from some issues on pit road.
Gibbs drivers facing adversity tonight, but both on the return to glory. You talk about Hamlin and Bell as Larson flashes across.
Corey Heim again, another spot around that 24. 54. Gibbs and the 6 get together right here. Tire up.
We got a racing onboard camera. Saw contact.
Y'all remember Texas? Corey Heim getting up there leading some laps. Look at it now around the bottom of the racetrack. Denny Hamlin said this kid was special. We're seeing that tonight as he's driving through the top 10. The inside of Bubba Wallace right here.
Big announcement this weekend.
Yep.
Corey Heim going full-time cup racing next year for 2311. And a good start to his future here tonight as he's up inside the top 10. Got those stage points solid on the restart here.
He's Carler back here. He must be enjoying what he's seeing out of this kid. Corey Heim, we all know that he's got a ton of talent. It's just been difficult to get him the opportunities to get full time here for Toyota in the Cup Series, but that's going to happen next year. And in these opportunities that he gets to run this year, he is certainly making the most of it and showing everybody why he's getting these chances. Getting to the inside. SVG down the back straightaway. Getting now into the top 10, taking over 9th place here.
Denny exercising great patience tonight after the penalty. Hunt Brothers, local company, on board there with Joey Logano. Race just outside the top 10.
I tell you, I really like what that 11 just did right there. The front of that car is working well enough. He rolls the middle, turns down, and is able to run like a little bit of a mini diamond, like right there. Turn down and see him gas up. The front of this 11 car is positive enough that he can point it where he wants, but the back's secure enough to get on the gas. Let's see if he does it again right here in turn 1. He's going to run in the middle on entry. Oh, he does. He runs to the outside of the 24. Now watch this turn. He's just going to gas up. Stayed high that time, but that 11 car is running really well, Marty.
See, I'll tell you what, no panic from Denny Hamlin after that mistake at the very start of the race. Drove his way through the field very methodically, and just feedback to Chris Gale as we get to watch on that progressive onboard as we look back at Denny Hamlin. And for a guy who has not been happy, Junior, with his restarts lately, how about that one? Hamlin, 16th tonight. You can almost see it's 11 cars from the light that Porter gets in the front of the field.
Marty, that's an excellent point. Denny's talked about his restarts needing to be better, but he says that the car just isn't quite as comfortable as he'd like it to be for how it needs to be set up so that it runs well on the long run. So he gives up a little comfort on the first 4 or 5 laps so that his car's doing everything he wants it to do late. Well, tonight, it looks like he has it all. He has that short run speed, that fire off speed on restarts. We'll see how he does on the long run here throughout this portion of the race, but this 11 car looks like one of the ones to reckon with.
And what he's going to need after this race is some eye drops, because I don't think my man's blinked yet. I mean, look at this focus right here. I mean, look at that. I love night races with the clear visor. Those are some wide eyes and focus out of the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
I just think it would be easy when you do what he did at the start of this race to lose focus, get frustrated, and allow that to compound. And he didn't. He stayed patient, stays in the game, and now here they are.
Oh, I bet he's frustrated. I bet if we could somehow put a little mic on the self-talk. The self-talk was, I can't believe I just did this, right? There was nothing on the radio. There was no vocal complaint. We'll hear about it on his podcast Monday, but I guarantee he's going to say he was frustrated with his own mistake. He's the type of driver that owns up to it, asks himself what he can do, doesn't panic, and here he is tonight. You just can't shake him is really the problem.
Look at Denny working outside of Byron. Gets another spot up to 8th in the running order now.
Bill back in the top 10 as well, just behind the 24 here. Bill lost a ton of spots on pit road, but has a lot of speed in that car. He's been the one Gibbs driver that we haven't really talked about this year yet. As Toyota has seemed to dominate the series with this car. 2311, all of Joe Gibbs' cars have been running up front in all these races, and he wants a piece of that. He wants to take advantage of that because he knows the competition, the Chevrolets, the Fords, they're all going to ebb and flow and get better and improve.
I just think about last week, though, a couple of issues for the 20. And both times they bounced back, finishes second in a rain-shortened event. I realize that's a long race, but once again, the 20 team is rallying. Washington leads Frisco, Reddick, Blaney, and Jones in stage.
We'll go through the full field running order here. Kyle Larson leads by just over half a second ahead of Chase Briscoe at second. Tyler Reddick is third. Ryan Blaney fourth. And Eric Jones rounding out the top 5 and fifth. Rookie Corey Heim, part-time rookie of that, in 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. Denny Hamlin up to 8th place after being at the back with the early penalty. Christopher Bell into 9th again after he had a very long pit stop, dropped him out of the top 2. And William Byron rounds out the top 10. Shane Van Gisbergen in 11th. Joey Logano 12th. Ty Gibbs 13th. Chris Buescher 14th. Brad Keselowski in 15th. Austin Dillon 16th. Zane Smith 17th. 18th is Alex Bowman. John Hunter Nemechek 19th. 20th is Carson Hocevar. Austin Cindric in 21st, Josh Berry 22nd, Michael McDowell 23rd, Chase Elliott in 24th. 25th place is Noah Gregson. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 26th. Ty Dillon 27th. Riley Herbst 28th. 29th, AJ Allmendinger, the Stage 1 winner, and Daniel Suarez in 30th. Todd Gillen 31st. Austin Hill 32nd. Cole Custer 33rd. Cody Ware 34th. Chad Fincham 35th is the last car in the lead lap. 3 cars out of the race so far. Ryan Preece 36th. Ross Chastain 37th. And Connor Zilich 38th. Brake rotor failure on the right front side for Chastain and Zilich. Ryan Preece with an engine problem as they were struggling to keep the engine cool there with water temperature. So Kyle Larson, again, your current race leader. He has led now 2 different times in tonight's race for 44 laps. Reddick has led for 37, so Larson has actually led the most laps of the race thus far. 16 lead changes already, 4 cautions, 2 of which for incident. Stage 1 brake at lap 90, lap 35 comp yellow, and then the 2 brake rotor failures for Zilich and Chastain, back-to-back yellows late in stage 1 are the 4 we've had so far. 26 laps spent under caution, 115 laps complete out of 300. Nearing halfway and another 35 laps. You're listening live. KRC full flag-to-flag coverage of tonight's race continues. Billy Kramer, welcome into the stream. Wayne Martin, welcome in as well, if I didn't shout you out. Actually, I think, Wayne, you were in the trivia very early in the stream. Remember you playing along? Unless I'm thinking of somebody else. 14 likes away from our goal of 150. If you haven't hit the like button yet, be sure to do so. So we can get to that like goal before the end of this race.
Laps in stage 2 at Nashville. Brought to you by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street. Larson lead. Continues to be a nice climb for the Toyotas from Joe Gibbs Racing. Bell and Hamlin driving through the field.
Bell gets around Denny. Just a moment ago to take the spot away. And 19 of Briscoe running second. And 20 of Christopher Bell. He's got a little work to do on the balance of this race car to be able to get up there and compete. Got to give a shout out to Larson, though, leading this race. We've talked about how good the Toyotas were. We talked about it in the pre-race, saying the Toyotas were the favorites. Larson said they looked like they made little gains last week at 621. And he's talking about his balance. He could turn a little bit better. But Larson said they were close. They just were just a turn or 2 off, just a little bit off of what they needed. And here they are, out there pacing the field, half a second ahead of Briscoe. Briscoe's closing the gap just a little bit. But this 5-car, the Chevrolet team with the new body, making the progress needed to be able to make a run at this championship this year and be able to go up there and compete for wins and take wins away from these Toyota teams.
50 laps led for Larson tonight. Now we go to our burn bar presented by Red Bull. Give us an update here, Steve.
Well, we talk a lot about miles per gallon and fuel conservation when it comes to driver, but pace has a lot to do this as well. So take a look at, you have Larson, the leader on the top, 4.7 miles per gallon. Bubba Wallace burning much less fuel, 5.3 miles per gallon. That's purely pace driven. Larson on 4 tires leading the race is running on average 3 or 4 tenths of a second faster than Bubba Wallace. So, if you want to be a glass half full guy and you get stuck back in traffic, sometimes you look at opportunities. For Bubba, he needs to find some track position, make some adjustments, but also will probably need less fuel on the pit stop because he's just stuck in the back. You just can't burn the fuel when you don't have the clean air.
Larson around the top of turn 3 and 4. And the 19 of Briscoe around the bottom now. It's 3 tenths of a second to the lead. It's 19's closing in. The 5 of Larson will have to look in the mirror, start to look at what line the 19 likes to run. Start trying to take that line away a little bit. The spotters are giving him that information as well. This is where the 19's running. This is where he wants to be. This is where he's happy. He's going to try to run in that lane as he does right there, and the 19's not able to gain.
He told us during the rain delay, Chase Briscoe did, results-wise, this has not been a good track for me. And even though they qualified on a pole last year, did not get the finish, never been in the top 15 here. But to start 31st, get stage points in stage 1, great call by James Small to establish some of that track position with 2-tire stop, And now to basically be level on strategy and right here racing for the lead. Really, really good spot for driver 19 who tries to get on a heater over the summer.
And he's starting to use this car a little bit more. This Bass Pro Shops Toyota is starting to feel the effects of the dirty air behind this 5. He's got to be smart about where he places this car. What you got on the 5, Kim?
Yeah, the 5 of Kyle Larson, obviously on that 37 race winless streak, and I spoke specifically about that to Cliff Daniels, and he said, look, to be a team that wins and wins regularly, you need to be a 10 out of 10 in every category. So communication, consistency, car potential, pit crew, etc. Right now, he felt like they were at an 8.5 out of 10, but I got to tell you, tonight, it feels like they're hitting on all cylinders and could be a 10 out of 10 here at Nashville.
Pretty scary when you think about where this team is, because you've been talking about doom and gloom, not performing where you want, the losing streak and all that stuff. The reality is now they're up to 16 points, right around that spot where you feel like you need to be for the reset to make a move, and performing at a higher and higher level. We discussed their thought process on how things went down a week ago, leading laps here tonight, and really starting to put themselves in position. But major company here as Briscoe continues to knock on the door and now making a run to the inside for the race lead.
5 car just struggling with the balance on the long run here. Still a little work to do to try to get that car comfortable for him. I think the 19 is going to take this spot easily. Nope. Larson's going to stay right there. Side drive down the straightaway here, drawing even. Carries the momentum down the front straightaway. Briscoe trying to slow him down a little bit with the side drive there. Off into turn 1 and 2. Briscoe going to try to wrap around this corner right into apron. Not able to throttle up right there on the inside of the 5. The 5 can finish the throttle, carry that momentum down the back straightaway. The 19 tippy toes into the corner, doesn't want to get loose or push up into the 5. Right here into the throttle and clears easily.
I love that tippy toe, man. It's something we can all relate to. Just delicately dance around the competition.
If you carry it down, if you carry the car down in the corner too deep on the inside and you have a bobble, you don't have a lot of room before you get up into the car on the inside or on the outside of you. And here's Corey Heim, Eric Jones.
I'm going to have to tip of the hat to Eric Jones. I know Heim's going by him here, but you mentioned Dover, the guys that ran well at Dover, and Legacy was right up there, and I wasn't sure because it was a different tire. I know it's banked and it's concrete. But Eric Jones, 6th. This is a really, really good run right here for Legacy.
I mean, Jones last year finished 7th and ran over 100 laps inside the top 10. And here he is doing things solid again tonight. Marty, what do you have for us?
Christopher Bell storming his way through the field. Restarted 14th up to 7th. Adams was one of the top 3 fastest cars pretty much this entire run. So Steve, after that last bad pit stop on the 22, after 2 bad pit stops last week, Adam Steven told his guys, listen, I'm trying to imagine a scenario where we don't shoot ourselves in the foot and don't finish 25th tonight. So, Steve, they're coming up to the stop here in the middle of stage 2. How do you whip your guys into shape and not get them too down on themselves, knowing it's been a rough couple of weeks for that 25th crew?
Well, at this point, you hope that they can just kind of move forward with it. It's all about preparation, opportunity, figure out what you had wrong. The mistake they had earlier, I couldn't tell if it was human or mechanical, but you just got to trust them. This is that time where it is a total team sport. You're going to need to clean stuff.
Coming up on green flag pit stops in the middle of stage 2 here shortly. Chase Briscoe leads for right now. Kyle Larson in 2nd. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Ryan Blaney 4th. Corey Heim in 5th place. 6th is Eric Jones. Christopher Bell up to 7th, battling for 6th at the moment. Denny Hamlin in 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And William Byron currently round out the top 10. 130 laps complete out of 300 here this evening. We are about halfway through stage 2, which means we should be seeing some green flag pit stops here at some time shortly. Most of these teams probably going to try to split the tire life in half, though we might not see as many teams do that because the fall off that we've seen is very minimal at most. After 35 to 40 green flag laps ran in stage 2 right now, only about a half a second of fall off for the leaders. Christopher Bell just made a pass during the commercial break for 6th on Eric Jones. He's up 10 positions since the restart. Denny Hamlin up 7 spots to 8th pretty quickly, still remains in 8th. 8 spots gained for Chase Elliott, back in the pack again, up to 23rd, and those are the biggest gainers since the restart. Carson Hocevar also up 7 positions to 19th after being back outside the top 25 as we began stage 2. Briscoe up 5 positions from 6th to 1st to get to the lead. This is the first time Briscoe in that 19 car has been able to lead tonight. Had 3 wins last season, a breakout year in his first year with Joe Gibbs Racing, still winless this season, 15th in points coming in, but some problems for drivers and teams around him in the point standings coming into the night. Ryan Preece already out with some engine problems. He came in just 1 point behind Briscoe, 16th in the standings. Again, Briscoe was 15th. AJ Allmendinger, who was 19th, got a stage 1 win. Briscoe did get some points in that first stage, though nowhere near the amount that Allmendinger had, and still salvaged the blow just a bit there. So just trying to stay on top of things. Shane Van Gisbergen had a decent amount of stage points in stage 1 also. He's running up in the top 5 for most of that stage with the pit strategy call that they had for that 97 team. 2.2-second lead already for Briscoe over Larson up at the front of the field.
Laps to go, stage 2 at Nashville. Chase Briscoe leading. Let's get our Napa know-how moment to the initial start of the race.
Anthony Hamlin jumped the start before the restart zone, and NASCAR quickly said that's a no, so here you see the launch. He has to come to pit road and give up not only the lead of the race, but shotgun on the field, and he drove all the way back into the 8th position right here. Still a lot of race left for him to drive through the rest of the field, but I think he's got to work on the car just a little bit, Steve. Not quite as competitive as I think he wants to be.
I agree. And what happens is when you lose that track position, you just don't have the time to work on your car and clean air like you normally would as a leader. But somehow, I'm not sure how you're going to get blamed for that penalty. But what would you need to go to the bank? What was the question?
I said, what would you need to get paid to go shotgun on the field and drive through it for the win? Said double the purse, so you'd go to the back.
Well, I'm telling you right now that if he,
I was trying to wheel that into the universe. Maybe one of these days.
Well, if he wins and on the start-finish line, he says, Dale, you said what it was. You're on hook for double the purse. I want to see how this goes down.
How about this race for the runner-up spot? Tyler Reddick, quiet tonight. Whoa! And here he comes.
Yeah,
having up alongside Larson.
Yeah, 40 laps on this run, 46 laps for the tires, 46 laps to go. So if you think you can't run long on these right side tires, you're going to come right here and split it in the middle. You just saw how tough that pit entry was. Reddick made it look very easy, though, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, Tyler Reddick on the radio is saying he can notice that the track is starting to free up 1 to 2 numbers free here. They're going to tighten up air pressure, 4 tires, fuel. And let's see if they've had to run it distance to the green flag stop here, Steve.
Yeah, the balance that you and I have talked. Not only is the track cools, does it get freer, as we see now, Larson on pit road as well, but on green flag stops, because you go right back on the track at speed. The car is normally looser anyway. Kim, the right rear tire of the 5, looks like he had a little scuff with the wall, but
yeah, and he told the team he felt like use up the right rear. They're going to take 4 fresh figure tires, 1 can of Sunoco fuel. You see Eric Jones right there. He started out tight, but then set free towards the end of that run, just losing grip, Hardy.
Bubba Wallace did a nice job hanging in the top 10. He's at the rear end, close felt quickie, and I just don't have the juice at the end of the run. 4 tires, and everyone's talking about how free the track is getting.
As we talk free, that is also the case for Chase Briscoe. Said freer pitting this time. Obviously came down. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. Sunoco fuel. Hardy.
What a run for Denny Hamlin. Some shotgun on the field as Junior and the boys have talked about underneath. Coming down to the road now. Hamlin said, I'm too tight early and middle of the corner, but I cannot be any freer on exit. Don't hurt my exit. 4 fresh figure tires as the green flag cycle continues. 54 to go in stage 2.
Bottom of your screen, the 19 of Bristol was the leader at the start of the cycle. We're going to see right here if Larson is going to be able to make up any time. I think Briscoe's going to keep the lead through the cycle right here. It's going to be about a half straightaway back to the 5. So no harm, no foul. A little less concerned at a track where you don't lose so much speed on old tires. You can run a lap longer, a couple laps longer, and kind of hold your spot. You still can't have issues on pit road. I think that's really the focus. Reddick doing a nice job right here. He's kind of closed into the back of the 5.
Bell cycled to second. He comes to pit road. Blaney now scored as the race leader. Hosar is second. You know, Hosar, an interesting study. He hit pitted at lap 87, and he stays out to run long.
And now he's on the pit road, yeah. Riley Herbst also on the pit road.
And it wouldn't shock me if Blaney, who's still running very good lap times, tries to run this really far into the run, setting up 2 tires at the end of the stage. The concern is just that right front tire wear. Will it wear out or will it not? On board with the 35, Trevor.
Yeah, one of the few cars that was tight this run was Carson Hocevar in for 4 cars as well.
Oh, trouble on the left rear for Hocevar. It's like the 20 car. Car not jacked up enough. You wonder with those seats, turn 3 and 4, if you have to run the suspension, where that left rear maybe droops, falls out a little bit further than you do at other times. Let's take a look at this. Right side looks good to come around. Let's see if the jack goes on. Normal it does. But short. The left front goes on, the left rear won't. So they had to give a little bit more help with the jack. Certainly, like a smoother racetrack, the more aggressive you can be with how quick those tires get pulled up by the suspension. A rougher racetrack at times, you have to have them, hang out a little bit lower, and sometimes you just forget about that one.
We got to scan down the front straightaway. The 3 of Austin Dillon's turned around. No contact so far. Everybody's able to avoid.
Caution out for the 5th time tonight.
A big break, too, for Blaney and Elliott. Some of these cars that have yet to come to pit road.
That started because cars were trying to get to pit road. So let's take a look at this. Cars were trying to get to pit road. This right here, the 6 has to avoid. He checks up. Here comes all of these cars. The 3 comes down across the nose of the 17, gets turned. All that, as we have cars trying to get to pit road, it's so difficult to get onto this pit road. The transition is so rough. You have to slow the car down, and then oncoming traffic has to avoid. Oh, that was Brad Keselowski. So he checks up. It creates quite a bit of confusion for a lot of other folks here. Right here. So he saw the 6 kind of coming down in front of him, and you can hear him starting to get out of gas a little bit. He sure doesn't know that.
Great
Runs
save by
into
Austin
him,
Dillon.
spins him around. Just unfortunate situation there.
But I think about how bad this could have been. A lot of cars here. You go through the grass after all the rain, right? So, there's a whole lot of things that could have gone really, really bad, made it a lot worse. And overall, Dillon able to get away without hitting the wall.
Now you will follow, so you get an arc here, get it.
Trimble on low camera.
So 47 moved down the track like, hey, I'm going to pit.
I come up. All clear. All clear. Nobody wave there. Come on, run, Brad, on the bottom. Inside, he's here.
TJ screaming at Brad. So the 47's down the racetrack on the back straightaway. Sometimes drivers will do that to be like, hey, I'm pitting. I'm moving down here, and this is unusual. That's a signal that I'm coming to pit road. Well, Brad didn't really pick up on that. TJ wants a wave or somebody up on the spotter stand to say, hey, we're coming to pit road. He doesn't get that either. It's just a little bit of a miscommunication.
Only 8 cars on the lead lap being in the middle of the cycle. The 12 of Blaney currently the leader. You're going to see the 9 of Chase Elliott probably also will come to pit road. Yeah, big gap between them. So only 8 cars. Yeah.
And for Ryan Slayton, he actually said he was tighter overall this run, but the entry did get a little bit free towards the end. Tires and fuel for the 12 car.
Chase Elliott telling Alan Gustafson that he can overheat either end of the car on the tires. He can either make the car tight, he can make it loose. So he was kind of confused on what to do. Also having a little bit of radio issue there here in his crew chief. Michael McDowell having a quiet day. But chose to stay out there even though he had some of the most laps on his tires. Last pitted at lap 87 before this one. They've gambled a little bit and it's paid off here, guys, with the caution coming out.
A couple of laps shy of halfway in the Cracker Barrel 400, 5th caution of the night.
Yeah, right in the middle of the pit cycle, you stack them on the front stretch. We're going to let scoring reset and update the running order when we return of just who got back on the lead lap.
All right, so we'll wait for timing and scoring here to update. I believe Ryan Blaney going to be back in the lead. He had quite a few lap cars between himself and I believe Chase Elliott, who is in second. Austin Dillon making a big-time save after contact with Chris Buescher in the tri-oval, trying to avoid a Brad Keselowski race car that was slow in the front stretch after he nearly ran into Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to come to pit road late in turns 3 and 4. Chain reaction of events, bringing out a spin, bringing out a caution for the 5th time tonight. Our 3rd for incident, our first caution of stage 2. And we were right in the middle of green flag pit stops. And fortunately for Ryan Blaney, being the leader and having not pit yet, he trapped quite a few cars a lap down that are going to have to stay out to take the wave around. They'll be at the back of the field for this next restart. And we're also going to have to see exactly how many cars were able to take the wave around, because if anybody in the lead lap stayed out of the pits, then that is going to keep a vast majority of the field still a lap down. So it looks like Ryan Blaney is the leader. Chase Elliott in second, Michael McDowell third, AJ Allmendinger fourth, Daniel Suarez in fifth, Todd Gilliland is going to be in 6th place for the next restart. Hodgepodge running order up at the front. Really, Blaney and Elliott are the only two probably competent cars up at the front of the field, but even Elliott's been outside the top 10 all day. Started deep in the field, just hasn't been able to cut through traffic one way or another, whether that be strategy or actually fight his way through. And subtly been up in the top 20 today, but not very often. Blaney has been up in the top 5 or top 10. I believe he was in 4th place before cars started coming to pit road. And again, because of the caution coming out when it did, he's going to benefit, and he will be the leader, retaining his track position from when the yellow came out. And already a good night so far for Blaney, getting 3rd place stage points in stage 1. The likes of Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, they're going to be 9th and 10th on the restart, a little bit further back in the pack. If we stay green to the end of the stage and the 9 and the 12 have a good restart, they're probably going to end up settling in between themselves for the stage 2 win. 20 lead changes so far here tonight at Nashville. Halfway home this time by. Under caution. Take another break while we await the next restart. You're listening live, KRC, full flag-to-flag coverage of tonight's Cracker Barrel 400. Have just under 35 laps to go on the next restart for stage 2. Here tonight at Nashville. Going to be quite the hectic restart up inside the top 10. You got a lot of cars up at the front of the field that haven't really been there all night. Mired back in the pack, stayed out of the pits, trying to hope for that caution that they got, and they've got a lot of fast race cars in the rearview mirror. As we get set to get back to action. Field is doubled up. They'll be going green this time by in the next restart. Well, good for us Blaney fans out there. Ryan Blaney leads. And around a top 5 car so far this evening. I think 4th place where he was running was probably his ceiling by way of speed through the first half of the race. I do think the likes of Larson, Abel, Hamlin have been quicker, but maybe even throw Tyler Reddick in there, at least for the short run side of things. So probably a 4th or 5th place car for Blaney, but taking advantage with the strategy call. Staying out of the pits, hoping for that caution. They got it, and now they've got track position and 4 fresh tires, which the last 3 starts he was on the front row for. He took right side tires only, so he should get a better launch this time. Kobe on the inside of row 1, Chase Elliott on the outside, Blaney the control car as the leader. Launches middle to late of the restart zone. Good timing restart for Ryan Blaney. Chase Elliott did not fire off well, and he's going to be under duress for second into turns 1 and 2. Allmendinger looked like he was going to try to go up the middle 3 wide between Elliott and McDowell, but he ran out of room and instead is just kind of stuck behind both cars. Now the back straightaway drafts behind Elliott on the high side to stick with McDowell for third. Couple rows of 3 wide back around Kyle Larson in the middle line of the racetrack. Larson double duty this weekend. Didn't lead a single lap in the O'Reilly Auto Parts race yesterday. Series in which he usually dominates when he goes down from the Cup Series to run, but was pretty much like 8th to 10th most of that race if he didn't fall back even further on a couple of bad restarts that he had. 2 Spire cars underneath the Colleague Chevy, 3 wide, and Daniel Suarez taking away both positions. Great restart for the 7 team as he goes from 5th to 3rd. McDowell and Allmendinger have been side by side for about 2 consecutive laps now, holding each other up as well as some of the rest of the pack behind him. Austin Dillon in the 3. It spun not that long ago, is up inside the top 10. Kind of funny how that works out. Transponder's got Austin Hill in the 33 in 8th. It must have been an error on Prime Video. That must be the 33 instead of the 3. They were showing Austin Dillon's onboard cam, but I believe that was Hill. Dillon actually might be a lap down at the tail end of the field after his spin. Yeah, he is. Okay, so the reason why Austin Dillon was up there is because of everybody that had to take the wave around had to restart behind the lap car, so that's why it was a bit confusing. So Austin Dillon is where the top 10 cars are, but he fell off the lead lap after his spin. Denny Hamlin up the middle, 3 wide, tight gap between fellow Toyota driver Eric Jones alongside Ty Dillon. Christopher Bell in the 20 going to follow his teammate, maybe give him a slight push to get clear of both race cars he's battling around. Larson back in the top 10 to 9th. Reddick in 7th. And Briscoe fell back a bit. He was the lead car of those that were on strategy. Would have been the leader had we cycled through green flag pit stops, but he actually fell back on this last restart. He's now in 11th. He was 8th initially. And now he's losing sight on his strategy of being the first that just hit pit road during the caution, had to take the wave run. That's another thing, too. Like, Ryan Blaney's got a few lap fresher tires than those of the drivers who took the wave around because of the differentiating strategy calls. Same for, like, Chase Elliott and everybody else there. So they've got a couple lap fresher tires, which should kind of aid them if the speed's off a bit. .3-second lead for Ryan Blaney over Chase Elliott that last time by at the start-finish line. 3.2 seconds ahead of Daniel Suarez in third. 3.3 seconds back is A.J. Allmendinger in fourth. Michael McDowell 3.8 seconds back, rounding out the top 5. Todd Gillen 4.3 seconds out of the lead in sixth. Tyler Reddick 4.8 back in seventh. Kyle Larson 5.3 seconds out of the lead in eighth. Ninth is Chase Briscoe again at 5.5 seconds out of the lead, and 6.8 back is Cole Custer, rounding out the top 10. Custer, another one of those drivers who had not made that pit stop prior to the last caution. And the yellow coming out in the middle of green flag stops again for an Austin Dillon spin on the front stretch. Fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage number 2, which is going to be coming up in another 25 laps from now. Ross Chastain's out of the race for me, so I had to put him in my garage. And Carson Hocevar, who I kind of took a risk at there. A slow pit stop, trapping him a lap down in the middle of green flag pit stops. He would have went 2 laps down while a lot of other drivers were 1 down, so while he took the wave around, he is at the tail end of the field of those that are running on track. Blaney is definitely faster than the 9 car of Chase Elliott, and by far the fastest car of any of those that are up inside the top 10. A raw speed. He was definitely the best pacing car all day pretty easily. We haven't seen Chase Elliott this kind of track position until now, but he has nothing for the 12. And the only other drivers that we know that could be faster in the back half of the top 10, just sometimes a little bit of luck falls into the strategy side of things, and luck may be on the 12 team side. Blaney does have one win with this package, which is the higher horsepower for the short intermediate / short tracks and road courses. And lower downforce, high horsepower package, less drag. Blaney had that win at Phoenix earlier this year. Much different track on how that is raced compared to that of Nashville, but still pretty solid performance there, and a solid performance so far tonight to go with it. Side-by-side commercial break now on Prime Video. 22 laps to go, stage 2. Lap 163 of 300 total in tonight's race. Again, Ryan Blaney, the race leader, with Chase Elliott in second, A.J. Allmendinger third, Daniel Suarez fourth, Michael McDowell in fifth. Tyler Reddick is sixth place, seventh is Todd Gillen, Kyle Larson eighth, Chase Briscoe ninth, and rounding out the top 10, Cole Custer. Christopher Bell at 11th, Austin Hill in 12th, Denny Hamlin 13th, Corey Heim 14th, and Eric Jones 15th. 16th is Ty Gibbs with Shane Van Gisbergen 17th, Alex Bowman 18th, Bubba Wallace 19th, and Riley Herbst 20th. 21st, Zane Smith, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, John Hunter Nemechek 23rd, 24th, Austin Cindric and Josh Berry 25th, Brad Keselowski in 26th, Chris Buescher 27th, Noah Gragson 28th, Carson Hocevar 29th, and William Byron back in 30th. Joey Logano 31st is the last car in the lead lap. Ty Dillon 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd, Austin Dillon 34th, Chad Fincham 35th. 3 cars out of the race, Ryan Preece 36th, Ross Chastain 37th, and Connor Zilic 38th. 20 lead changes, 5 yellows, 3 for incidents, 32 laps under caution, 165 out of 300 laps complete at Nashville Super Speedway. And the Cracker Barrel 400, our current race leader, Ryan Blaney, has led for 33 laps. Pole sitter Denny Hamlin led the first couple, jumped the initial start. He is in 13th as of this moment. Chase Briscoe, who was leader before the green flag pit stop started, and then the caution in the middle of the stops. He is now back in 9th with 14 laps led. Kyle Larson has led the most laps so far, 56 led, and Tyler Reddick 37 laps led, all of his in stage 1. The race update as to where we are right now, just past halfway. 1.8 second lead now for Blaney over Elliott. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live. KRC, full flag-to-flag coverage continues on tonight's race. Christopher Bell in some traffic trying to get by Chase Briscoe, who's been stuck behind Kyle Larson every step of the way since the last restart. A battle ongoing just inside the top 10 for the 9th place position. Bell getting by Cole Custer initially during that commercial break to get inside the top 10 again. Bell was my pick to win tonight's race coming in. Has not yet led, but he's been as high as second and was in the top 3 for most of stage 1 before the slow pit stop. Costing him some stage points. He didn't get any because of it. And barely inside the top 10 now late in stage 2 also. 17 laps to go in the second stage with where we run right now. And again, a lot of laps left still to go here this evening. We have not seen a different winner at Nashville Superspeedway in the Cup Series. The 5 winners have been Kyle Larson in 2021, Chase Elliott in 22, 2023, Ross Chastain, Joey Logano 2024, Ryan Blaney in 2025. We have seen 2 of those drivers lead tonight, Larson and Blaney, and they've led the 2 most laps in the race today, kind of bookending the Nashville Superspeedway Cup Series wins list between 2021 and 2025. First race and last race here prior to tonight. Tyler Reddick up inside the top 5, just past Daniel Suarez a few laps ago for 5th. Reddick would be highest in the running order of those that pitted prior to the caution coming out under green flag. A couple spots ahead of where Larson and Bell are. But those drivers are still about 2 seconds back behind Reddick as well. 45 car was great in clean air earlier, but you can tell that they have made some leaps and bounds to help that car in traffic, because when he wasn't in the lead, he just didn't quite have the speed of the 5 and 20. But off this restart, getting through traffic a little bit better, that knowingly has definitely helped the 45 for right now, and I'm curious to see, can Reddick get the win? Reddick had won 5 races of the first 9 this season, so going 4 races without a win is surprisingly his longest winless streak this season. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson in a tight door-to-door battle now for 7th on the racetrack, right in line behind Todd Gilliland. Caution flag on the racetrack. We got a car in the wall, AJ Allmendinger, and it looks like maybe another brake failure.
Such a great evening.
Big fire.
Such a great run tonight. Yeah, stage one. He was running inside the top 5 here. Just the stage points alone were going to be a huge, huge bonus for the 16. See the steering wheel off. Window net not down yet. Oh boy. That's tough to watch. Wow, what huge impact for AJ Allmendinger. Big hit.
Caution comes out with 12 to go. Stage 2.
We heard SVG talk about his concerns when he learned of his 2 teammates, as we see AJ get out of the race car under his own power.
I don't see anything on the radio where he references what happened. I'm with you, Dale. It looked very similar to both of the rotor failures we've seen so far. Cam, what are you hearing about the 16?
Well, I talked to crew chief Trent Owens earlier in the day just about brakes and the possibility of failures, and he said we were concerned about overheating the brakes, so they did open up the brakes to have more cooling than they did in practice yesterday. He also told me that they had a different pad package. They went with the more aggressive pad package, so maybe those 2 things contributing as we're seeing on the 16 right now.
So SVG talked about being worried about his teammates, right? Oh, man, now I'm nervous. Everybody in the field is seeing what's going on. This is creeping into all the drivers' minds about, hey, what's going on out there? Why are we seeing all of this? What can you tell me about my car to give me the confidence that I'm not going to have that same issue?
The one thing different about this, and I think that's why he hit so hard, is this one looks a little later. So let's go back to that head-on shot. Remember, the others came when we thought we had offboards. We could still hear them on the throttle right there. You see the fire out the pipes? If we back it up a little bit from there, we keep backing up, right? And as it rolls forward nice and slow, you see the fire out the pipes of the car behind them. I think you're going to see fire out the pipes of AJ. Well, it's about the same time he lifts. I was wondering if he had lifted first or not. The reason I say that is because I think if you are still on the gas when the rotor fails, that tells me it's overcooled. If he had lifted, stepped on the brake pedal, and it had failed. Let's listen in. Tell the others I thought were clear that they were still on the gas. That might be a little later. So I don't know what it is as far as too warm, too cold, but I do believe in looks. It has every look of another failed right front brake rotor.
Let's get an update. Shane Van Gisbergen, Marty.
To Junior's point about SVG maybe not being worried about the brakes earlier in the race, and Stephen Dorn said, hey, we're running a different brake pad package than our other teammates did. Just now under this caution, Junior, SVG said the pedal is going long now, and then it completely locks the rears on entry, snapping loose handling-wise exit as well. But yes, now voicing concern in that 97 camp about his brakes as well.
Now imagine having that going on inside the car and knowing you got to drive this thing wide open down the next straightaway and commit to running the lap time and hoping that when you get to the end of the front stretch, you don't blow a rotor or go into the wall. That is that's the life of a race car driver. And there's nights like tonight where it will stress you out. And you're seeing these things happen to driver after driver. We went through something kind of similar years ago with the tire wars, and you'd see guys that go out there and run and blow right front tires. You're thinking, man, I hope that doesn't happen to me. It seems like it's almost a lottery, but it's in some of these drivers' minds, especially the ones that have been around these cars when they've blown those rotors. I mean, Mike McDowell sits right there and watches AJ go into the wall in front of him. You certainly have to imagine that that's going to creep into his mind just a little bit about, that becoming an issue that he'll have to deal with at some point.
Still a long way to go tonight. Scan the QR code to shop Logitech G's newest products and hottest deals. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of the NASCAR.
There's some drivers that will tell you, man, I can block it out. It ain't gonna have to be. We all do that about danger and bad crashes and all that stuff. But part failures are a bit of a different deal. You feel like you're in control of keeping yourself out of trouble or bad wrecks. But part failure is something that, as a driver, you don't feel like you got a lot of control over.
And as a crew chief, you have a lot of anxiety there. You and your driver, you're a team in this, and you don't want to have a mechanical failure. But like I said earlier, I just want to be clear. You just can't be ultra conservative. The vendor driver's going to lose his mind because he's going to be slow. Right? Like to your point, Dale, you have to be uncomfortable with the risk you're willing to take inside the car. As a crew chief, at times you have to be very uncomfortable with what you're trying to push these cars to the limit, because it is an absolute contest of speed. And you have a lot of races where you hear brake vibration and brake complaints and nothing happens.
Yep.
So then you go 10 weeks with that, and then all of a sudden now we have a race where we are having these brake issues, and you're like, man, I wish I would have took those comments in practice maybe a little more seriously or had a different opinion on it.
It also matters how old you are. A lot of the 20-year-old guys out there, they're not thinking about their brakes. They're just driving. But the guys that are 35, 40, 45 years old, they're going, that's a pretty serious situation. I don't need to be a part of that. But so it affects everybody a little bit differently.
Mossburn onboard Riley Herbst. Makes me think about that ending to stage one when 2311 got all four of their cars some stage points. And we're going to have a wild ending to stage two as well, with a caution coming out here. 12 laps to go and a short run to finish it. I think we're going to get our money's worth again.
That's right. And more crazy opportunities, to your point, to try different things with tire strategy and all that. It's just good. There's so much churn with the field over strategy and what to do. And we're going to see that again at the end of this stage.
Well, here we are. Green light is on. Pit road is open. So how do you manage this situation and then the setup for that final stage? Some drivers staying out. A lot of them coming down pit road, Kim.
And a lot of conversation on Ryan Blaney's radio on what they thought the field was going to do, especially if they came. Ryan reporting started to build a little bit free. They took keep a head on a swivel, which makes me think that they're going to do 4 tires. And I'm just watching for traffic on pit road. Trevor.
Alan Reddick was able to move from 12th all the way up to 4th into that last run, passing the most cars, really getting that top working, improving that out just a little bit tight up there. Chase Elliott happy with their last change, wants a little bit more of that. And Mike McDowell battling the tight condition as well. He also liked moving up the racetrack and found a little speed there, guys.
A nice handful of drivers stay on the racetrack. McDowell the first off. He goes +2. With 2 tires. Briscoe takes 2 as well. All those guys up front taking 2 tires. We'll reset the running order, get a big restart when 3 come back. Watch it, number 6 of the night for AJ Allmendinger.
Caution number 6, AJ Allmendinger, right front brake rotor failure. The third one we've seen tonight. All Chevys and all out of the ECR camp. Team Trackhouse, and now obviously right here with Colleague Racing as well. So just like we had late in stage 1, we're going to have another late stage restart for stage 2. It's going to be longer than a lap. And we saw a couple of drivers stay out of the pits entirely that chose not to come to pit road, just like at the end of stage 1. There were 3 drivers in stage 1 that did not pit. Daniel Suarez is going to be the first on the racetrack of those that stayed out. He was running in 3rd when the caution came. So Suarez, Bowman, Stenhouse, Cindric all stayed out of the pits, it looks. I think Brad Keselowski also stayed out of the pits in 5th. The leaderboard you see on our screen is not completely accurate, so let me refresh the page real quick. Try to go through the top half dozen at least for the next restarts. We're down to 6 laps to go in the stage right now, and I don't think the field has gotten 1 to go yet. So if they get 1 to go this time by, we're going to have 4 laps left in stage 2 when we get back racing again. Yes, 8 likes away from our goal of 150 on stream. Late night, thank you to everybody tuning in for live commentary coverage of the Cracker Barrel 400. We've been live on the channel for just over 4 hours already, still approaching the final stage of tonight's race. After a roughly 90-minute plus rain delay, which gave us a later start for tonight's action. Sellout crowd on hand at Nashville Super Speedway, awaiting the restart to the end of stage 2, where we will have, again, 4 laps to go in the second stage. 4 laps to go in the second stage. Front of the field, you got Daniel Suarez as the race leader, Alex Bowman in 2nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 3rd, Austin Cindric 4th, and Brad Keselowski will round out the top 5 in 5th.
Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Going to be a fun run to the finish, stage 2. As the Cracker Barrel 400. Top 6 stayed out. Next 6 got 2 tires. The first on 4, Chase Elliott in the 9. He was 13th prior to the choose.
77, the host of our has to go to the rear for over the wall too soon. It's pit road.
Suarez, good on those restarts late in the Coke 600 at a tire deficit, hangs on, gets the win. When the rains come, we'll see if he can hold them off here and get a stage victory. Green flag will go.
Same circumstance for Suarez here as we're late stage 2, trying to go for the stage win this week in Nashville. Only difference is he's got more drivers on his strategy, which could help here. Green flag is back in the air. Great launch through the restart zone for Suarez. He's well clear into the first turn. Stenhouse and Bowman side by side for 2nd place into the first turn as well. Stenhouse so close to clearing that 48 car up the exit of the corner, and he is able to do so. 4 wide. Back around Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gillen, and Ryan Blaney. One car slowing up in the middle groove right in front of that pack. Almost wadded him up down in turns 3 and 4, but everybody evades. Suarez holds on to the lead. Stenhouse and Bowman side by side for 2nd again, as Stenhouse had the battle won off turn 2 the last lap, and now we got trouble. Multiple cars up against the outside wall. Todd Gillen, Corey Hine, Cole Custer. 3-car crash in turns 1 and 2, 2nd lap after the restart. And this will end stage 2 under caution, as we only have 3 laps to go. They're not going to be able to get this cleaned up and get another restart. So 3-car crash, Corey Hine, Todd Gillen, and Cole Custer. Bringing out caution number 7 here tonight at Nashville, and this will end stage number 2. That means Daniel Suarez will be the stage 2 winner. Corey Heim got into the back of the 34 car in that outside line, spun him around, nowhere for Heim to go, backed up behind him. Both cars slide against each other and into the outside wall. Cole Custer spun a little bit further back, also made contact with the 34 car amidst the slide. Custer just coming in there a little hot. Or sliding around him, had nowhere to go to try to miss the incident. Did the best he could, but it wasn't quite good enough. On the bottom of the racetrack, SVG got into Todd Gillen the lap before that, headed into turn 1. And Gersbergen trying to be aggressive to get up inside the top 10 for some stage points, and he just missed out. He was 11th when the caution came out. I believe Van Gisbergen finished 11th in both Stage 1 and Stage 2 tonight. Trevor Bain is caught up with AJ Allmendinger, who has exited the infield care center.
Brake issues.
Exploded. No warning signs. Felt like our Spire Academy Venture HR was cool to bring a new sponsor into NASCAR, giving them a great run. But yeah, brakes weren't soft or anything like that, and didn't think I was overusing them. I think it's more horsepower, low downforce. I guess we're using more brake than in the past, but it sucks. We're having a good day.
Thanks, AJ.
Tough break for the Dinger. He actually won Stage 1 on pit strategy, so yes, he was having a good day by way of points. Came in 19th in the standings, so while the Stage 1 win softens the blow, definitely not what they needed by way of where they were on points coming into the night. So Daniel Suarez continues to lead. Final lap of Stage 2 right now, and again, they'll be coming to the second green-white checkered flag of the night under yellow. So Daniel Suarez will be the Stage 2 winner. Alex Bowman second. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. third. Austin Cindric fourth. Denny Hamlin up to fifth. Michael McDowell in sixth place. Seventh for William Byron. Chase Briscoe eighth. Christopher Bell ninth. And Brad Keselowski gets the final stage point in 10th. Stage 2 in the books here at Nashville Super Speedway. 115 laps to go. We will end our chat poll since we have gotten to the end of stage number 2 now. Space Cowgirl, thanks for tuning in. Where's Larson? He is falling behind on strategy a bit in this one. Larson is 15th. Not as far back in the leaderboard as he's been this evening. So caution number 7 for incident, and stage 2 ends under the yellow. 3-car crash with Todd Gillen, Cole Custer, and Corey Heim. Just ended the chat poll. 260 votes were casted for who you think will win tonight's race. 59% of those 260 taking somebody other than Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, or Christopher Bell for the win. Reddick had 16% of the votes, 13% taking Hamlin, and only 12% going to take Christopher Bell. That was my pick for this one. Still not out of it yet. Denny Hamlin, 13% coming back. Hasn't led since starting on the pole. And Tyler Reddick, who has led for a bit, but not since stage 1. Still pretty strong in the top 5 for most of the night. This race is wide open the way the strategy has really played out so far. I mean, you had probably a handful that you know are the best cars in this race, but I have no idea who's going to play the strategy game out because the cautions have fallen in such a way that we've seen so many different drivers lead. I mean, that has led for the 22 lead changes we've seen today, and so much different strategy has kind of gone about this, really trying to keep, fans and teams alike on their toes as to who is going to get out ahead when it's all said and done. 43 laps of caution out of 186 laps complete. Again, 115 laps in stage 3. They will have to pit for fuel and tire purposes at some point in this final stage. And we'll have to wait and see what the next restart is going to have for us and who is going to come to pit road during this next stage break. We're going to get a diecast showing out. Don't worry. We haven't had one at the end of stage 2 recently, but I do have one diecast with me that I have not showed yet this year, so I'll show that off now. Once I find it. I'll have that. Nope, not that one either. I can't find it. Somewhere in here. struggling. I wonder if I moved it. Yeah, I think I moved it. I moved it into a different bag, so I couldn't find it. Pit road's open.
Chase Bob Simmons. But Daniel Suarez, what a call in it. I know you gave Adam credit to Ryan Sparks. That was Daniel Suarez's call to be able to stay out there and get those stage points by winning the stage. They're going to take a long time here, Steve. Suarez very worried about his brakes. In fact, he said, I'm nervous about the brakes. And Ryan Sparks said to him, Steve, I can't overcool the rotors, but I can help you and try and cool the calipers a little bit.
Record number of lead change.
All right, so pit stops at the end of stage 2 just happening. Terrible news, ladies and gentlemen. I have the diecast, unfortunately, in travel from point A to point B in my bag. It didn't travel correctly. I did not have it in the box, and I paid the price for the diecast not being in the box because the spoiler has fallen off of the race car. Clean off. So I am sure I'll be able to find it in my bag somewhere when I clean it out. That is very unfortunate. I swear when I moved the diecast last weekend, it did not look like this. I did not notice that, so it must have gotten crushed in the last week. Dang. This is a Jeremy Mayfield, I believe 1999. 1999 Jeremy Mayfield Ford Taurus for Penske Racing, number 12. Ryan Blaney in the number 12 has led some laps tonight. This is a former driver of the number 12, but Jeremy Mayfield, multi-time winner in the Cup Series, 5 career Cup wins, I do believe, for Mr. Mayfield. And Mobile One schemes over the years have always looked pretty good. Actually, I have a couple different Mobile One cars. I got a Tony Stewart one as well from his Stewart Haas racing days. I'm so upset the spoiler is not on here anymore. I'm going to have to glue that. I got to find it, though, first. I don't know where it's at. I don't know where the spoiler went. It's very upsetting. I take good care of my diecast. I didn't take good enough care of this one, unfortunately. I've had spoilers fall off on the car of tomorrow when they have the wing. I've had those fall off before. Those are pretty easy, and I don't really blame myself for having a couple of those fall off over the years, but I have not had a spoiler that was not a car of tomorrow car fall off on me before, so that's very weird. And like I said, this is recent, because I know I've showed this diecast off on the channel last year, and that wasn't the case. And it's actually one of the newer diecasts that I bought. I bought this at Bristol last season, and this was of the last few diecasts that I have made a purchase for. So one of my newer ones is one of the ones broken. That stinks. Yes, I have the car, just not the spoiler. All right. So 3 brake rotor failures on the right front. Curious to see if we'll see any more before the end of the race today. Both of them, or I should say all 3, happening towards the end of a stage. End of stage 2 for Allmendinger, end of stage 1 for Connor Zilich and Ross Chastain. All Chevrolets as well. Lights are out on the pace car. Pace car headed for pit road. We're going to get the restart to begin stage 3 at Nashville Super Speedway. Denny Hamlin back in the lead. Michael McDowell second. Christopher Bell third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Shane Van Gisbergen in fifth. And Chase Elliott in sixth. Green flag back in the air. First time Denny Hamlin has led since the start of the race, and he'll easily have the lead up out of turn 2. I believe McDowell took 2 tires under his last pit stop and then stayed out of the pits again. I think he was the only driver of those that had stayed out on the racetrack the pit stop before that also stay out at the stage end trying to stretch the fuel window to make it on one more. Oh boy, big issue for Zane Smith, I believe. No, Noah Gregson in the 4, and we've got a spin. Brad Keselowski ended up in the grass. I think he got turned across somebody else's front bumper, nails the left rear of Austin Cindric. Caution is out on the first green flag lap of stage 3. A couple of Fords involved. Oh, we'll take a look at this. See exactly what happened. They were 4 wide up out of the corner. Really about a third of the way down the front stretch. They were 4 wide, and that's right where this incident took place. So there's near contact between Zane Smith, Riley Herbst, but that wasn't really what caused this. Noah Gregson in the 4 car ended up having contact with whoever was underneath him up out of turn 4. Yeah, he got clipped in the left rear by Stenhouse. And then Austin Dillon got back into Brad Keselowski after he had gotten spun earlier because of a move Brad made. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but coincidental to say the least. Almost in the same identical spot where the two had contact earlier that sent Austin Dillon around. The only difference is Dillon kept it off the wall. Keselowski did not, and Keselowski's day is going to be done. Another driver inside that chase cutoff line, but outside the top 10 in points, finding themselves in a DNF today. And unfortunately for RFK Racing, the other one was their other car, Ryan Preece. And they were 4 wide trying to miss the slowing up car of Gregson, who made a good save after contact with Stenhouse. And then down on the apron, Austin Dillon gets into the back of Brad Keselowski, and Brad goes up the track into the fence. Unfortunately for Austin Cindric, he also gets taken out. The 6 spinning right across the side of his race car.
Depending on which driver's t-shirt you bought, will probably tell you which opinion, and that's totally fair, but I'm with you, Dale.
Or which radio you're listening to.
Yeah, I think it's... These are the days. Jimmy Johnson, I thought, put it so well when he voiced over the chase piece in that pre-race about what it is with the pressure, and I mark my words. These are the days you are going to remember. A few months from now, when you look back, you're going to think that day we were having at Nashville where we got up in the wreck. And we haven't seen, this is the regular season. A lot of these drivers have no idea what it feels like. Dale, you and I have done it. When you get to the chase and you know you have 70 days, you have 10 weeks, every lap, every point, every stage, there's no there's no resets, there's no freebies, it's everything. The pressure in the chase, I feel, is going to be higher than the old playoff format. These drivers know everything matters. Let's hear the 3 and what he says.
He hung a hard lap, it's pretty obvious, so hopefully they see it.
Sorry, that was the 6 radio. That was TJ politicking.
Yeah, I know they're upset and they feel like that was intentional, but I don't know that they'll win the argument with all the evidence I've seen.
I don't think you're just done discussing that one this week.
Yeah, no, me and TJ will talk about it on the download Tuesday. We'll put TJ to task to make his case.
Pretty big hit for Brad.
A lot of debate about this one. I stand with your original thought, though, Dale. From what I hear out of the three, I don't think he turned down there to get him on purpose. I really don't. If he did, then he's really good at leaving some probable doubt. How about that? Yeah.
Here's what we were talking about, guys. And, you think about it, if you're Brad Keselowski, you come in 11 down to 13. Ryan Preece is hanging on despite the fact he's out of the race, and he's helped here by the fact that Cindric is involved in this accident. And I look at Briscoe. He's still 15th. He hasn't gained as far as positions go, but he's really gained when you look at points in relation to those around him.
And you have Logano in 18th right there. He's running 21st. Can they come up with something to grab some spots tonight, like they do from time to time, to get himself a top 10 and close the gap a little bit?
And if you look over on the right side, it gives you a little bit of a cheat sheet of what the reset will look like. And we've kind of drawn an imaginary line below 6th.
Yep.
Because all those guys are going to be within 50 points of the leader at the reset. And we feel like mathematically, and if you run all the simulations, that's the sweet spot on those that really have an opportunity. As Steve said, over 70 days, those 10 weeks to go out and make something happen.
Yeah, look, if you have a Tony Stewart, Chase, you're going to win 5 races. Jimmy Johnson from 2007, Chase, I think you can win it from way down the standings. But I'm listing perhaps the 2 most impressive runs ever in that format, right? It's going to have to be a monumental thing. If you want to just talk about being good or a little bit better than your opponents, I agree with you. That top 5 is the sweet spot. If you're going to be Reddick and win, like, say, 5 of the first 7 races, you probably could get it done from anywhere.
There's 3 or 4 drivers. When you look at that track lineup in those last 10 weeks where you can say that's a guy that could get on a heater and really make it happen. But mathematically, if you're outside the top 5 or 6, it will be a challenge. And I look at the running order tonight. And there have been so many ebbs and flows in this race, but here we are, just over 100 laps to go. Hamlin is back in the race lead controlling the event. Briscoe is there, Bell is there, so we've got the representation from Joe Gibbs Racing. McDowell has slid in, Chase Elliott in the game, Tyler Reddick. It's been a very interesting night.
It's very similar to the race we saw last year. A lot of 11 and 19 battling for the lead. And now that they have control of the front of this field, it's important that they keep it. And it appears that if you let Blaney out front, or if you let Larson out front, they're hard to beat. Whoever can keep the control of this race, keep that first position, really has a big advantage.
Let's do our FanDuel race check. Look at the numbers, Steve.
Well, leader, not the favorite. Bell is the favorite, a little over 3.5 times your money. So if you think Bell back there in 4th is in a great position, FanDuel will agree with you. Then you have Hamlin, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson. I will just point out that if you like to, make a gamble, there's some names up there that aren't even in that top 5, right? A Blaney or a Buescher or a Jones, but makes sense to me. I have to agree. I think Bell and Hamlin should be the favorites. Marty.
Steve, do we know if Junior officially doubled the purse for Denny Hamlin? Because now it is officially last to first for Denny Hamlin. Has been really happy with the handling of the race car in the 11. Can they pull off the win after, getting the restart or start of the race wrong from the pole position? But I know why FanDuel might have Christopher Bell sitting in 4th in the better position, because they are in a better fuel position than their teammate Denny Hamlin. They had him wait on pit road on that last stop. Adam Siemens said, hold, wait for me. Made sure they got the 20 full. The 11 did not get full, so a slight fuel advantage for Christopher Bell, who's all had a quick car as well, equal with his teammate Denny Hamlin.
Adam Stevens, Christopher Bell, so good, as we talked earlier last week in the Coke 600, of managing the strategy, maybe getting a little bit out of balance with some of the other teams. And as Marty talks about there, playing a little fuel strategy game tonight to set them up for success down the stretch.
Well, so let's just lay out what we have in front of us, right? We're 102 to go. Let's call it 100 to go. We take the green. They can run 75-ish to 80 on fuel. I don't know if you can run 80 on tires. So now the real question is, if we don't see a yellow, when you pit, how do you manage this green flag pit stop and what balance you have to have in your race car as the track cools.
All right. A lot of the leaders stay out. We only had about a full lap in there to begin stage 3 before the caution. Brad Keselowski spun off the front bumper after a couple of cars checking up with contact out of turn 4. In front of him, Austin Dillon got into the back of the 6. Coincidentally, those two had made contact earlier when Brad threw a big block after struggling with the 47 car getting out of the pit lane and Austin Dillon getting spun around, falling out of the lead lap, might I add. And now these two find each other again in a late restart and made contact with one another. Brad definitely looked upset when he left his race car in the garage area where he was able to drive it back. Sure, going to the infield care center after the crash for a mandatory trip. And if you get an interview, if we do get an interview with Brad Keselowski, you'll get to listen into that. Yeah, right around 100 laps to go here at Nashville with where we're at right now. And we not had the 90-minute not red flag, but 90-minute rain delay before the start of the race today. This race would probably be over by now. It's a little bit of a late Sunday night for you all here on the channel. I got to go to work in less than 4 hours, by the way. So I'm doing this because I love NASCAR. And I'm doing this because I love you guys that tune in here each and every week on the channel. I do have 4 hours of sick time. I might be using it. I'm supposed to go to Michigan next weekend for the NASCAR Cup Series race. I was going to save it for then. Might end up just using that tomorrow morning so I can get a full night's rest tonight. We'll see. We shall see. Oh, yeah, Brad was furious. You can tell by the way he got out of the race car. He was upset. Rightfully so. I can understand the frustration. Awaiting the next restart. A little less than 100 laps to go. It's our 8th caution of the race so far. We have not had a green flag run that has lasted longer than about 45 to 50 laps. So we have to pretty much double that to make it to the end of the race from here. And we're headed for the restart.
In Nashville, restart 99 to go. Front row teammates Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe.
Chase Briscoe trying really hard to get a good launch there. Does a great job. Nose to nose off into turn 1.
Boy, Reddick, strong charge to that inside lane.
There goes around the top. Grabs a bunch of spots down the back straightaway.
Briscoe hanging, outside lane. Hamlin squirts through. Danny clear. Yes, he does. 11 on point.
4 wide back in the back.
McDowell getting it done. Like we talked about, the runner-up finish at Watkins Glen wasn't bad after some challenges last Sunday in the Coke 600. And here he is 4th inside of 100 to go in Nashville and sliding up in front of Reddick. And as he does that, the door opens for the eye to Chase Elliott down low.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Chase Elliott up toward the front. It's an opportunity for him to grab a couple spots if he can. Cars to the wall. 23, and Bubba Wallace comes down, clips the 48.
We're destroyed.
Destroys the right rear of the 48 of Bowman.
Byron was near all that as well.
Yeah, looks like they all got into the corner and had a little bit of contact.
I got the right.
There we go. 23. Looks like having some brake issues as well. Maybe went.
Yeah, that makes sense as to why he came down the racetrack as fast as he did. He just didn't have any brakes to try to help slow the car down. Unfortunately, Alex Bowman unable to miss. 23 of Bubba Wallace going wide. Bubba actually had contact with Chris Buescher in the 17 car before he had gone up the racetrack. I don't know if Buescher had contact with the car underneath of him or not, but One way or another, the 17 slides up the racetrack. Bubba Wallace into him. The 24 of William Byron also got into the back of Bubba Wallace, who hit Chris Buescher. And then Bubba slides down the racetrack, collecting Alex Bowman. 4-car incident in total, 48, 24, 23, and 17 all involved. Not a good night for RFK Racing. All 3 cars have been involved in an incident one way or another, or at least for Priest's case, out of the race with an engine problem. Here's Keselowski, who's out already with Trevor Barron.
The comments from your spotter, TJ, maybe it was on purpose. What do you think?
I know I got hit from behind. Can't really put myself in somebody else's head, but it's a shame. I felt like we had just made the adjustments on the car. We needed to be competitive, and it's pretty clear, and it corrected me intentionally after seeing that replay. So turnabout's fair play.
All right, back to Keselowski, guys.
There you go. Brad feels pretty confident about that. I mean, the 3 does go to him down on the apron, but I don't know. I just the 3 is out of the throttle when they make contact. So it'd be interesting to see Austin Dillon's point of view, and I'm sure we'll get to hear that.
And just to lay all the evidence out there, he can see the replay, he can't hear it. And listen, what I've learned is the drivers know we can look at all the stuff we want, but Brad and Austin Dillon are the 2 that.
Yeah, I'm sure that this is going to be a feud that might last longer than just this weekend at Nashville between Brad Keselowski and Austin Dillon. Back-to-back cautions early in stage number 3, our 9th of the race total. 95 laps to go this time by. Denny Hamlin is the race leader. Chase Briscoe in 2nd, Christopher Bell 3rd, Michael McDowell 4th, Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 5 and 5th.
Cool, it's going to be busy on Monday because you can talk about that or the other 9,000 things that happened in this race. There's more than enough conversation.
Our last 3 green flag runs, 2 laps, and 3 laps. Under yellow for a ninth time tonight. Good ones involved here.
First incident Alex Bowman has been involved in a couple of weeks. Had a good string of back-to-back top 3s there when he first came back from his hiatus with the vertigo issues that he was suffering from earlier in the season. Now it looks like he's going to get towed back into the pits. Right rear just absolutely destroyed after contact with Bubba Wallace. Couple more Chase drivers with problems. So if you look at the Chase bubble, which we will hear standings-wise full screen now, of the drivers sitting 11th through 16th in points, these are the 4 drivers who are either out of the race or have been involved in an incident setting them well back in this one. Ryan Preece had some engine issues early. He's 16th in points coming in. Brad Keselowski, you heard from moments ago, has crashed out early in stage number 3. He came in 11th in points. William Byron involved in this last incident, 12th in points. I think he'll be able to continue, but how much damage does he have? And will that affect the aerodynamics of that race car? Bubba Wallace also just collected in this incident, 13th in points. He is done for the night. So 4 drivers, 11 through 16, just on the inside of the Chase bubble, are out. Austin Cindric, I might add, out of the race after an issue that he had in the same incident that took Keselowski out. Austin Cindric, 17th in points, would have been the first driver behind Ryan Preece for that final Chase spot. So even adding 17. So 5 drivers, 11th through 17th in points, all taken out in an incident so far, minus Byron, who still continues on the racetrack despite the incident he was involved in. So we're going to see a lot of really not so much movement between those positions in points through today's race because they're all having problems. But if anything, the top 10 in points are going to separate themselves from the bubble because of how good that they have been performing versus those behind them in points. And as for the drivers who are outside the Chase bubble, a good chance for them to try to creep in like a Joey Logano if he can bring it home to the finish. Michael McDowell is up in the top 5 right now. Zane Smith has been in the top 10 most of the night. We've seen Eric Jones up there as well. Those guys all sitting kind of 18th to 22nd in points. This is their time to shine. This is their chance to make up a huge amount of points on those drivers that are just inside of that cut line. So that is something to follow as we progress through the night and obviously into the back half of the regular season, because after tonight's race, we only have 12 weeks to go until the Chase begins. So things are coming by quickly. Still one more off week yet this season for the NASCAR Cup Series side as well. No, that will not be until August. We're going to be on for about 2 months consecutively here before we have the final off week of the Cup Series season. Pit road open that last time by. Not a lot of takers. No surprise here. Still outside the fuel window to make it to the end. Chris Buescher on pit road, who was just involved in that last caution.
Contact. Cam, how about William Byron in the 24?
Byron's in.
Go back to the garage. Let's display some toe link and rear upper. But the bigger problem was they just didn't have the balance they needed all night. Yet nothing in the car needed. It wouldn't turn. And so they were racing kind of intact. And that's part of the reason they got collected in part of that mess.
Thank you, Kim. We'll get in a quick break before we return to the green flag. Right here was Bubba Wallace, a part of caution number 9 at Nashville.
Oh, so there we go again. 9th caution of the race. Waiting to see if we get a long green flag run in stage 3, back-to-back yellows. PNW made, thanks for tuning in. We did get to our like goal of 150 likes on tonight's stream. Greatly appreciate that, everybody. If you haven't hit the like button yet, though, be sure to do so we can try to get to maybe even 200 likes by the end of the stream. Late Sunday night, appreciate everybody who's been here even since the start. We started streaming about 5 hours ago. Just over a 90-minute rain delay before we actually got things started. Plus, we usually have a half-hour pre-race as it is. So we were live for 2 hours before the start of today's race. And many of you that tuned in the opening minutes have been here since the start. So, again, greatly appreciate you all staying here on a Sunday night. Hopefully, stay tuned to the end because things are shaping up closer to the finish. Still outside the final fuel window, but we're getting close. Down to 90 laps to go in this mile in a third oval. And like goal-wise, again, we're at 152 likes. Our goal is 150. So thank you so much for hitting that like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We're live every NASCAR race weekend for Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series Racing. I will be at Michigan for my second live race attended this season. That will be next weekend, but I will still be live on Saturday for a doubleheader between Cup practice and qualifying and the truck race. So doubleheader still scheduled for next Saturday on the channel. Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Cup practice, qualifying, and Truck Series Racing. I do know that the truck race will be at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, and I think Cup practice and qualifying should go for 10:30 a.m. if I'm not mistaken, though I don't have that start time in front of me to be exact. That's probably what we're looking at for next weekend's live commentary streams. After that, though, we'll be on for the Cup Series. I don't know the next race I'd be going to after that, so we're probably going to be right here every Sunday on the channel beyond that point for quite some time. William Byron on pit road for a little bit of time, trying to assess the right rear of his race car, both right side tires, right front and right rear. He is now pulled into the garage. So that is a tough break for William Byron. I mentioned he was just involved in the incident. Looked like he was going to be able to continue. That was false. He is now in the garage. He still could continue and get that car back on the track, which they're going to hope for in case anybody else falls out of the race. And they're going to try to keep him within a few laps of the lead lap at least. Right now, he is in the garage and again scored 6 laps down. If they get his car back on the track, he can actually surpass Bubba Wallace, who he has scored behind as of right now. Because Wallace is done for the day. That car cannot continue. So he can at least get 1 point. Every point matters when you're sitting 12th in the points and in a situation where you're at right now outside the top 30 in the race. All right. 1, 2, 3. Joe Gibbs Racing at the front of the field. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, Michael McDowell is in 4th behind the top 3, and then Tyler Reddick in 5th. That is the top 5 in the running order as we head for another restart. And we will have about 89 laps to go as they will drop the green flag this time. And we are racing again at Nashville Superspeedway. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe on the front row. Hamlin on the inside, Briscoe up near the outside. Christopher Bell hanging on the back bumper of Hamlin, now backing up the turn 1 entry to make the corner on the inside. And 1, 2, 3 for Joe Gibbs Racing as they restarted down the back straightaway single file. 3 wide between Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, and on the outside tightly Kyle Larson in the 5 car through turns 3 and 4 as they battle it out for 5th. All in line behind the 71 Spire Chevrolet of Michael McDowell. Almost contact as Elliott is nearly sandwiched in between the 45 and 5 cars. Not a lot of room there to try to evade. Elliott maybe gives up a little bit more than the cars around him as he was running out of real estate. Larson, Reddick stay side by side for position. Elliott going to try to cut to the bottom. Now Reddick will be in the middle into turn 3 this lap. Shane Van Gisbergen battling back inside the top 10 again as he was in for most of stage 1. SVG battles Eric Jones just behind this 3-car battle for about 8th place. And another crash off turn 4. Todd Gilliland around in one car sliding through the grass. John Hunter Nemechek in the 42. 3 cautions in a row to start stage 3, all in less than 3 green flag laps that we have ran. Really collectively, if you count all 3 green flag runs so far, I don't think we've eclipsed 5 green flag laps in the final stage yet. And this is slowly kind of turning into the 2024 Nashville race by way of the caution count and how we're seeing this in stage 3. And will this affect potential fuel mileage if cars decide to pit during this next caution as we get closer and closer to the edge of that fuel window? And if we see a lot more yellows between now and the finish, that could potentially open the window up a little earlier. Carson Hocevar got into the left rear of John Hunter Nemechek off turn 4, and around he went. Josh Berry actually got in the back of the 42 quite a bit when Nemechek was sliding, trying to make the save. Finished off the 42. Really had no chance to make the save with nowhere to go for the 21 hitting him. Riley Herbst got a piece of the 42 sliding down the track as well with the right side of his car. 10th caution. We haven't seen many races this season with a double-digit caution count, but we have here today. A lot of desperation on the restart in the middle of the pack. That's the crazy thing, is that all of these cautions that are coming out on these restarts have come from mid-pack or further back. Now we're just waiting to see if pit road's going to open this time. Yeah, it's been a strategy kind of race so far. I haven't been able to see much of it in stage 3 because of how early the cautions are coming out. But again, as we get closer to the edge of that fuel window, does anybody try to gamble here, hoping that we just keep getting cautions like this? They pit now. They're the first to pit last. We haven't seen a lot of tire fall off, and try to save fuel and hold on to the end. Logano won this race on fuel mileage 2 years ago, and this is, reminiscent of how that race went, especially in stage 3. How things are going right now. And really, we had a caution for incident that ended stage 2 under yellow after a lap or 2 of green flag racing. So we've actually had 4 consecutive yellows in the first 3 laps of a green flag run or less. In real time over about the last 20 to 30 minutes. Up to 64 caution laps and counting now out of 215 complete. Pretty close to about a quarter of the race. Just over that. And Hocevar had Stenhouse on his inside, so while he had slid up into the 42 car, there wasn't really much for Hocevar to go. Nemechek didn't really feed all the way out to the wall, almost like he was not realizing he was 3 wide either. Stenhouse kind of poked his nose in late, and it was too late for the 77-42 to react. And things got very tight up off the exit of the corner. Contact was made, and around he went. Here's Bubba Wallace outside the infield care center with Trevor Bain.
It's hard. Show up. Somehow become the bad guy. He's following this, so I got to figure out how to be better and learn from it. But it's really freaking hard when you're driving your best and trying to just make progress throughout the race. And you get wiped out. So on to Michigan.
Thanks, Bubba. Hard day for Bubba here. You can see the frustration, guys.
One of Bubba's best tracks, Michigan International Speedway. Hasn't won there, but he's had a few top fives in recent years, a runner-up to Chris Buescher a couple years back. So we'll see if he can do it. Ryan Blaney coming to pit road, trying to get on this right side of strategy.
With 83 to go. Yeah, a little surprised they didn't put on 4 tires with as fewer cars that are on pit road, but the left side tires, I guess, just don't have very much time on them. They have 8 or 10 green flag laps, so they figured
If that.
What this will probably do is now they need. So let's talk about their options. Now, because they need less fuel, that allows 2 tires perhaps to be a call on a green flag pit stop. If you need fuel enough that you have to wait there anyway, you might as well put 4 tires on.
Yeah, I still think it's definitely outside the fuel window if we stay green to the end of the race. The hope is that, we catch another caution after 20 to 30 laps. Everybody comes to pit road. You try to gamble, stay out there, or go right sides only and try to pick up more track position. You don't have to take as much fuel if you did come onto pit road. So it opens up the playbook for more strategy. The problem is because we've had so many cautions today, we don't really have many cars off of the lead lap. Everybody that's still running in this race that haven't been involved in an incident are on the lead lap. 26 cars to be exact. Blaney, who won the race off pit road there at 19, so the top 18 stayed out of the pits entirely. Top 5 in the running order under the caution. Denny Hamlin leads. Chase Briscoe in second, Christopher Bell third, Michael McDowell fourth, and Chase Elliott in fifth. Sixth place is Kyle Larson with Tyler Reddick seventh, Eric Jones eighth, Shane Van Gisbergen ninth, and Zane Smith rounding out the top 10. 82 laps to go at Nashville Super Speedway here on KRC. Cracker Barrel 400 coverage continues. Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in. Ryan Perot, thanks for tuning in. Denny Hamlin leads. William Walton Jr., welcome to the stream. Just saw you now. Philip Lindman, thanks for tuning in. Going to MIS next weekend. Yes, I am. If you are too, awesome to hear. Maybe you'll see me. I have a couple viewers of the channel that go to Michigan every year. Ran into one of you a couple years ago, actually. I believe it was the 23 race. Early in the channel's history. That race taken back in August that year. Looks like the field getting the 1 to go signal this time by. We'll restart with 79 laps to go at Nashville. Late Sunday night. I knew this race wasn't going to go as long as the truck race did the other night because of just not starting as late, because of the amount of cautions and the fact that we did have a rain delay that lasted just over 90 minutes for this one. I was hoping this thing was going to get done about midnight tonight, and it might be a little bit past that now. Yeah, I mean, the later this thing goes, the more likely I'm going to be using sick time tomorrow. Where's SVG? He is 9th. Van Gisbergen's in 9th.
Remain Nashville Super Speedway for the Cup Series. The second half of the regular season begins tonight. We're commercial free to the checkered flag. Hamlin, Briscoe, getting us going again. Hamlin gets away. Reddick, electric on the restart outside. Chase Elliott making it happen. As Briscoe fights Bell for second.
Contact with a 5 and a 71 of McDowell. McDowell up the racetrack. He's going to lose that spot. Big run from the 9 of Chase Elliott up to the back bumper of Briscoe.
Well, he runs up there, lost a little momentum, allows Larson to make a little rally from behind.
You're going to have another run here as the two Toyotas still side by side down the back straightaway. Briscoe fighting on the outside of his teammate down the front straightaway. Richard Bell's trying to side draft a little bit here. Seatbelt wraps tight around the bottom in the throttle. Still even. Off of 2.
Such a dogfight for track position. Toyota 1, 2, 3, but the manufacturer has never won in Nashville.
Oh, boy, that was close right there. Almost contact between the two of them.
It's got to report Bowman and Barry both released from Care Center.
Oh! Briscoe almost into the outside wall. Never lifted. Almost drove back by his teammate down the back straightaway. Still side by side. What a fight. It's just incredible.
Hamlin likes it as it starts to stretch away a little bit. 7/10, now 8/10 of a second in front of this duo.
Briscoe just won't go away. Making this so difficult for Seabell. Good opportunity right here. A little side draft down in the corner, but Seabell just can't get the car deep into the corner enough to clear and drive up the racetrack in front of the 19.
Came up, racing on dirt, wheel to wheel here tonight.
Ball's back in the back, so that little contact with the wall.
You know, you look where he is there, 14th in the running order, racing with Stenhouse. Those two got connected here last year.
There's a replay of that 77 into turn 3. Big correction. Super loose and just runs out of real estate chasing it up. Just a little touch the wall. Nice job, Matt. Having to figure it back. Yep. Christopher Bell doesn't get the spot away from Briscoe. Now can Briscoe start to match some lap time with his teammate Hamlin? Maybe close the gap. Hamlin's only a second out. 66 on the racetrack, rolling around turns 3 and 4.
Two drivers in the race from Tennessee tonight. Mentioned Barry was released from the Care Center. Saw Chad Fincham slow there in the 66.
You might make it around. It's gonna be close.
You know, I look at a running order, and the top 4 tonight all have an interesting story. Hamlin starts on the pole, jumps the start, has to make the pass-through penalty, been fighting track position throughout the early of the race. Briscoe, with qualifying rained out, starts 31st. He used a strategy, gets track position, has been in the game ever since. Bell had the pit stop that put them behind the 8 ball. Here he is in 3rd. Chase Elliott, crashed out early in the 600, so he started 29th here tonight. Those are your top 4, all doing a nice job to come from behind.
Last 2 laps, Briscoe's been faster than Hamlin. Right there, just a little over a 10th. Bell second fastest that lap. They both ran a 94 and an 04, an 08 on Denny Hamlin out front.
Now the race starting to find a little green flag rhythm. Those last few restarts, we just couldn't get away from each other, and therefore the caution was going in the air very frequently. Now, though, starting to get a little racing on a more of a long run. Here's Trevor.
Zane Smith having another great feat so far. They were one of the cars to pit rating about 217. Crew Chief telling Zane, we're going to have to take care of the tires. This will be the longest we'll go all night on a set. Don't think we'll have any issues. We'll also keep you updated on fuel and try to save what we can here at the end of this.
Yeah, 12th in the running order to those drivers that made a pit stop at 217.
That's to the drivers and only trying to go 83 laps. I think that's well within reach. I think he's going to have to save some. I'm hitting here. I mean, caution 35, almost 40 seconds to put 4 tires on. So if he can stay within, say, 10 seconds of the lead,
Man, it's going to be a heck of a game. It's going to be fun to watch, see if they try to gamble and stretch this tire as a fuel.
And we go to Michigan next week. Zane's been really good at Michigan. Has a truck win there. So a lot going on for that race team right now that's very.
Another great lap for Briscoe and Bell, both just tenths quicker than Denny. You have to imagine Denny, though, pretty smart little race car driver, knows he's got a long run here. Probably isn't pushing this car as hard as it can go. He's going to just stay there, try to manage the gap. If these guys get a little closer, he can get a little defensive, make it even more difficult on them. I don't know that we're seeing everything out of this 11 car, Kim.
Yeah, and for the 19 at Chase Briscoe, they are wanting a long run just so Chase can get a read on the car because it's bounced migration and bounced around all night. The race, he felt like it was pretty good. In fact, then up, taking off, wanted more hard in the middle of the race. He said it was a totally different race car, super tight, so he hasn't had any major complaints, but we also haven't had a long green flag run, so trying to listen in to see what he's going to say if we're able to stay green here.
Thank you, Kim. Great effort by everybody on pit road tonight, doing such a good job with so much to cover. And this race is really starting to get interesting, Dale.
And you can visibly see the gap closing between the 19 and the 11. And Christopher Bell and the D1 Toyota's closing in as well. Every lap seems like Briscoe Bell both a little quicker, about a tenth faster. Bell the best car of these three, in my opinion. He's third and a little bit, a little bit dirty air, but he's running the better lap times of the three cars. This lap right here, though, looks like Denny almost matches Briscoe. Not quite. Briscoe can try to close the gap on the 11, but he's also got to look in the mirror and see what he needs to do to keep that 20 from taking away second spot. So he's a little busier. One eye out the front, one eye in the mirror as well.
It's going to be 47 laps led for Denny Hamlin this time by. That'll be second best tonight behind Larson. In the way it's trending, he'll pass Larson on this run, which is remarkable when you think about the way the night has gone for Hamlin. And it's fun to watch Bell flirting with different lines and trying to make something happen from third.
And he went to the bottom of the racetrack right there, but the 19 took in line as well, so he shot up the racetrack. Let's kind of regroup. Kim, what you got on the 19?
Yeah, finally got a read on the car from Chase Briscoe. It's about the brakes. She's just saying the pedal's going really long. They're trying to get him to adjust his brake bias to alleviate some of that. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. All the other brake issues seems like it's competitive.
So long is going to be that they're just too hot at this point. Dale, you walk the garage, you see the noses of those Toyotas. It seems like those were a team that had a little split. We saw a lot of opening on some Toyotas, closed on others. Yeah, the 20, the 11 had a little more change, or a lot more change. The 19 was open, similar to the 45. The 23. So even within the Toyota teammates of the 11, the 19, the 20, they're not the same. They don't run the same brake pads, same calipers. They all have a little bit of a different package that they prefer.
Which reminds me a little bit, last week we're still productive in the early stages, involved in that crash in the final stage, but he didn't get 24 stage points last week. He's picked up stage points tonight, and now just hoping to be able to finish the deal.
Look at there. 19 drives right up to the back bumper of Denny Hamlin. Dean just kind of rolling around the bottom. He's going to look at the mirror a little bit, try to take the line away from these guys, go wherever they go. Not really pushing the car too hard. You're a crew chief right now. You just know. One lap you can, your driver has to get on and on pit road, and that pit crew is going to be tested. There's going to be no window. It's going to feel like a yellow flag stop. You're going to be so close coming down pit road in this situation. It's going to use the top a little bit down there, 1 and 2, and made a little bit of time. Does that again down here. Only thing is it opens up the bottom for the 20. He has to kind of cover that a little bit as well, but he does make a lot of time on Denny right there.
60 laps to go. That's like 30 minutes time a day. If we stay green, high level of concentration for all of these drivers.
That 19 got right back in the gas, running that middle lane. I think Danny's still struggling with the tight situation in the middle of the corner. He just cannot get to the gas.
Wow.
And get up off the corner as well as the 19 can.
Chase Elliott back there third, just over a second behind this trio of drivers from Joe Gibbs Racing. There you see the 9. What's up there, Trevor?
Yeah, Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson have probably used the least words of any team on their radios all day long. Chase has been really back and forth on his balance, a little free here, a little tight there, but very small changes on that 9, and it's coming to life the darker and cooler it gets out here, guys.
He's picked up some stage points tonight, jumped one spot in the Chase standings, 4th right now. That's Chase Elliott.
Oh, the 19 is going to get tight right here behind the 11. Good run for the 20 off the top.
I think consideration to come to pit road's only about 10 or 12 laps away if you're going to run equal laps on these tires. Remember, these were not brand new tires at the start. These leaders have 33 green flag laps on their tires, 58 laps to go. Throw a blanket over these 3.
Yeah, 57 laps to go at the line now. Chase Briscoe's got to run after Denny Hamlin into turns 1 and 2, but Hamlin blocks the bottom. Briscoe has to lift in the dirty air, and Bell rips around the outside to get by Chase Briscoe for second. Drafting behind Denny Hamlin down the back straightaway, and a side draft on the inside car by Briscoe trying to hold with the 20, but Bell will be clear in the middle of 3 and 4. And Bell's got a huge run off turn 4, and he's going to try to carry that momentum into turn 1 and maybe take a shot after his other teammate Denny Hamlin for the lead. Bell to that middle to upper groove, getting some clean air on the nose, charges the entry to the corner just so much harder than both the 19 and the 11 are doing right now. Bell has looked the best on these longer runs in the race today. We just haven't had one since early in stage 2. Bell sneaks to the outside of Hamlin, up off the exit of turn 4. Lap car in the way. Bell threads the needle in between the lap car and the inside car, the leader Denny Hamlin. Bell will take the race lead away from the 11 car as he leads that lap at the line and now is clear in the middle of turns 1 and 2. 55 laps to go. Christopher Bell out in front here at Nashville Super Speedway. Refresh the running order on my screen here. And we'll go through the top 5 in the running order. And those top 4 cars specifically, they're all very, very tight to one another here. Christopher Bell in the lead. A few hundredths of a second back. The last time by at the line was Denny Hamlin in second. 0.3 of a second back, Chase Briscoe in third, and only 0.7 back to Chase Elliott in fourth, 2.4 seconds though to Kyle Larson in fifth. That's the top 5 in the intervals between them, but it is a tight battle amongst those top 5 spots, top 4 specifically. Bell getting to the lead, though, and he's outpacing everybody with the clean air advantage now. He's no longer stuck behind the 11 and 19, and the lap time that Chase Elliott had kind of bearing down on the 11 and 19. He is not able to keep pace, though, with the 20. So Christopher Bell leads for now, but we still got a decent ways to go. Everybody's going to have to pit one more time before the end of the race as well, because from that last caution, very unlikely anybody will make it on fuel to the end of the race. Last restart was with 79 laps to go. And most of the field has not pitted at all in stage 3. Ryan Blaney, a few others came to pit road, topped off, took tires during that last caution, because of which Ryan Blaney, as I scroll down the leaderboard, is in the 12th place position. And Zane Smith, who I believe pitted with Ryan Blaney, up to 11th place just in front of him. So the 38 and the 12 are the 2 leaders of those that have pitted during the last yellow. And they're roughly 9.5 to 10 seconds off the race lead. Looking at their lap times with the slightly fresher tires in traffic, they're not running the lap times to that of the leader Bell, but making better fuel. I mean, it's going to be a lot of saving for Zane Smith and Ryan Blaney to try to go on to win this race, but they pitted well after a lot of the other leaders. And then you got to go back down to Riley Herbst in 19th place behind the 11th and 12th place cars to the next set of drivers who pitted during the last caution. So if you're a Ryan Blaney fan or a Ford fan in general, with Zane Smith also being at Front Row Motorsports in a Ford, you're going to want this race to probably stay green at least long enough for the rest of the leaders to have to hit pit road. Remember, Blaney was on the right side of a caution in stage 2 where he had stayed out longer than anybody else. Caution came out this time. Not only he can stay out a little longer because he has the extra fuel, but maybe, just maybe, can make it to the end. Best case scenario, you trap most of the field a lap down. Again, caution comes out. You can take 4 fresh tires and still win the race off pit road and duke it out for the win that way. While everybody who would have to take the wave around would be forced to stay out to get back on the lead lap, and they'll have older tires and they'll be behind you. So that is a strategy I think that the 12 and the 38 are going to try again. And because we've seen cautious tonight, I like that strategy. And maybe, just maybe, they can make it on field at the end of the race as well. I don't know how much they're saving right now. The lap time was off to that of the race leader that last time by for both the 38 and the 12. Ryan Blaney in that 12 car is working his way closer to the back of the 38. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin in second is under duress from Briscoe again. Last time they had a battle for the lead not that long ago, but they are battling on this side of the green flag pit stops that should be coming really any moment. Considering most of the field is not pitted in stage 3 yet, I would imagine they're going to pit soon. We're already down to 45 laps to go. Well, it's a race that has been built on strategy because of the amount of cautions we've seen today. And go figure, in the final stage when not everybody has pitted yet, and we have split strategy still kind of playing into effect, it's still hard to exactly tell which strategy is the best. Blaney is much faster, though, than that 38 car right now. Zane Smith's had a great night, but he is struggling with the handling. You can see him wiggling up out of the exit on both ends of the racetrack, turn 2 and turn 4 side. Blaney's car much more steadier, running that middle to upper groove, while Zane Smith has been down around the bottom. Does he maybe try to mirror drive or focused on saving fuel to maybe lock him into a second-place finish? Because I don't know that he's going to hold Blaney up for 40 laps if it were to stay green to the end. And he's got such a gap back to Riley Herbst, who would be the next car behind him. Because they're within 10 seconds of the race lead, that if they don't have to pit again the rest of the race, they're definitely not in any danger of those guys catching them, especially with the lack of tire fall off today. Like Christopher Bell on about 60 lap old tires right now, his fastest lap of the race was only 0.7 of a second faster than the last lap he just completed. And even that lap was about 1.5 tenths or so faster than Denny Hamlin in second. Briscoe faster than Hamlin that last lap, looking to make a pass and gets to the inside of the 11 car for second. So the JGR teammates back. Oh, Hamlin might have gotten a piece of the wall off turn 2. He definitely lifted. I think he lifted to keep it off the wall, but he lost momentum, loses second place, and Hamlin immediately coming to pit road for a green flag stop.
You, if you're the 20 and the 19, your stomach is now in knots, your heart is racing. How long do you dare stay on the racetrack, Marty?
Yeah, Chris Dale can see the handling going away for the 11. Going to fix that center corner, trying to free it up a little bit. But Hamlin said earlier, hey, do not lose my exit. And they did. Got way too free on the exit and against the corner here at Nashville. Watch right stick your tires for the 11. Gibbs hard head to head. In here fashion. Drops at the 9.
Now the disadvantage of normal tracks are what we've seen, like Charlotte last week. Fresh tires for the 11 would be.
All right, Denny Hamlin off and away from pit road. He just hit the pit lane at least one lap before both the 20 and the 19, who were first and second. Hamlin was in third when he came to pit road, and he was about 2.5 seconds behind the leader, Bell. Same for Briscoe, who had just passed him off turn 2 before Hamlin pitted entry into turn 3 on that same lap. Briscoe into the pits a lap after Hamlin. Bell is still on the trans. All right, so Briscoe off and away. Christopher Bell from the lead will now come into the pits 2 laps after Hamlin, 1 lap after Briscoe.
And now is the time for Christopher.
Lots going on. We have the 20 for the 9th. Lens compared to the 11. Already the 20 stop ahead.
This is the lead seed. Adam Stevens with Christopher Bell. Going to stretch it here. This lead, man, Bell at that point said, hey, I'm what's happening in the barn. Actually, more turn. It's coming to that reflection between the three gate car.
All right, so Hamlin did not cycle in front of Briscoe despite pitting a lap before him. Pretty fast stop for the 19 team. And again, Briscoe pitted a lap before Bell was 2.5 seconds out of the lead. Bell on the access road right now between turns 1 and 2, trying to get the speed down the back straightaway, easily going to cycle out back in front of his two teammates. So Chase Elliott onto pit road from the lead now, as he was in 4th when the pit stop cycling started. Reddick, who was 5th, leads for the time being.
Zane Smith and right there, 4th and 5th. Zane Smith and Blaney. That's really the two cars that we think can make it on fuel.
3, going to have to make a pit stop. You talked about Reddick. Gibbs needs to come down. So does Eric Jones.
Right now,
they were in lap 178.
Zane Smith has about a 3/4 of a racetrack lead over Christopher Bell. So if they do push this all the way to the end, Christopher Bell and his team would need to make up all of that distance to bring themselves back into the battle. These two drivers right here are trying to stretch it as long as they can, Steve.
There was a Penske Ford 2 years ago at Nashville. Joey Logano winning this race on fuel mileage. It'd be very coincidental for Ryan Blaney 2 years later to do the same, and that would make 3 wins in a row for Penske at Nashville because Blaney ended up winning last year's race on top of it. So they've got I wouldn't say a stranglehold on the field here because they're not dominating these races. Well, at least not in 2024. I guess Blaney led the most laps last season, but tonight he is not dominated by any means, despite leading quite a few laps on his pit strategy with staying out as long as he did in stage 2. And luckily enough, maybe the cautions land right. Again, 79 green flag laps is how long that Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, and a few others on the pit strategy that pitted during the last caution would have to make it on fuel to the end of the race. That is a lot of laps on a 1 1/3 oval. Damn near 100 miles. 86 laps since Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, and Eric Jones, the top 3 have last pitted, but that is factoring in caution laps. So now they've gone 87. But again, that is factoring in caution laps. It's going to have to be 79 green flag laps for Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney to make it into the pits. Riley Herbst would be running 3rd once the rest of the leaders hit pit road. There's not many more cars that haven't been to pit road yet that have to pit. Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, and Christopher Bell right now are running 10th, 11th, and 12th. Scratch that, 11th, 12th, 13th. Chase Elliott, 15th of those that have already pitted. Tyler Reddick is on to pit road from the lead.
Win rate is outstanding. He has crew chief some of the best. He is laying out a clear direction for his 20 because he knows Bell will look in the mirror and say, oh, I got Briscoe. I got to stop. That's not who we're racing. I need you out the windshield. Go get the 38. Clear direction for the driver. I love that. Now, Gibbs and Jones, they're still hoping for that yellow leading the race. A yellow, and they look great. Gibbs now comes to pit road. Jones will take the lead.
Reddick had already made a pit stop. He was a part of that threesome up front that had things going in the right direction, but knew they would have to make a pit stop. Here comes Gibbs, Trevor.
Yes, pit cycle continues on here. Gibbs hitting pit road finally before Hurst. Still barely happy with his car. Tyler Reddick finished just before him the last earlier. Had a dear mention at 33 of Austin Hill as he up pit stop.
My calculator up here, I like Adam Stevens' optimism. My calculator says that they're going to reach each other, but it's more like in the last 2 or 3 miles of this race. I'm not sure we're going to see it with 15 miles to go.
Well, it's been some kind of race tonight. Closing on.
Yeah, but now we really get to see how fast Christopher Bell is because the fresh tire advantage that he has is on a track that tires don't matter quite as much as some other intermediate ovals, really most of the other intermediate ovals on the schedule. So while Bell runs in 7th, he's 19 seconds out of the race lead. 31 laps to go at the line for where Zane Smith and Ryan Blaney had just crossed. They're running 2nd and 3rd, while Eric Jones on the racetrack is the leader. He's a second out ahead of both Smith and Blaney, but though Jones has not yet made a green flag stop, he did not hit during the last caution, so he's just managed his gas, I guess, better than all the other cars that were on pit road during the green flag conditions so far. And here comes Jones into the pit. So Jones surrenders the lead. Zane Smith, who has had a top 10 car all night, now leads for the first time. Ryan Blaney is going to be in second. And we'll go through the rest of the full field running order as soon as we get that 43 car cycled on and off of pit road. So another lap or two, and then we will go through the full field running order, and that is going to be how things are going to shape up to the finish here. And I will go through all the drivers who are on the strategy of pitting during the last caution, which are only Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, Riley Herbst, Chris Buescher, and Daniel Suarez. John Hunter Nemechek as well, but he's back in ninth. So there are 6 cars that are trying to stretch this race on fuel to the end that pitted during the last caution when everybody else stayed out and forced their hand to having to pit late because they didn't think they could make it on fuel to the end from when they last pitted. And really, outside of Zane Smith and Ryan Blaney, those were the only 2 cars that have been in the top 10 most of the day that actually tried this strategy. For Herbst, Buescher, Suarez, they were towards the tail end of the lead lap anyway. So they had nothing to lose. For Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, they've been top 8 to 10 all day. Blaney's been leading at times, top 5. Zane Smith was pretty much 8 to 12 most of this race today, so they have had good runs going for themselves one way or another. If they do not end up making it on fuel to the end of this race, it's going to end up being a pretty poor finish for both. Especially if they run out on the track and are unable to make it back around to the pits. There are 15 cars on the lead lap with where we run right now. Michael McDowell, the first car, lap down in 16th. Christopher Bell in 6th is now only 13.5 seconds out of the lead with 26 laps to go this time by. And Ryan Blaney coming to pit road early. He's not going to try to stretch it. So Blaney's in.
Here he is, Kim.
Yeah, you guys talked about it. I've been saving earlier in this run.
Problem I have now is you said it.
All right, so Ryan Blaney on and off of pit road to try to minimize the amount of time they were in the pits. They did go right side tires only. Also, Chris Buescher, the 17 car, who was in the top 5 on the same strategy, came to the pits, while Zane Smith, Riley Herbst, Daniel Suarez are still the top 3, trying to nurse it on to the end of this race on fuel. 25 laps to go. Blaney, with taking 2 tires, looks like he's going to be able to stay on the lead lap ahead of Zane Smith in the 14th place position. Michael McDowell will unlap himself through turns 3 and 4 on Zane Smith. Eric Jones looking to do the same. They're 15th and 16th. Bell working his way by Daniel Suarez on the outside of turns 3 and 4. Bell up to 3rd place. And Christopher is only about 0.7 of a second ahead of Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin about 3 seconds off of where the 20 car is on track currently. Christopher Bell about 10.5 to 10 seconds out of the race lead from Smith. So Zane Smith, former runner-up here at Nashville Superspeedway a couple years ago, Aspire Motorsports at the time in the 71 car, trying to go for his first career Cup win. Can he make it on fuel to the end? Former Truck Series champion is Smith, again leading the way. Riley Herbst in second, 5 seconds out of the race lead. Then you got Christopher Bell in third, Daniel Suarez fourth, Chase Briscoe rounding out the top 5 in fifth. 6th place is Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott 7th. Kyle Larson 8th, Shane Van Gisbergen 9th, Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 10. John Hunter Nemechek at 11th, Tyler Reddick 12th, Todd Gillen 13th, Ryan Blaney 14th, and Michael McDowell 15th. 16th is Eric Jones, last car in the lead lap. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., first car lap down at 17th. Carson Hocevar 18th, Ty Dillon 19th, Joey Logano 20th. Cole Custer in 21st, Chris Buescher 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Noah Gregson 24th, and Cody Ware 25th. 26 is Corey Heim, Austin Cindric 27th, Austin Hill 28th, Chad Fincham 29th, and William Byron 30th. Josh Berry 31st, Bubba Walls 32nd, Alex Bowman 33rd, Brad Keselowski 34th, AJ Allmendinger in 35th, 36 Ryan Preece, Ross Chastain 37th, and Connor Zilic rounds out the 38-car field. We'll take our final break of the stream. You're listening live, KRC, full flag-to-flag coverage of the Cracker Barrel 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. Central Time Zone is where Nashville Super Speedway is, so not quite midnight Eastern Time there, but just past midnight, or sorry, Central Time, but just past midnight Eastern Time here on the East Coast. Thank you to all who have tuned in throughout the course of today's live commentary coverage. We're going to be pretty close to the 7-hour mark on the stream once we get to the bottom of the hour here in about another 20 minutes. Going to be kind of close as to whether we actually get there or not, because in real time we're about 10 minutes from the finish of this race as we're down to 20 laps to go. Christopher Bell within 6 seconds of the leader Zane Smith trying to run him down. He's within 2 seconds of Riley Herbst in second. Smith trying to nurse it and make it on field to the end. Even if Zane Smith does not hold on to the lead, if he can make it on fuel to the end of the race, he is probably going to end up with a top 5 finish. Chase Elliott in 7th, for instance, is still 11 seconds behind him. So, and Herbst on the same strategy as Smith, so he's already outrunning him. The problem is Riley Herbst actually pitted 2 laps caution-wise after where Zane Smith ended up hitting, so he might be slightly better on fuel by a brief margin to that of the 38 car. Blaney, who already pitted, has made his way back up to 12th on the fresher tires, even though those were right sides only. Riley Herbst is going to pit from second. Bell to second now. Bell's got some lap traffic in front of him, and Chase Briscoe, the 19, trying to run down the 20 car. That battle between the 20 and 19 is not over yet either. 17 laps to go this time by. Zane Smith is now only 4 seconds ahead of Christopher Bell, and he is the last car on the strategy of those that pitted during the last caution to have to pit under green if he is short. Bell and Briscoe within half a second of one another, and there is quite a bit of lap traffic in front of those 2 cars. It's going to be a fun little battle to watch, I think, between the 19 and the 20 if this stays green to the end. There's still a hope for Zane Smith. A caution comes out and brings everybody to pit road anyway, for him trying to push it to the end on fuel.
Here than I anticipated to the 38. The 19 Pistons, you got to be smart. Now you get this traffic.
How long can you time it? I just don't know, at some tracks you try to time it where you don't catch him in the wrong spot. Yeah, I think Christopher Bale got the message, and he's done some good things over the last couple of corners. Seems like he's stretched that gap between him and Briscoe out. But again, he's just having to go where they're not to get that clean air. Here's the 35 coming back to pit road.
He had a penalty. They made that stop.
So now the
break for Herbst.
Off a little bit about 3/10 slower than Christopher Bell the last 2 laps. So maybe the tire's going away on the 19, the balance starting to fade.
Oh, yeah, he's faded a ton.
15 laps to go. The advantage for Zane Smith over Bell, just over a second.
And about 20 car lengths right now, down into turn 3. And if you're Zane Smith, right, 2 seconds back to Bell, but it's 10 seconds back to Larson in 6th. So, with 15 to go, there's still a lot of points, a lot of opportunity. So pretty clear that Zane's going to lose the lead to Bell. What the best case scenario is for him, with 14 coming to 13 to go. Trying to get this car home in the top 10.
13 to go this time by. And Bell is right in his hip pocket. The lap car of Logano is there. Here's Christopher Bell, outside of Zane Smith, drives by and takes over the race lead. He rallies after the pit stop, and Christopher Bell back on point, coming at 12 to go at Nashville. Oh, the car in the wall right there behind them. The 17 of Briscoe. That's going to bring out the yellow. And there is the caution.
Pusher in the 17.
11th yellow of the night.
Oh boy. That's why Zane Smith stayed out.
That looked like just a right front tire.
Can't tell.
No, the rotor's gone.
Yeah, the rotor's
gone as well.
damage on the hood. I think that's a rotor as well.
Hey,
Rotor?
15 laps to go. You get a caution here. I mean, there's things
what a
to think
move.
about. Zane Smith, you said it, Steve. This is what they needed. If this wasn't going to work and win them the race on the fuel strategy, they needed this late yellow. You see the 17. Watch the hood.
Oh, yeah.
It's at the end of the back straightaway, the lift, and apply a little brake pressure, and the rotor just explodes. Rotor is flying off that thing. Wow. I said 15 to go, 12 to go, 15 on the lead lap here.
Well, so now there's 3 choices. Stay out. Zane Smith is not staying out on these old tires, so he's pitting for sure. So what does Bell do on 4? Zane Smith is absolutely coming, and you hate to do it, but you probably need to put 4 on that car. It's going to hurt you, but I just don't know if you can take only rights again. They're on actually right sides right now. And then Briscoe and Hamlin, you can kind of flip the opposite of what Bell does, right? If Bell pits, you're Briscoe, maybe you gamble and stay out and hope this thing fires off quick enough for you. But put just rights on that 38. You can try.
Laps to go.
Yeah, you can try. How many are on the lead lap? 15. Probably.
You're going to bring half of them down pit road, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
So you might restart the top 6, top 8.
Your challenge is you have guys like Blaney, for instance, who pitted and took 2 tires at 274. He's not pitting. He's staying out on 2 right side tires. So I think that's your concern if you're Bell. Let's start with Bell. If you pit, you got to assume 4 staying out, maybe 5. You're going to be okay restarting on row 3 or row 4 with 2 tires. That's a tough call. Easier call for Briscoe or Hamlin because you're already 3rd or 4th. So I think that's the big decision for these guys. I think for Zane, you're absolutely pitting. I probably look up. If the field splits, I'm taking 4. If the whole field comes, I'm going to take 2.
Yes.
Just to stay at the front of the group. It's way easier. I will tell you, though, it's way easier to make all these calls up here, Adam.
It might be easy up here, but down there, they're sweating big time.
I'm telling you. And this is like playing open-handed poker, right? Bell has to show his cards first. So, he's going to show you his cards and then raise. And then Briscoe's going to say, well, I can beat him, so I'm going to do this. And then Hamlin's going to do that. I think it's going to be really hard to just automatically think you're going to pit because there are too many cars that ran long. And I just think, like, when I look at Jones and Blaney and those guys, I just don't believe they're coming to pit road unless everyone in front of them stays out. Let's listen into Briscoe in the 19th.
Brakes are really bad on it, man. My problem right now.
So he has pick shape. James Small feels very confident in his system.
He was one that had a lot of opening on the front, and so the shape is likely to be because they're too cool.
Right.
And but he's confident they're going to make it to the finish line.
So what's different, right? We talked about the guys that had a lot of opening and the ones that broke rotors. Well, if he's running a pad, a brake pad, that operates at a cooler temperature or operates with less grip, then it doesn't overheat the rotor and then cool too much. But that's also probably why you have shape, because pads like that, when they don't get super hot, they don't clean up. They get blotchy. Kind of like rubbing a wax candle across like sandpaper. It just gets really blotchy, and next thing you know, it just pulsates the brakes. So while it's bad for performance, James sounded very confident that he felt like his brake system would make it to the end. And if you're one of the cars that have blown a rotor, you were going to wish you had that system on your car. Right now, Briscoe wishes he had a system that was a little bit faster or more confident on the brake pad.
Another tale during this pace is the weaving of the cars, the cleaning of the tires. That's traditionally a guy who's going to try to restart on those tires.
Yep.
That still doesn't mean they won't come to pit road if they change their mind at the last minute. But, the guys that are weaving and trying to keep their tires clean are potentially considering staying on the racetrack for this restart. Trevor,
Yeah, big debate on that. Even for the 38 car with all those laps on the right sides, take a listen.
Right. They were that loud and higher, you know what I mean? I don't know, he has to be here.
Zane Smith came on and he said, well, it's not my right front, it's my right rear. So could 2 tires work for the 38? We'll see if they maybe take that risk like the 7 did last week.
I will tell you that as long as this cleanup is taking up what I assume is the broken rotor, we're losing laps quickly.
Yes.
And I will tell you that when you look at and you process the data on what 4 tires or 2 fresh tires do with 14 to go versus 12 to go versus 10 to go versus 8 to go, those laps are huge variations in results. Like 10 laps to 7 laps is a totally different run. 4 and 8, you're restarting now with like 4 to go. Under 5 to go, 4 or 3 to go at this point. So there's the chance of taking 4 tires. Back to your question, hard to believe I'm putting 4 tires on the 38 at this point as we ride around slow, clicking off laps.
I think you come down and put 2 tires on it. I don't think you leave him on the racetrack because I don't think he runs in the top 10. And
I don't know if he finishes.
Well,
he might get run over on this restart on the 4 tires.
And had we not had this caution, I think he finishes 8th or 10th anyway. So, I mean, what's the harm? Come on down pit road. Some are going to come with you. You can take that outside line. So, if you're all newer tires, you want to choose the outside line, jump to the 3rd groove, try to pass as many cars as you can through turn 1 and 2. And so he's got an opportunity here with the fresher tires on the right side to gain a few spots before this thing's over with. Here we go.
It's decision time. It's going to start with Bell. I can't believe Bell can give up the lead at this point. Too many on the lead lap. The 38's coming. I bet the 19 comes if the 20 stays out. Split decision? Nope. Oh, only the 38 on its own. Man, a majority pits. I love where Reddick's thinking. Get some tires, have an advantage. Way more stayed out than I thought. Trevor, 38 on pit road with a big gap. I think he can take 4 tires free here.
They might be making that change right here. Originally, they were saying 2 tires, Steve, but they've got tires up on the wall looking at left sides. They're going to call it on fly by the gap behind them. They're going to go at 2. It's making up Stallman at pit road there.
And for Ryan Blaney, the call by Jonathan Passler was, if we can gain a bunch of spots, we will stay out, but if not, we're coming down to take 4.
9 drivers stay out here.
So, Steve, you're watching the 38 come off pit road there. A big gap to the 3rd car. So maybe he should have taken the 4.
Well, yeah, because he sat up pit road, stalled, or had an issue leaving. So I think he could have got some less almost for free. But either good. It's easy to pick on the little things that have gone wrong, but that 38 has managed one heck of a race so far.
Going to be 16 cars on the lead lap. Joey Logano gets the free pass. He's back on the lead lap. And remember, 2 years ago, he won that wild race here at Nashville.
3 laps to go at Nashville.
We got a bus down the back straightaway. Let's see who can get it done. That thing gets his butt.
One more time, Denny Hamlin gets the jump.
Watch it'll come out again.
There's the overtime.
Why doesn't go?
Middle.
11, the 19. Logano risks it, though.
Logano on the bottom side. Frisco on the top side. The yellow flag comes out for the white flag. Rain piece off Logano. The white flag. One more. We got to turn it up the top flag. Turn on again.
You talk about working overtime, 5 overtimes 2 years ago, 31 extra laps. How will it play out here tonight? Going to get a huge restart inside of 5 to go.
And then right now, Zane Smith is in 9th place coming to the choose. All those 2 right side tires. Ahead of him, Jones, Gibbs, SVG in 6th place, Larson, 5th, Chase Elliott, Briscoe running 2nd, was sitting there matching lap times with Christopher Bell before that caution came out. At one point, Steve, he thought he was the better race car. What does Bell do? Does he choose the top, the bottom? Which line does he want to be in? I'm assuming all night long, everybody's choose the inside line for the control. Can 19 fire off and battle him on the outside and stay there off of turn 2? You mentioned those fresher tires are back at 9th, 10th, and 11th. If they don't get to move up significantly in the choose, I think they're going to need another restart. This one's going to come with 4 to go. Unless, to your point, they can get to the 3rd lane and get a bunch of cars down the backstretch.
All right, starts with Bell. Bell has to take the bottom, right?
Yeah, I would assume Christopher Bell takes the bottom. Inside of row one has been the preferred line on the restarts historically at Nashville and this weekend as well. So Christopher Bell going to be the leader. The top 8 cars stayed out of the pits. They're going to have older tires here for this final stretch of what would be 4 laps to the checkered flag if we do stay green for the entirety of those 4 laps. It'll be Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe in the front row, then Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott in row number 2. Hamlin on the inside, Elliott up high, and then Briscoe outside of row 1. Bell, the leader, the control car on the bottom. Of those that ended up taking 2 tires, only Zane Smith and Tyler Reddick, 9th and 10th, took 2 tires, and then Ryan Blaney in 11th place on back took 4. And as we come to the restart itself, because Bell was the leader, stayed out of the pits, nobody takes the wave around. Michael McDowell in 16th place ended up getting the free pass to get back on the lead lap. So here we go. Nashville Super Speedway, Cracker Barrel 400, 11th caution of the day. Late in this race, going to set up a 4-lap duel to the checkered flag. And here we go. Will this be the final restart? Christopher Bell, JGR, 1, 2, 3, up at the front of the field. Green flag is back in the air. Bell waited to the end of the restart zone to get the launch. Tyler Reddick on the bottom lane on 2 fresher right side tires, trying to go 3 wide by Eric Jones in the 43. Makes a little bit of contact, actually goes up the racetrack 4 and 5 wide in the back half of the top 10. And meanwhile, at the front of the field, still side by side for the lead between Hamlin and Bell. Denny Hamlin from the inside of row 2 had a tremendous restart. He is still alongside the 20 as they near contact off turn 4. 3 laps to go at the line. The 11 of Hamlin by inches leads over Christopher Bell, but into turn 1, it is Bell with the advantage up high, having the nose out in front on corner entry. Hamlin slides off the bottom, goes up the hill, contact with the 20 of Bell off turn 2, and they drag race again, headed for 3. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin are still side by side for the race lead. Hamlin is not going to be able to win the race back to the gas, but can he hang on the left rear corner panel of Bell again? They have been side by side for 2 consecutive laps now, and we are down to 2 to go. Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, side by side for the race lead as they head down the back straightaway. Neither of these two have given an inch. Turns 3 and 4, Hamlin washes up the racetrack, slight contact with Bell. A lot of smoke off turn 4, but we stayed green. I don't know what that was. Chase Briscoe going to go 3 wide to the top. He's going to try to steal it from both the 11 and the 20. Briscoe out of line up on the outside of the racetrack, lost a ton of ground, and now it's Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin. Into turns 3 and 4, Hamlin, Bell. Bell cannot get back to Denny Hamlin. Checkered flag. It's going to be Hamlin winning at Nashville. Big wreck at the back of the pack. My goodness, Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott hit hard. As they come for the checkered flag. There's a big hit for the 45. Hopefully Reddick is okay. Race winner tonight, Denny Hamlin. Wasn't easy. Started on pole to get the race win. Career win number 62. For Hamlin's second of the season, and much like at Dover on a concrete oval a couple weeks ago in the All-Star race, he's a victor at Nashville on another concrete oval. Reddick is out of the car under his own power. That is good to see. Haven't seen a replay of exactly what happened there, but they were crashing coming across the line after the leaders had already gotten to the checkered flag. So Denny Hamlin with the race win. Christopher Bell finishes second. Margin of victory about 1/10 of a second. A 3-car battle between the 3 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas that dominated the night on speed. Outside of the top 2, Chase Briscoe was 3rd of 3 for the JGR Toyotas. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 4th. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Tyler Reddick in 6th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Zane Smith in 9th. Carson Hocevar rounds out the top 10. Eric Jones in 11th. Ty Dillon 12th. Ty Gibbs 13th. Joey Logano 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. Last car in the lead lap. Noah Gregson in 16th, Riley Herb 17th, Austin Dillon in 18th, Daniel Suarez 19th, Todd Gilliland 20th, Cole Custer 21st, Cody Ware 22nd, Kyle Larson 23rd, got against the wall on that final restart. He fell well out of the top 10. He might have been one of the cars spinning as the leaders were coming to get the white. Whatever the case was, he fell well off the lead lap. So after Larson in 23rd, John Hunter Nemechek ends up 24th, Corey Heim 25th, Austin Cindric 26th, Austin Hill 27th, Chad Fincham 28th, Chris Buescher 29th, and William Byron 30th. Josh Berry 31st, Bubba Walls 32nd, Alex Bowman 33rd, Brad Keselowski 34th, AJ Allmendinger 35th, Ryan Preece 36th, Ross Chastain 37th, and Connor Zilic round out the 38-car field. Here is your race winner, Denny Hamlin, on the front stretch.
Between you and your JGR teammates, how did you pull it off that late restart in those last laps?
Well, I think the 20 and the 19 were battling so hard in that first corner. It's just let me get to the inside of the 20 in the first corner there after the restart. And from there, it's just side by side with the 20. And he drove in so deep on that last lap into 1 that it just allowed me to barely clear off of 2. But, man, what an unbelievable day. Starting first, going to last, and back to first.
I was going to ask about jumping the start at the beginning of the race. A, did you agree with the call? And then B, how did you know just that you needed the patience to get through this entire race after that?
Oh, I definitely jumped the start. No doubt about that. But yeah, just looking back on it, just didn't wait quite long enough. But I want to say hi to Mari and Trish from Progressive and this whole team. Sport Clips, Martha's retiring, so happy retirement to Martha. And Jordan Brand, Yahoo, National Debt Relief, King's Hawaiian, Bob's Discount Furniture. Just thanks all the sponsors that I've got. It's just been amazing. And thank you to this sellout crowd. Appreciate y'all sticking around. It's been an honor.
How does it feel to be the first Toyota driver in the Cup Series to win here?
It's amazing.
There you have it. Denny Hamlin, a winner here at Nashville Super Speedway.
A lot more cheers going Denny Hamlin's way as he heads to victory lane at Nashville Super Speedway. Late night here tonight. We're going to get out of here pretty quick. Abbreviated post-race show on KRC. We're going to be back again next weekend. Saturday doubleheader. Our next set of live commentary streams with Cup practice and qualifying from Michigan, followed by the truck race late morning, early afternoon next Saturday. So that will be the game plan. Have a good rest of your Sunday night. Congratulations to Denny Hamlin, winner tonight at Nashville.